happened on that foreclosure opinion you drafted?
Completely irrelevant.
Okay. I'll take that back from you. May I have a brief moment, Judge?
Point of inquiry, please, Your Honor. I'm looking at the record as it was. Maybe counsel wants to have an opportunity to correct it. I think he referred to the order in a question. That is an executive order issued by the Trump administration, Mr. Bangert. I suspect he meant to say the Abbott administration, but I just want to make sure the record is correct. I don't know which he meant.
No, it's a federal order. I meant the Trump administration.
Pardon me?
It's a federal order. I meant the Trump administration.
Thank you. Okay.
I want to talk to you more about your representation by Johnny Sutton, Mr. Bangert. Was it after you ended your employment at the Office of Attorney General that you hired Mr. Sutton?
I began working with him prior.
You began working for him prior?
I began working with Mr. Sutton prior to ending my employment, yes.
Okay. You searched for Mr. Sutton on September 22nd of 2020, did you not?
He was recommended to me.
Okay.
I can't recall searching for him on September 22nd.
Okay.
Thank you.
This time, Your Honor, I would offer Attorney General Exhibit 312.
Any objection?
No objection?
It is admitted into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Bangert, this is a download of your computer, and I'm going to approach you with it. I'm going to have you look at it and refresh your recollection. I didn't realize Eric had. Eric, you got it published, don't you? Okay, thank you. We see here on September 22nd of 2020 that you actually searched Johnny Sutton's law firm.
That's what the document represents, that I searched for the ashcroftlawfirm.com.
And that is where Johnny Sutton is employed, true?
He's one of the named partners there.
Okay. That is 8 days before you decide that you're going to go to the FBI and report Ken Paxton.
We went to the FBI 8 days later. Yes, that's correct.
So you were searching for an attorney before you even knew that Brandon Kamick was issuing subpoenas at those banks.
Oh, no, I don't believe this had anything to do with looking for Mr. Sutton to retain him.
Oh, it's just a coincidence? Yes or no?
It probably is, yes. There's no reason. We were not searching for a counsel prior to that. I was not.
I'm going to ask you a question that Mr. Busby has stated earlier. Have you ever heard the term, there's no coincidences in the city of Austin?
I've never heard that term before. And there are plenty of coincidences.
It was a yes or no question, Mr. Bangert. You said you'd never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
So September 30th, you guys go to the FBI, true?
We did.
All right. Now, that is before you become aware of a second referral made to the Travis County District Attorney's Office, true?
Trying to recall when we became aware of that second referral. It may have been, I just don't recall precisely the order of events, but I believe it was.
I mean, you seem to have a great recollection of the order of events when Mr. Harden had you on direct examination. Are you saying that you're forgetting now?
No, I'm telling you that I'm trying to recall specifically when I learned that fact, but I did learn that there was a second referral.
Okay. And it was after you went to the FBI?
That is entirely possible, yes.
Okay. And then the next day, that is when you guys decide to reach out to Ken Paxton, after you've already outed him to the feds, right?
We reached out to him the next day.
Okay, that's what I said. So that's a yes, right?
We did reach out to him the next day.
You were pretty
The
active.
witness, but once again, witness, when you can answer yes or no, if you can, answer yes or no.
I cannot answer yes or no to that question. I'm answering what I can.
Okay. You were pretty active on October 1st.
I was active on October 1st, yes.
Okay. You guys, when I say you guys, I mean the executive level administration. You had a group chat going, did you not?
We did,
And you participated in that group chat, right?
yes.
We heard you talking to Mr. Harden about some of the text messages in that group chat, right?
Yes,
And specifically, they were talking about a draft that was circulating between you and the other executive level attorney generals, right?
yes.
Eric, would you mind pulling up House Board 225? And in that message, well, it's safe to say that the first draft that you all created did not go to the FBI, right?
I don't know this letter that's
Right.
being referred to here.
It
No.
was revised and edited to an extent.
The document, I don't recall if it ever went to the FBI. We were working on an internal document
Okay.
to
And-
memorialize our complaints.
Right. And the first version of that complaint, well, from what we look at in House 225, Jeff Mistier says, from Maxwell, read the letter, not sufficient. A request letter must allege specific allegations that are in violation of state law to include documentation of criminal act. The only thing you have is what happened today, and that is documented. Is that true?
You added the word "and."
Okay.
Apart from that, you read it
Excuse me?
correctly.
But that's what the text says, right?
That is what the text says.
And
with that addition.
presumably that's regarding the initial draft that you guys created to memorialize your complaint to the FBI, right?
I don't recall specifically that that's what this was.
Are you forgetting all of a sudden? Because you had a crystal clear recollection when Mr. Harden had you on direct examination, Mr. Bangert. Do you not remember this? You're here to testify in the court of impeachment. Do you not remember the day that you went behind Ken Paxton back to the FBI? Do you not remember that?
Sir, we did not go behind the Attorney General's back.
Did you tell him you were going to the FBI? Yes or no?
Sir, we did
Yes
not
or
go
no?
behind
Did you-
the...
Mr. Bangert, I'm asking you yes or no questions. Did you tell Ken Paxton you were going to the FBI? Yes or no?
I cannot answer that question with a yes or no.
Witness, you'll answer the question.
Yes or no, Mr. Bangert?
Provided him with ample opportunity.
That's not what I asked you. Did you tell Ken Paxton you were going to the FBI? Yes or no?
We gave him ample opportunity.
That's not what I asked. Objection non-responsive, Your Honor. I'd ask that he answer the question before him.
Witness is ordered to answer the question, yes or no.
Mr. Bangert, it's a very simple question. Did you tell Ken Paxton that you were going to go to the FBI?
On September 30th,
It's
we
a
did
yes or
not.
no question, Mr. Bangert.
It
It's
is
a
not
yes or no.
a yes or no
It is a yes or no question.
Counsel.
Excuse me, sir. Your Honor, he answered the question, but because he was talking on top of him, he didn't hear it. He said on September the 30th, we did not. And he starts interrupting him halfway before, and the court reporter probably had trouble hearing We did not. So I just asked him to let him finish what he's saying and not talk on top of him, if for no other person than the court reporter.
You can ask the question one more time.
Mr. Bangert, it is a yes or no question, and I want a yes or no answer. Did you tell Ken Paxton that you were going to the FBI?
I did not tell Ken Paxton before I went to the FBI.
Okay. We're not done with that. Your next message after we're talking about the first draft of y'all's complaint says, okay, sounds like we need to beef up the specific allegations, does it not?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
So you actually had to go back in there and put more words and more filler into that complaint, didn't you?
No.
No? Well, the first complaint clearly wasn't sufficient if we're to go off your text messages, right?
You said the word filler. That's an inaccurate characterization
You had to
of what
amend
we
it.
were doing.
Well, let's look down there. Eric, if you could hop off of the zoom in. It says, sound like we need to beef up the specific allegations. You needed to beef them up, right? You needed to make them sound stronger. True or no?
We needed to include additional allegations to substantiate what had happened.
And so it's after that that you started talking about other things that Ken Paxton had done previously that you didn't think to include in the first version of the complaint, right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
You wouldn't put it that way. And to be clear, this is all coming to fruition because Brandon Kamick is serving subpoenas on a bank. True?
That was in part, but not entirely.
And all the while, you didn't even know that the Travis County District Attorney's Office sent a complaint directly to Mr. Kamick that did not go to the Office of Attorney General.
That would have been much more concerning if I'd known that.
So you didn't know that?
No.
Eric, would you mind pulling up Article 6? Or excuse me. Article 5. The allegation in Article 5 is that Paxton misused his official powers by violating the laws governing the appointment of prosecuting attorney pro tem. You would agree with that, right? That that's the allegation?
Yes, that is the allegation.
Mr. Bangert, Mr. Paxton, excuse me, Brandon Kamick was not an attorney pro tem. True or not true?
It's difficult to
It's
classify
true.
what he was.
True or not true?
I don't personally believe he was properly ever appointed a prosecutor pro tem.
And the Travis County District Attorney's Office never recused themselves officially and formally from the complaints made by Nate Paul to their office. True or not true?
I'm not aware of any recusal.
Okay. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to go back to your last answer, and I'm going to re-ask you this. Brandon Kamick wasn't just not improperly appointed as an attorney pro tem. Brandon Kamick was not appointed as an attorney pro tem at all.
Not to my knowledge.
At this time, Judge, I would offer AG Exhibit 95.
I think that's on our list of already admitted.
It is. No objection.
Okay.
It's already admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Eric, would you mind pulling up the first page to AG 95? Mr. Bangert, we talked about you being heavily active on October 1st of 2020, and you agreed, right?
I was.
And one of the many actions you took that day was that you took it upon yourself to email Jeff Mateer's letter to Brandon Kamick terminating his employment, did you not?
I did not take it upon myself. I agreed with Mr. Mateer that this would be an appropriate way to handle this.
Okay, so you and Mr. Mateer were both of agreement to do that.
We were in agreement to do this.
All right, I want you to flip to the second page of that correspondence. You would agree that, and Eric, if you would do the same, you would agree that that is the letter that Jeff Mateer provided to terminate Brandon Kamick's employment, right? It's produced by the House, Mr. Bangert.
Correct. I want to make sure that the word terminate is accurate here. We were told him to cease and desist.
Third line, notice of termination effective immediately.
Yes, we do say that.
Okay.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you don't know all the work that Brandon Kamick put into that investigation, do you?
At that time, I was not aware of what he was up to.
And you were willing to just fire him without even thinking to pay him or compensate him for his time and his services as a lawyer?
We terminated him in this letter and told him to cease and desist.
Without even thinking about giving the guy a little bit of money for the time and effort he spent on this investigation? Yes or no?
I would not put it that way.
Okay. You didn't pay him, did you?
No, we did not.
All right. But the thing I really want to focus on, Mr. Bangert, because you're a man that has attention to detail, right?
I do my best.
I want you to look right under that Attorney General seal at the top of that exhibit, okay? Do you recognize anything that should be there?
It's been several years since I worked with letterhead. It has the seal of the Attorney General's office there.
How about your boss's name? You see that there?
His name is not here, no.
Yeah. You went ahead and sent it without his name, didn't you?
I'm trying to recall. I think there was a version.
You're looking
of
at the
letterhead
document, Mr. Bangert.
Excuse me, he's trying to answer the question. Can you please let him before he jumps?
Overruled.
You're looking at the document. Is Ken Paxton's name on that document you sent to Brandon Kamick or not?
His name is not on the letterhead, no. But just for the record, I do want to point out his name does appear in the
Objection,
letter.
Judge, to non-responsive. I didn't ask this witness a question.
Sustained.
And I'll pass Mr. Bangert.
Mr. Bangert, I want to start to try to ask you a few questions again to go back to this opinion that sometimes has been referred to as the midnight opinion. Originally, if I can, I would like to bring up, please, Stacy, Exhibit 112. Now, can you look at this and determine and help me out and tell me whether or not this is the original draft that y'all did on and presented to the Attorney General on that Saturday afternoon? You need a moment to look at it, or would it help you to have a hard copy?
A hard copy would be helpful, yes, sir.
Can we? And Stacy, do we perhaps have a hard copy for the court?
But I can tell you without looking at it that this is not the original version that we sent.
Now, let me follow up on what your observation is. What order would this draft have been?
I'm assuming this is the final draft. It would have been the very last thing that was produced.
Would you look at the first page, please? And the last page, if that helps you.
No, this is not the final draft. I can now see there's no signature on it.
Right. Would you look at the opening paragraph and see what that seems to be saying in terms of the original position you took?
Yes, this refreshes my recollection.
Pardon me?
Yes, this does refresh my recollection
All
as
right.
to that.
And now that you look at the language in the first paragraph of Exhibit 112, what does that tell you in terms of which draft or order it was?
This was one of the early...
Now, let me tell you a problem for you to keep in mind. When you look to the left for the iPad, there you go. Perfect. There you go.
There we go.
All right.
Yes, this was one of the early drafts.
And in the first paragraph, would you look at the sentence that begins with "we conclude"? Would you highlight for me, Stacy? Would you highlight for me, Stacy? Read this paragraph out loud to the jury, please.
Yes. We conclude that a foreclosure sale of residential or commercial real property constitutes a service to which no occupancy limit applies under Executive Order GA 28, and local governmental bodies therefore lack authority to restrict in-person attendance at these sales.
All right. Now, at that time, what was the legal basis for you concluding that there wasn't a restriction and that it could be conducted?
It was GA 28, the governor's order.
All right. And what was it about GA 28, the governor's order? And I may have a copy there. I couldn't locate it on my desk. If somebody finds it, they can bring it up to me. But what was it about the governor's order, and when was that order that you concluded would allow essentially the foreclosure sales to go forward, particularly outside? Thanks. Thank you very much.
Yes, there were a number of exceptions in the governor's order to in-person gathering restrictions.
With the court's permission, I'm going to mark this as an exhibit number 621. Thank you so much. 631 or 633? 631. Thank you. I'm going to tender it to counsel, Your Honor, because I don't have an extra copy right now.
No objection, Judge.
631 shall be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do we have a copy by chance for the court to have up there? This
Always
only-
nice for the court to have a copy.
This only came up during the lunch hour. I apologize.
Thanks, sir.
And one for him. Thank you very much. Now, I don't know whether or not, and I'm going to ask as we go along, whether Ms. Manella can figure out a way to balance these. First of all, if there's a way to do a split screen here, Stacy, 112 and 115, and I believe I will represent that 115 is the final order. And I believe 115 is in evidence. Now, if you could look at these two orders, is the one on the left, the draft we talked about, Exhibit 112, what your first finding was?
Yes, our first finding is summarized in the first paragraph. We conclude that a foreclosure sale. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. We conclude that a foreclosure sale of residential or commercial real property constitutes a service to which no occupancy limit applies under Executive Order GA-28, and local governmental bodies therefore lack authority to restrict in-person attendance at these sales.
All right, now I'm going to ask you if you could leave that up, please, Stacy, first. And then I want you, if you would, I want you to look over to the government's executive order on page 3.
Okay, and I don't have a copy of the order.
Do we have one more, Mark? No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I believe that 112 was just never discussed as one of those that you did not object to. I want to tend it to you again to look at. I just looked to make sure. I'm told that 112 is not in evidence, and I apologize. The headlining is not. This is the original draft they proposed to him.
No objection, Judge.
No objection, 112 will be submitted to evidence.
And I apologize for having published that before I realized that that's my fault, not anybody else's. Now, I want to ask you, you referred in your testimony just a moment ago that in your first draft, in which you basically had a ruling that said these foreclosures, particularly outside, would be allowed. And then you said that was partly based on the governor's executive order that he had previously issued. And you talked about it as General Order 28, correct?
Yes, no occupancy limit applies.
I'm sorry?
Yes, no occupancy limit applies under
All right.
GA-28.
And what role can you point us in the governor's General Order 28 to the section that you relied on in that initial opinion that said they could be open to the public? They could foreclosure proceedings could be open.
Yes. May I see the second page of
Pardon me?
exhibit? May I see the second page of Exhibit 112?
All right. We move to second page. Thank you, Stacy.
Yes. Yes, we reference it here. We address your question.
No, I'm sorry, Stacy. What I want to do now is go to, if you have ordered, I don't know if you have 631 loaded, do you? If you do have 631 loaded, could you go to the second page of that? And you can sacrifice the one on the right. You can take down 115 and put in the governor's general order. And by the way, the executive order, before you move, Stacy, that is dated. Can you see on there what date it is? Is it June? Can you see June 20th?
I can. It's June 26th, 2020.
All right. Now, so that executive order, did it not, existed at the time that you were drafting your opinions at the request of the Attorney General?
They did.
All right. Now, what is it on page 2 of the governor's executive order that led y'all to conclude and say in your first draft that foreclosure sales could be conducted?
Yes. If you will go to page 2 of Exhibit 112.
All right. Stacy, if you go to page 2 of the
first
general
full
order.
paragraph.
Pardon me?
First full paragraph. We point out that Executive Order 28 has a baseline limitation that does not apply to...
I don't... I'm confused here, and it's probably my fault. Stacy, may I approach, please? As usual, Ms. Manello is more on top of it than I. You directed me, and it's my fault, you directed me to page 2 of
Exhibit 112,
112, your initial draft opinion.
the initial opinion.
And I was trying to go over to the governor's order. But let's
yes.
stay with 112 first.
Okay.
So now, Stacy, let's put up 112 and the governor's order. Those are going to be the two on the screens. Go ahead. All right. Tell me what it is about 112 that you think is relevant to what we're saying.
Yes. This paragraph that is highlighted,
All
the
right,
second
move it
paragraph.
away from that microphone. You got to move it to
Yes.
you. There you go.
The paragraph calls out the executive order's baseline limitations on gatherings. It then says this limitation does not apply to any services listed by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Workforce version 3.1 or subsequent version. CISA guidance is how we referred to that. Among the services listed in version 3.1 of CISA are residential and commercial real estate services, including settlement services.
And then if we go down to,
Yeah.
you go down to about a sentence or two down there, you say, do you not? And there is no better indication of that intent than the words that are chosen, correct?
That is correct.
All right, now let's stop there and let's go over to the second page of the general. And by the way, could you just explain to us lay people what CISA is, C-I-S-A? What does that stand for?
It's the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Workforce. CISA is I'm trying to recall exactly what that acronym stood for, but there was a guidance document issued by an agency within the federal government that called out essential services and infrastructure that should be exempt from COVID limitations.
Okay, so for us lay people, essentially, are you saying that you are going from your draft that you did to show why the governor's proclamation or executive order would have exempted it as far as you were concerned when you dropped the original draft? Is that right?
That's exactly right. We were trying to demonstrate, and we did demonstrate here, that a straight application of the governor's executive order excluded these types of foreclosure sales from limitations.
All right, stay with me. I don't want to tell everybody how to build a Swiss village when we're trying to just do what time it is. But if we go to page 2 of the governor's order, where in there does it point people to the legal basis you made for your original order?
Paragraph 1A.
Stacy, can you, on the left, can you do 1A? Thank you. Can you highlight 1A for me? There you go. Mr. Donnelly wants to make sure that I let you know that we can't give you a copy of the CISA document because it's a government confidential document, okay? But having said that, would you explain in this highlighted language how this tells you...
Objection to that sidebar about the CISA document. I don't believe it's confidential.
Sustained.
Can you explain in the highlighted portion here?
Say again?
Yes. Explain in the highlighted portion how that impacted your original opinion you recommended in a draft to the Attorney General.
Yes. This was part of the exemptions from occupancy limits, and the CISA guidance called out a number of essential services, infrastructure, among which, as we point out in our original draft guidance, are residential and commercial real estate services, including settlement services.
So explain to the court what that meant as far as the conclusion that you ultimately reached and recommended to the Attorney General.
Based on a plain text interpretation of the governor's order, foreclosure sales would not be subject to occupancy limitations.
If it affected any real estate?
Yes, and that was a straightforward textual interpretation.
So in your original one, did you actually base it upon an exception the governor's executive order had given to say that it should be open to the public?
Yes, it was a straightforward application of the governor's executive order.
Now, how did you get around that then when you were ordered to come up with a different answer? And if we can, Stacy, let's now put take down the governor's executive order and put up Exhibit 115, please. Now, tell us what it is about what did you do that, since you had based it on a specific reading of the governor's statute, and now you're being asked to give an opposite view? How did you do that?
Could you go to page 2 of Exhibit 115?
Yes. Where do you want to be?
If you'll look at the third paragraph. We simply jump straight to the general occupancy limits.
Pardon me?
We jump right to the general occupancy limits, excluding conversation about CISA.
Direct us and Ms. Manella where to highlight that you're talking about.
The language, this general limitation, however, is subject to several exceptions.
Where you read?
One such exception is found in paragraph 5 of the order, which limits outdoor gatherings to 10 persons or fewer without approval by the mayor or the unincorporated territory. So we switched out the applicable exceptions in the order to eliminate any reference to the CISA guidance.
So what you did is you just wrote out a paragraph, did you not, of the governor's order?
We determined, based on the Attorney General's instructions to us, that we would no longer apply the exception that had been granted by the governor's order.
When you say based on his instruction, did he actually talk about that language?
No, he told us to reach a different conclusion, and that was the only way to do it.
I don't need it, but thank you. All right. Now, finally, I want to make sure, I don't know that I need to introduce this, but had you read, may I approach the witness very briefly?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you and show you what we have just marked as a new exhibit. House Board of Managers Exhibit 632 is a new listing. I'll tender to the court and the council with the admonition that I don't intend to read all this. So my question to you, though, without having introduced it yet, I will actually make it for ease, move to introduce it. We move to introduce House Board of Managers Exhibit 632.
Judge, I would object to this witness testifying to this document, and additionally, this document has not been produced. There's no bait stamps on this document.
No, that's certainly right. It has not been produced. We never foresaw this issue. So we've just gathered this during the lunch hour and printed it out here, and we've tendered it to him. Whatever his position is fine, but he's certainly right. It's never been produced. We did not foresee this issue.
It's a 40-page document riddled with hearsay, Judge.
It's a government record. I think probably stands on its own. It's a public government record.
Mr. Rosso, do you need time to review this 40-page document?
Judge, if I could have 1 or 2 minutes.
If I may, I think that's a reasonable question. So if I could speed it along, what I'll do is I'll hold withdrawal or wait on the motion to admit it, see if I can elicit testimony that gets the same, and may not become an issue ultimately. But if I do want to, I'll give him notice so he gets time to read it.
Hold on 1 second.
Judge, we're ready to go.
All right. Thank you. Now,
Do you withdraw the objection then?
No, Judge. Judge, may we have 5 minutes to just look through this document real quick?
Yes.
fine.
We'll stand at ease for 5 minutes.
That's my last copy. Wait, no, let me put it down. I put it down here. That's all right, I'm fine. Way back, 16. Where's the page number?
Get it for you here shortly. Here you go. This one,
Okay,
that's what they were,
what does that say?
residential.
I know, what does that say, and where's it come? Just it's an essential function? Yeah.
Mr. Osso,
Your Honor, I have no objection to this exhibit. Just for clarification, it was House Exhibit, what's the number, Rusty? No objection to House Exhibit 652. Excuse me, 632.
no objection to 632. Do you want to admit it into evidence?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right.
House Exhibit 632 is admitted.
I want, if I can, I'm going to walk up to you and I'm going to show you a page. I have, by the way, I mistakenly called this a confidential document. I've looked at it. It is not. It's a public document. There's nothing confidential about it. That's one of 230 mistakes I'll make during this trial.
Objection.
Okay? So now, thank you.
Object to that sidebar.
Excuse me, what is the
Move to
objection?
strike. Sidebar, and I just moved to strike Mr. Harden's comments.
Sustain.
Thank you.
You know better than that. There you go.
That makes it 237. Thank you. I'm going to walk up. I'm going to show you where the tab. I'll show counsel where I'm pointing it to. I'll go by him, show him what I'm about to address you to, because I can't send you to a page number. Just a second. Now, on Exhibit 632, is there a provision of it, and I showed you a tab, so there's no secret about this. Is there a provision in this document that you relied on in coming to your conclusions that you presented in your first draft to the Attorney General?
Yes.
And shown in Exhibit? Can you explain? And I don't know that. Stacey, you don't have this loaded, do you? Do you really? All right. Let me show you where I'm going, Stacey, because again, I don't have a page number. May I approach her? Now, if you would, on the screen that she's already anticipated, is there somewhere on this screen that you can direct the viewers to that has any language that you used as a basis for your original opinion that you delivered to the Attorney General on that Saturday afternoon?
Yes, the very last bullet point, residential and commercial real estate services, including settlement services.
And what did that mean to you?
We interpret that in the original opinion.
And then can you read the portion of Exhibit 112? Stacey, can you split it for me? 112, in your opinion, that was really based on this segment, this one little excerpt out of 632.
Yes. Second paragraph, second page. A court's main objective in construing the law is to give effect to the intent of its provisions. And then we footnote, and there is no better indication of that intent than the words that are chosen. Then we footnote, where text is clear, text is determinative of that intent.
Microphone. All right. Keep going.
One dictionary defines a service as work that is done for others as an occupation or business. Real estate is defined as land and the buildings and permanent fixtures attached to it. Thus, real estate services include services performed for others as an occupation or business that pertain to land or the buildings and permanent fixtures attached to the land, insofar as the performance of auction or foreclosure sale services related to commercial or residential real property. Such services are one specific iteration of residential and commercial real estate services.
All right. So, to reduce it down to its basics, in recommending or in your drafting to the Attorney General, saying that there should be no restriction on the foreclosure sales, did you rely on a government document as guidance as to why it would be considered an essential service or activity that was exempted based on the governor's executive order?
Yes, the specific government document referenced and incorporated into the governor's order.
All right. So in effect, in y'all's opinion at that time, was your recommendation that it would be open and they could have foreclosures based on a combination of the governor's order, and if you go to the basic item that they're referring to in the governor's order, that would have said essential services that would have included foreclosure sales for either commercial or real estate property?
Yes.
Residential property, excuse me.
Yes, we conclude that it is not, there's no occupancy limit applicable pursuant to Executive Order GA 28.
Now, when you then were directed to come to the opposite conclusion in the drafting, that is the final product in the exhibit that we've been using, I think is 115, you had a challenge to write around the basis for your first opinion, so what did you do?
Objection to leading and assuming the answer in the question.
Sustain, rephrase.
What did you do to come up with the opposite conclusion you had originally arrived at?
A couple of things. If you go to page 2 of Exhibit 115, we first point to the general occupancy limitations in the third paragraph. Next, we do point ultimately to CISA at the bottom paragraph. And if you would go to the next page, at the very bottom of the first full paragraph, and this is really the kicker, the court's main objective in construing the law is to give effect to the intent of its provisions.
Slow down, please. On behalf of court reporter.
Yes, my apologies.
And the volume on behalf of the people on the floor. Could you speak a little louder, please?
Yes. We repeat our commitment to textualism, which was a guiding star of our office at all times. We then point out that based on our analysis of the words, we believe that outdoor foreclosure sales, last sentence, are not exempted from the 10-person attendance limitation.
And
we completely reversed it.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. What was the only thing that had changed since you had the original opinion?
The direction from the Attorney General.
All right. Now, you had questions about whether or not it would have happened anyway because of other subsequent events. At the time that you drafted these two opinions, did you have any idea that Nate Paul had bankruptcy hearings scheduled?
Objection to asked and answered. And this witness said he didn't have specific knowledge, so speculation.
Sustained.
In this particular matter, did you yourself know about any bankruptcy hearings that were set any foreclosure hearings that were set in the foreseeable future? Just you yourself, were you aware?
Objection to asked and answered.
Not by me.
And lack specific knowledge.
Overruled. I sustained your first objection, which forced him to ask the question a second time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did
No.
you yourself?
I had no specific knowledge of any specific foreclosure sales.
All right. You were there when he introduced a certain document. And if I can I have Exhibit AG Exhibit 295, please, Stacy? You heard earlier questions on direct as to whether or not, have you not, sir, these opinions would be of help to somebody who was somebody that was opposing a foreclosure hearing, right?
I recall those.
All right. Now, if you could, can you identify, had you seen before we showed you this Attorney General exhibit, had you seen it before, this exhibit that he's entered into evidence?
No, this is the first time I've seen this document.
All right.
With the cross-examination.
All right. Now, I want you, I'm going to read this to you and ask you what the import of this when you look at the exhibit is. Judge Gamble, August 3rd, 2020. As it is relevant to these proceedings, please see the attached guidance just released by the Attorney General's office. Had been just released, hadn't it? What date was it released?
The 1st.
1st of August. That was a Sunday, was it right?
I believe midnight the 1st. I think that's right, yes.
So this is just Tuesday after you released the opinion on, or after you provided the Attorney General the opinion on Sunday the 1st, correct?
It's 2 days later, yes.
Keep your voice up away from the microphone. You're
2 days
too-
later, yes.
All right. Regarding the foreclosures may not proceed unless specifically authorized by the mayor and the city of the foreclosure, given the standing 10-person restriction would violate Texas Property Code Chapter 51. Does the attachment include the opinion that we have just been so laboriously going over?
Yes.
Would you look to the last page of that opinion and see if that's the final one that we identified as Exhibit 115
It is.
with your signature?
It is.
Does the cover page identify on behalf of whom
It
this
does.
particular email, this particular pleading was filed in a court here in Travis County?
Yes.
And who was the person that represented whom
This
was
is one of Nate,
presenting this particular pleading and an urging that your opinion was relevant to their case?
this is one of Nate Paul's companies.
Do you even yourself personally know how the judge ruled one way or the other on this motion?
Not in this case, no.
All right. And in fact, are you familiar with any other cases? Nate Paul cited this opinion and seeking to foreclosures in that year of 2020 after you rendered your final opinion?
Only through news reports that came out after.
All right. Was it multiple places?
Yes.
Objection to hearsay, Judge.
Through.
Do you withdraw that question?
I think actually he meant to say leading. It was leading, it wasn't hearsay.
No, I meant to say hearsay, but I'll retract the objection for Mr. Harden.
That's all I have.
Recross?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Rosso?
You just cited the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Act pretty precisely to Mr. Harden on direct examination, did you not?
I had it in front of me.
Okay. You also cited the day of the week that you issued that opinion, did you not?
The day of the week was August 1st when we issued the opinion.
I'm just surprised because you showed an uncanny ability to remember things when Mr. Harden was asking you questions, as opposed to when I asked you about the same documents during my cross-examination. Can you explain that?
I disagree with your characterization.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree. I don't have an e-copy of this CISA document that the House has just produced, but I think Mr. Harden had you reference page 16 of that document, did he not?
He did.
He had you reference the very bottom part that I have highlighted in orange, and I'm going to show the jury. And it says settlement services, correct?
One of the things it says is settlement services.
Now, behind the term settlement services in this document, there is no definition as to what settlement services are.
I do not see a definition.
I don't see the word foreclosure sale or non-judicial foreclosure sale behind it, do you?
The word foreclosure sale does not appear.
Do you have a real estate license?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that people that have real estate licenses oftentimes engage in settlement services to close on homes?
I would not know.
It deals with title work and things of that nature?
I would not know.
Okay. You won't find the word foreclosure sale in that definition, sir.
This definition? It is not in the word foreclosure does not appear there, but that's why you engage in legal analysis and construction.
Legal analysis and construction, which means that somebody else, another attorney, perhaps the Attorney General, could have a different viewpoint as to what a settlement service is, correct?
He could have any number of viewpoints about that.
That's why they call it the practice of law. Zone of reasonable disagreement. That happens a lot in law, does it not?
Not in this case.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion, but let's talk about facts. Are you aware of whether or not the opinion that you wrote that you said was unconscionable and opposite of Attorney General policy, did anybody challenge that in a court of law?
Did anyone challenge the opinion?
Yeah, the opinion in a court of law.
I'm not aware of it being challenged. I don't know how you would do that under standing doctrine.
Okay.
The witness may step down.
Judge, I have one more question if the court would entertain it.
Will the witness come back? One more question.
Prior to your term as a politician, did you or did you not practice real estate law? No. Paxton practiced real estate law, did he not?
I believe he had some real estate experience back in his past.
Okay. So when you guys are going back and forth regarding the definition of things, it's possible he had some background knowledge of what settlement services meant?
In this case, that was not the best interpretation.
Okay. That's your opinion, sir, correct?
No, that's the law.
That's your opinion.
I disagree.
Okay.
You may now step down. House, call the next witness.
We call Mr. Ryan Vassar.
Yeah, please do.
Mr. Vassar, were you sworn in the other day in the group? Okay, I need to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence I give upon this hearing by the Senate of Texas of impeachment, charges against Warren Kenneth Paxton Jr. shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God. You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Vassar, you and I have met at least once or twice, correct?
Yes, sir.
But I don't think we've talked about this subject. And that is, we have some microphone issues that you and I have to worry about. If you will try to make sure that you're speaking into that microphone to where everybody in the back of the room would hear, and I will try to make sure that I don't talk on top of you, and we go from there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Your full name?
Ryan Vassar.
That's going to work, if you can just stay with that. How old a man are you?
I'm 39.
And you married?
I'm married.
How many children?
4 kids.
How old? What ages?
Ages between 3 and 7.
Wow. In 2020, how old were they?
I had a 6-month-old, a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 4-year-old, I believe.
How are you employed now?
I'm general counsel for a local nonprofit organization in Austin.
When you left the Attorney General's office, and we'll get to that, how long were you unemployed before you found a place to land?
6 months.
What was your source of income?
Savings, but I was not employed as a lawyer for that 6-month period.
Did your wife work outside the home?
No, sir.
Let's go back now, a little bit of an autobiographical sketch review for about a minute and a half if we can. I'm not going to time you, but just roughly. Like where you grew up, your parents, what your background was?
I grew up in Big Spring, Texas, a small town in West Texas. I'm the oldest of 3 siblings. I attended Texas Tech University and majored in accounting. My father and grandfather are both certified public accountants. They both attended Texas Tech. They've had a CPA practice in Big Spring for the past 40 years, where they serve 3 generations of farmers and ranchers and salt of the earth people.
So how many years has your family been living in Big Spring?
My whole life.
All right. Now, when you finished as an accountant at Texas Tech, what did you do?
I moved to Dallas and worked in finance for about a year and decided I wanted to go to law school. And so I started working at Jones Day as a litigation assistant and during my application periods.
Does litigation assistant mean a runner?
Essentially, yes, sir. I was in charge of the documents.
And did you clerk or get to know anybody else of the legal profession while you were there? Other than the lawyers at Jones Day?
No, sir.
All right. Now, and then after you graduated, what year did you graduate from law school?
Law school was December of 2012. I'm sorry, December of 2011.
2011. And Mr. Vassar, were you involved in any outside, either political or social activities in addition to going to college and law school?
I was a member of the Federalist Society for Law and Public Policy Studies while in law school. And then I interned for 2 federal judges, one on the Southern District and one on the Fifth Circuit.
Which judges did you intern for?
Judge Lynn Hughes on the Southern District, and then Judge Jennifer Elrod on the Fifth Circuit.
Those were both college, law school internships, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in Republican politics at that time?
Not at the time, no, sir, other than just typical voting.
All right. And then after you finished law school, what did you do?
I served in Governor Perry's office of general counsel as an attorney fellow.
How long did you do that?
It was, I think, 6 weeks. It was a summer.
And then what?
And then I was invited to clerk for Justice Don Willett of the Texas Supreme Court.
So Justice Willett was on the Supreme Court. How long, to your knowledge?
How long had Justice Willett been on the court?
Yes.
He might have been appointed by Governor Perry at the time, maybe around 2010 or sooner.
I haven't sought to introduce it, but is it a fair statement that Justice Willett had a extremely complimentary letter for you to have you go off and seek employment elsewhere when your service was over?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, at the end of the day, how long did you work for Justice Willett?
3 years.
And was that always exclusively on the Supreme Court, or did you work for him after he went to the Fifth Circuit?
Just the Supreme Court.
Now, at the end of those 3 years, what was your internship supposed to be? How long was it supposed to last? Your clerkship, excuse me.
Right. Justice Willett had asked that I commit to 2 years. 2 years came and went, and he said I could stay as long as I wanted to. But just with the circumstances that had changed, when I joined the court to work for Justice Willett, I was single. My wife and I got married while I was working there. And then about a year and a half later, we were pregnant with our first kid. So I think it was just a necessary transition from the court to other opportunities.
Right. So where did you go to work after clerking for Justice Willett?
I joined the Office of the Attorney General.
And who interviewed you? Who hired you?
Amanda Crawford, at the time, was the division chief of the General Counsel Division.
And what year was it that you joined the Texas Attorney General's office?
It was July of 2015.
You recall what your first assignment was in the office?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And then as time went on, by the time we reached the period of 2019, what was your position?
2019, I was chief of the general counsel division.
What does that mean? What would your responsibilities be?
So I advised the agency as the general counsel, whether it was employment matters or contracting matters, state procurement law, just the typical day-to-day business legal advice.
And then as you went along there, and did you continue to move up within the organization?
Yes.
When was your next promotion?
It was April of 2020.
Now, was Attorney General Paxton already the Attorney General when you joined the office?
Yes, sir.
So your entire career at the Attorney General's office was under the guidance and service of General Paxton?
Yes, sir.
How well did you get to know him?
I might have met him for the first time at an office Christmas holiday party where he and Senator Paxton were taking photographs with employees. That might have been 2 years into my employment, so maybe around 2017. From then until I was promoted to deputy for legal counsel, I might have seen him once or twice at a division chief's meeting, but nothing.
And then what about by the time we approached, let's say, January of 2020? How much contact by that time in your different positions that you had with General Paxton?
He might have contacted me once about a matter, but other than just the typical monthly division chiefs meeting or holiday party, it was nothing substantive.
All right, so we in the jury and the court assume that you yourself did not personally know Mr. Paxton that well at the time.
That's correct.
All right. Were you around him socially other than a periodic office gathering?
No, sir.
All right. Now, when we enter the year of 2020, whom did you have under your supervision in the office?
April of 2020, I was promoted to be the Deputy Attorney General for Legal Counsel.
Does that mean that you were one of the top 8 deputies, or 12 deputies rather, up on the 8th floor?
Yes, sir.
Would you describe, I'm not sure we've broken it down to people, when we talk about the 8th floor, what does that mean in common vernacular for you?
So the 8th floor refers to the 8th floor of the Price Daniel building, where the majority of the executive staff at the Office of the Attorney General have offices.
All right, so when we talk, if the jury is to hear about people where General Paxton dropped into this person's office, this deputy's office, that deputy's office, were all of these offices along the same area, or what was the physical layout?
So if you can imagine, there's 2 elevator banks in the middle of the building, the middle of the floor. And the offices are spaced out around the perimeter of the inside of the building. So each deputy would have an office. There were roughly 3 or 4 offices on one span or one length of the building. So each deputy would have an office.
So my reason for asking, and I'm asking you the answer to this, is that where the office is readily accessible to each other and to the Attorney General, where any of those folks were within a very short distance on the same floor of dropping in or out on each other.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when did you first hear, if you ever did, of a person named Nate Paul?
I think it was May of 2020.
And what was the occasion for you to first well, let's back up. What was your position in May of 2020?
I was Deputy Attorney General for Legal Counsel.
Now, how much contact did you have with Mr. Mateer?
We had weekly meetings, one-on-one meetings with Mr. Mateer, Mr. Bangert, and myself.
Now, you're dropping off. I want you to remember that microphone, and maybe you need to move up just a little bit, or... All right. You had these weekly meetings, staff meetings, where there's a day scheduled of the deputies and Mr. Paxton?
So there are deputies meetings that occur weekly, and then there are also one-on-one deputy meetings with Mr. Mateer. So I would meet in all of the deputy meetings, but then I would also meet individually with Mr. Mateer and Mr. Bangert.
And at that time, how old were you?
I would have been 37. or 36 at the time.
And you would have been there at the Attorney General's office since you were about 32 or so?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that you had moved pretty fast in the organization?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Sure.
You asked differently.
Yeah. Now, at the end of the day, when you entered into, say, your new position as Deputy General Counsel, what type of matters would that have put you primarily over?
So the Deputy Attorney General for Legal Counsel oversees the opinion writing process, the Open Records Division, the Public Finance Division, the General Counsel Division, and I believe that's it.
All right. So in May, or April or May of 2020, what was the occasion with you becoming familiar with the name of Nate Paul?
There was a pending open records matter involving the Department of Public Safety that had been connected to Nate Paul's name.
Now, at this time, how well did you know Mr. Mateer?
I believe Mr. Mateer joined the office in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. So I'd become familiar with them just in my experience over the past 5 years working at the agency.
What was he like as an administrator and first assistant?
He was great. I mean, he was a people person. He wanted to know how staff were doing. He wanted to connect with each person. He was invested in what they were doing, what they were interested in. He would host book clubs where he would select a book, whether it was a managerial book or leadership book, and we'd meet over a brown bag lunch and just talk about a chapter of the book and how we can implement it in our work and at home. So he was a role model.
Was he religious?
Yes, sir.
How about you?
I am.
In what way?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
It's very relevant to who these people are and in light of who they've been
Overruled.
accused of. Thank you.
My wife and I attend an independent Baptist church here in Austin. We've been members at different churches here in Austin, and I've been a member throughout my life.
What did you view your duty as an assistant AG to be?
Assistant AG, or as far as Deputy Attorney General for Legal Counsel, I was responsible for providing legal advice to the agency through the various functions of the divisions, whether that was the Open Records Division, the Opinions Division, the Public Finance Division, or the General Counsel Division.
You've heard, have you not, or have you heard, you're being referred to by the Attorney General, all of you, as rogue employees?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction when you heard that allegation?
It was hurtful.
Why? Tell me.
Sorry. I worked for the state for 8 years as a public servant, as one who values.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. As one who values the commitment to public service, to set an example for my kids, the people that I worked with, the people that I managed. And it's contrary, the statement of being rogue is contrary to the years that I dedicated my life to the state.
How did you become familiar with Nate Paul?
Well, as I mentioned, the first time that I had heard the name was connected to the open records request that was pending at the agency, the Office of the Attorney General, involving the Department of Public Safety.
And did you learn what the issue was about this open records request?
Yes, I did.
And what was the issue?
The Department of Public Safety had received a request for public information. Under the Public Information Act, agencies that desired to withhold information for a valid purpose have to ask for the Attorney General's ruling on withholding information within 10 days. The Department of Public Safety had requested a ruling from the Attorney General's office on whether it could withhold information under the law enforcement exception to disclosure. So in other words, if there is information in the request that qualifies as law enforcement information that is not required to be disclosed, the agency is requesting the Office of the Attorney General to make that determination so that that information can be withheld.
At the time that you began to have awareness of Nepal, how would you describe your sense of loyalty and support of the Attorney General?
It was my understanding that General Paxton had met personally with Nate Paul. He considered what had happened to Nate Paul to be wrong, and he wanted us to find a way to help Nate Paul.
And when was the first time? Did you have conversations with the Attorney General about this matter?
Yes.
When did personal conversations with the Attorney General begin in person? Either, well, let me put it in person or by phone or by text, any of that way. When did you first have contact of some type with the Attorney General about Nate Paul?
It was in the month of May of 2020.
And what form did that take, and how did it happen?
I believe it was all in person. There were no phone calls or text messages or emails, to my knowledge.
All right. And when they had these phone calls, do you recall what the Attorney General said in the first one and what the occasion was for that call?
The initial call was a request to pull the file, basically.
By whom? Who asked you?
General Paxton.
Do you recall what he said on the call?
Well, I say it wasn't a call. It was generally in person. So stopped by the office, asked me, I would like to see this file. And so I contacted Justin Gordon, who is the chief of the Open Records Division, and asked him to bring the file to my office.
Now, at that time, had you had any contact with Nate Paul's case yet? Or was the General Paxton's request of you the first time you had become involved?
That was the first time that I was involved in the DPS file, the request at that time.
So, did you get the file?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with it?
I reviewed it and notified the Attorney General that I was prepared to meet to discuss it.
How did you do that? How did you notify him?
Normally, it would have been an email to his scheduler, just to see if he was going to be in the office, to see if we could schedule a time to meet. I don't recall specifically if I emailed the scheduler or contacted his aide.
All right. Did you, when you reviewed it, what all did you do? I mean, how much time did you spend reviewing this file?
It's my recollection everything was drafted. The initial draft of the ruling was already complete, and it was a standard law enforcement exception was raised, law enforcement exception applies, the information should not be disclosed. So it was a pretty straightforward review.
Did you learn one way or the other whether there had been a previous ruling and finding from the department as to whether or not the law exception applied to the same event that was now happening with DPS?
Mr. President, I believe the objection would be this question calls for the solicitation of hearsay.
I don't agree it's leading, but I'll withdraw it because I don't think it was understandable. So I'll take it back.
For all the questions.
Thank you very much. So let me ask you this. When you reviewed the file, did you find out anything about whether or not, what event was being complained of that they wanted access, whose files they wanted access to?
The subject of the event was the August 2019 raid of Nate Paul's home and businesses.
All right. When you reviewed the file, did you find out one way or the other whether this issue had come before the agency once before about the file on the same event?
At the time, I did not connect this event to any previous determination by the office, but subsequently, I did connect the two.
All right. So ultimately, did you discover or connect, as this was the second time around for Mr. Paul and or his attorneys seeking information to overcome the law enforcement exception?
That's right.
Objection leading.
All right. Now,
Sustained.
all right. Now let me ask you this. After you reviewed the file and you informed the Attorney General you were available to meet, was there a meeting?
Yes.
And can you put a time area for us as to when this meeting occurred?
It was in the middle of May, and the reason that I believe that it was between that period is because when the Office of the Attorney General receives an open records request for a ruling, the office has 55 days, up to 55 days to issue that ruling. The DPS ruling was due June 2nd. That was the 55th day. So we would have been discussing it in the middle of May before it was released on June 2nd.
Now, you made a minute. Was there already a draft opinion regarding the matter that was intended to be issued before July 1?
Yes.
Or was it June 1 or July 1? I've got...
June 2nd was the 55-day deadline.
And what was the preliminary opinion that already existed in the file when you started looking at it?
It was to withhold the information under the law enforcement exception.
Now, when you told the lieutenant, the Attorney General that you were available, how soon did you meet with him if you did?
It would have been a matter of days between notifying him and scheduling a meeting in his office.
You met with him in his office?
Yes.
All right. Was anybody else present in the meeting?
There were a series of meetings at which Justin Gordon, the chief of the Open Records Division, and Ryan Bangert attended.
All right. So at this first meeting, were they both present?
I don't recall if both were present, but there were just in this meeting and the subsequent meeting, they were both in attendance at one or the other.
What did the Attorney General say in this meeting?
He asked us to review the file. He asked us what our interpretation of the file was. He told us that he had spoken personally with Mr. Paul. He said that he believed that something bad had happened to Mr. Paul. He felt that Mr. Paul was being railroaded by the FBI and by DPS. And General Paxton said that he didn't trust law enforcement. He asked us to find a way to release the information that had been requested to be withheld.
Now, in your experience and your familiarity with the subject, what was your response to that?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not. This is the witness. This is his
Overruled.
response. Thank you.
I told General Paxton that if we were to reach the opposite conclusion and to require the Department of Public Safety to release the information, it would upset decades of precedent involving the law enforcement privilege, where law enforcement agencies rely on the protection that the Public Information Act gives it to protect ongoing information, to protect confidential information, to protect witnesses who could be compromised if their names or their identities were released. So there's incalculable problems with reversing the decision to withhold the information and require it to be produced, not just across the state, but with the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr. President, if I may, a lot of this is in narrative and not responsive to the question.
That is exactly responsive. I object to this.
Just state the objection, but sustained. Go ahead.
Thank you. What was your opinion, based on your experience, as a potential danger to innocent citizens who had cooperated with the police, thinking that would be confidential?
It could silence people who might ordinarily comply or speak to the police if suddenly their names or identities could be released.
So what was the Attorney General's reaction when you told him all that? But first of all, the stuff that you just said, is that essentially, in a sense, the information you gave him in explaining what your position was?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody else speak up as well?
Objection, hearsay.
I asked if anybody else spoke up. That is not
Overruled.
thank you. Did anybody else speak up?
Ryan Banger also spoke. I don't recall exactly what he said, other than that
And what was the Attorney General's reaction to all this?
he again insisted that what had happened to Mr. Paul was wrong and that he didn't trust law enforcement.
And did he make any distinction about which agencies, or did he talk about all law enforcement?
It was specifically the FBI and the Department of Public Safety.
And did he say why he didn't trust them?
He said that he compared what had happened to Nate Paul to General Paxton's own personal situation involving the Department of Public Safety and the State Securities Board and the FBI.
Well, were you aware of who provided his security?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
The Department of Public Safety.
Did he indicate in his comments what his level of feeling or trust or distrust about them was?
Not to me.
All right. Now, how long did he, when you expressed what his initial opinions were, did he go any further, or how did the conversation proceed?
He asked me if he could obtain a copy of the DPS file.
Had you ever been asked or know of any other time where the Attorney General had asked to see a particular file that it's a public information request for?
No, sir.
So what did you do?
I said that it was possible for him to receive a copy of the file.
And I believe you said this was around May 15th, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him the file?
Yes, I did.
Did it have everything in it?
Yes, sir.
Did you take anything out of it?
No, sir.
Can you tell us whether or not in that file you had, there was any brief from the FBI weighing in as to their materials in the file and their position as to whether it ought to be released?
Yes, the FBI had submitted a brief in response to the DPS request.
What was the process or procedure within your department if you have a request for open records, people want to get some portion of it from another agency? What was your policy as to let the other agency weigh in?
The Public Information Act requires state agencies to notify the third party whose information may be at stake that they have a right to submit a letter ruling or a letter brief to the Office of the Attorney General for consideration.
So in these circumstances, would it be normal or unusual for y'all to have notified the FBI there was this request, that the request was to an agency whose files included FBI materials? Would it have been usual or unusual for them to let them know so that they could respond if they wanted to?
So in this situation involving the DPS request, the Department of Public Safety did notify the FBI that its information may be at stake in this request for a ruling. And the FBI responded by submitting a letter brief to the Office of the Attorney General under the ordinary principles of the statute.
Were you aware through these materials and looking through the file that there was an ongoing federal investigation of Mr. Paul at that time?
Yes, it was clear.
Did you take a position with the Attorney General that there was an ongoing, at least federal, I'm not including right now state because I have no knowledge one way or the other, but that there was at least a federal ongoing investigation of Mr. Paul that release of these documents would interfere with?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Did you inform him one way or the other did you have discussions with him concerning the topic of an ongoing federal investigation?
Yes.
And what did you tell him and what was said?
It's my recollection that there were discussions about the substance of the brief that the FBI had submitted, the quality of the arguments that they had raised and made.
And did this brief provide details of the ongoing federal investigation?
Objection. That will solicit hearsay, Your Honor.
No, I'm not asking for communication. I'm just asking whether or not it contained details about it.
May I be heard on that?
Yes.
Mr. President, so Mr. Harlan is asking the witness about the contents of some other document that is not currently in evidence, pretty much right down the fairway of hearsay.
I'm not asking
I'm
for
going to sustain, rephrase your question.
Well, I'm not asking you for specifics of what it said. I am only saying were there documents and information in this file that were used as the basis of a conversation with the Attorney General concerning the presence of an ongoing federal investigation of Mr. Paul?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you gave the file to him, how did that happen? Did you go to his office? What did you do?
I believe I delivered the file to Andrew Wicker, who was General Paxton's aide at the time.
And did you later confirm that Mr. Wicker gave it to the Attorney General?
Yes.
And how long was it? Will be some intervening events I'll ask you. Well, how long was it after that event that you retrieved your file from the Attorney General?
Well, as I mentioned, when the Office of the Attorney General has to make a ruling, it's on the clock. So we have a timeline. I was notified by Justin Gordon, the chief of the Open Records Division, that we needed to make a decision because the clock was coming up. It was approximately 7 to 10 days before that when I delivered the file to Andrew Wicker, and Mr. Gordon had emailed me asking for a status update.
And so then how long after, back to the original question, was it from the time you gave it to the Attorney General to you? Let me ask you this, was it ultimately returned to you?
Yes, it was returned to me.
And when was it returned? Approximately when was it returned to you?
I believe it was May 28th or May 29th.
All right. And in the meantime, were you part of any later conversations after the one you just relayed, in which you expressed your opinion, the Attorney General expressed his? Well, let me back up. In that second meeting, counting the first meeting being him asking you to look at the file, okay? The second meeting would be the one we just discussed. In that second meeting, did the Attorney General give you any indication as to what he wanted you to do?
Well, he wanted us to find a way to release the information.
And after you expressed yourself, Mr. Bangert expressed himself, the Attorney General expressed himself, in that second meeting, was there a conclusion as to what was going to happen?
No, sir, not that I recall.
All right, how did the meeting end up?
We were essentially at an impasse on our recommendation not to release the information and the Attorney General's decision to release it in some form. We told the Attorney General that we would review our options and follow up with him to see if there's anything else we can look at.
What was his position as to whether or not he wanted or thought the law enforcement exception should apply?
He didn't necessarily take a position that I recall other than something happened to Mr. Paul, it was wrong, this shouldn't be allowed for the FBI and the DPS to get away with.
All right. Now, after that, when was the next time you had any contact with the Attorney General on this matter?
Again, it probably was a matter of days after that, just in line of the timeline and the deadline. We followed up and let General Paxton know that we looked at it again. We didn't think that we could reach an alternative conclusion.
And who was the we in that part?
Ryan Bangert and myself.
And how did you let the Attorney General know?
We met in his office.
And do you recall when this third meeting was?
I believe it was toward the end of May.
And
Counselor, not to interrupt, we're a little past our mid-afternoon break. Is this a good spot,
is
or do you want to
fine.
go?
This is
You're
fine.
here?
Sure.
Okay. We'll stand in recess until 3:30.
should do it in a minute.
Here's fine. I can go up here.
Hasta que se deja ver. Dijeron viaja, matar.
Hey, ya no me entendía. Estaba llegando a Downtown. Oh shit, this is the wrong address. I'm gonna pull up Telemundo. Let me head over to Converse. Y luego vi aquí el mero pistolero. That's right. Joe A. Round. That's right. AKA Cobra Commander. That's right. That's right. Está aquí para la moto. He said, watch out for snakes. Watch out. Yo anda, esta es la unidad que hice así. I'm ready to go home.
Type of information, without going into the details of the FBI. Let me back up this way. In the FBI brief, did they, without saying right now what they were saying, did they lay out sources, names of witnesses, background and history of the investigation, personal data of investigating officers, and personal data on individuals? Was that included in the FBI brief as they argued against this disclosure?
Objection, Mr. President. Once again, this is not, the witness's testimony is not the best evidence of the content of this material.
Well,
it has not been entered into evidence, and it remains hearsay.
Your Honor, surely we can't keep that information from this record. I'm asking them simply of the types of information that was in there.
We'll overrule. You can ask for the types of information.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Limited to that.
So, I believe my question was, in the FBI brief, did they, without saying right now what they were saying, did they lay out sources, names of witnesses, background, history of the investigation, personal data of investigating officers, and personal data on individuals? Was that included in the FBI brief as they argued against this disclosure?
Yes, that was all the content of the probable cause affidavit that I recall.
So, what was your understanding as to whether or not lawyers for Mr. Paul were asking for things to be disclosed by the Attorney General's office that a federal judge had refused to disclose and sealed?
Objection, Mr. President. Leading.
I can
Sustained,
ask it another way. Were you aware that a federal judge had placed these documents under seal?
Yes, sir. based on the content of the FBI brief that indicated that the records were sealed and that the probable cause affidavit was identified as sealed.
So essentially, was the Attorney General of the state of Texas seeking to reveal to a person under a federal investigation the basis of the evidence so far that the government had against him?
Objection, leading.
Sustained, can you rephrase that?
Sure. Was there a clear clash here between what the judicial system had decided somebody that should be sealed versus a man under investigation seeking the sealed information?
Yes, that was my opinion.
And was the information he was seeking particularly harmful and dangerous to other people, if disclosed?
I believe so, to the extent it revealed the law enforcement information within the probable cause affidavit, the investigators that were involved, and other government officials that participated in the decision.
All right, so how did it proceed now about whether or not, by the way, by this time, can you give us a time frame where all of a sudden they're seeking the FBI brief?
I believe the request was submitted May 24th of 2020. So it was in the middle of our conversations about the DPS file itself.
All right. And did they, when they were seeking it, how long do you think it was before y'all provided an answer?
I think the answer was due sometime in July. I want to say that July 28th.
Of their open records request for the FBI brief, is that what you mean?
Correct.
Okay.
So if I can lay it out,
Yeah, please,
on a calendar.
please.
The DPS file was due June 2nd. The request by Nate Paul's lawyers to the AG's office for the FBI brief was received May 24th. I believe the deadline to issue that ruling was July 28th, just based on the 45-day or 55-day time period.
Mr. Vassar, if we do this in a time frame, what is your testimony as to whether or not the request for the FBI brief by itself came before the no decision on the release of the DPS file? Did it become before or after?
It came before, because the DPS decision was not issued until June 2nd.
All right. When the June 2nd position was issued, I believe that was what you said was the no decision. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Now, anytime after y'all said no decision, was there any attempt anymore by people on that Mr. Paul's position, excuse me, was there any attempt any longer to get access to the whole file?
No, not to my knowledge. So just generically, under the Open Records Act, when the Office of the Attorney General makes a ruling, the parties have the right to appeal that ruling to the district court. I'm not aware if that happened.
That's another way. So to your knowledge, are you familiar whether or not after y'all said no to the DPS file on June 2nd, was there any attempt by Mr. Paul's lawyers to appeal that to a district court as they were entitled to?
I'm not advised of that.
And instead, did they move to be trying to get an unredacted version of the FBI brief?
It's the timelines are suspicious.
And they're suspicious for what reason?
Sorry, Mr. President, I'm going to object to the witness's speculation and unresponsive statement and ask Your Honor to strike it from the record.
Yeah, we'll sustain that and strike that from the record. You can ask any other question.
When you issued no opinion on June 2nd, was there in that no opinion a redacted version of the FBI brief?
No, sir.
All right. as of June 2nd, had they had access to the FBI brief with the probable cause affidavit setting out the basis for the search and arrest?
Objection.
Excuse me just a second, I'm sorry.
Please.
Strike the word arrest. There wasn't an arrest. I didn't mean that. Go ahead.
Objection, Mr. President. Calls for speculation. I understand the question to be asking for what Nate Paul's lawyers did or didn't have, unless I misunderstood Mr. Harlan.
Objection sustained.
Would it change if I said he misunderstood me?
Give it a try.
All right, no problem. All right, now, let's do this. What was the decision? Did you have any conversations with the Attorney General on the issue of releasing to Mr. Paul the FBI brief?
Yes.
How did those conversations happen? When? Where?
They coincided with our conversations about the DPS file, just given that the timelines overlapped.
All right, so can you estimate the time frame when you talked to the AG about whether to release the FBI brief?
I believe it was the last week of May.
And when you did so, what did you do? I mean, what was the decision? Can you tell me what the Attorney General said?
I had notified General Paxton that the office had received a public information request related to the DPS file, and it was a request for the unredacted FBI brief that the FBI had submitted.
And what was his response?
He asked to see a copy of the two briefs, the redacted version and the unredacted version.
Did you give them to him?
Yes.
What happened next?
We met maybe the next day, and he showed me the two versions that I had sent to him, and he had highlighted and circled and marked up some of the documents. And he stated to me that he didn't see anything in here that should be withheld.
Attorney General of the state of Texas, are you saying, actually went over the affidavit and the brief, all the information that was referred to in the brief, and made circles himself on it?
He marked up the copies of the letter brief that the FBI had submitted to the Office of the Attorney General.
And the Attorney General decided, what had been your advice as to whether it should be released?
Well, the initial step in that process would have been to notify the FBI that the office had received a request for its information.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did not personally, but...
Was it done?
It was, yes, sir, it was done.
And what was the status? Were you waiting for their response?
Yes.
What was did the Attorney General have a position about that?
On their response?
Yes.
So it was my understanding that there was a delay in either connecting with the FBI or the correct person to make a decision on whether to respond and how to respond. After a follow-up attempt to contact their office, I don't know the content of that conversation, but I know we made a couple of attempts to contact them.
And then when you were unsuccessful in figuring out who in the FBI to talk to, what happened then?
After mentioning all of these sequences of events to General Paxton, he directed us to let the brief go out.
And he had earlier told you he didn't see anything that was a problem releasing?
That's right.
Do you know anything about the criminal law or practice history that Attorney General might have been particularly informed about to make those kind of decisions?
Objection, Mr. President. Calls for speculation.
No, let me rephrase it to make sure it's understood.
Sustained.
Do you know of anything that you've ever witnessed or observed in terms of knowledge, background, or history of the Attorney General to be making a decision about what law enforcement information should and should not be released?
No, sir.
All right. Now, when you released, are you saying that the Attorney General's office released an FBI brief, unredacted, to the subject of a federal investigation, in spite of it having pointed out that the information in there currently was under seal with the federal judge?
Objection, Mr. President. Leading.
I don't think that's leading. I can,
Stating, sustain,
pardon me?
sustain.
All right.
Rephrase.
Tell us exactly what the consequences and what he did when he ordered that brief to be released to the subject of a federal investigation.
So the decision to release the information was done under the Public Information Act in order to reach a decision that the office was required to make in response to a request for information. Based on what I recall, the absence of the third party responding or responding in time or informing the office that it didn't intend to fight the release resulted in a release under the act.
Well, would you have released it even if you were making the decision? Let me put it this way. You, as a courtesy, tell fellow law enforcement agencies this is under consideration, correct?
It's a required notice under the Public Information Act.
In your processes, are you allowed and able to review law enforcement information from another agency? And even if you don't hear from that agency one way or the other, do you have the authority to declare the law enforcement exception to apply and hold it back even if you don't hear from the other agency?
There are situations in the open records context when the Open Records Division may raise exceptions based on the information that it reviews that may not have been raised by the parties.
In this particular case, what was your position, even when you had not heard from the FBI yet? What was your position as to whether this FBI brief, unredacted, should be released to the subject of the investigation?
I believe that it should have been withheld just based on the content of the document.
And did you argue that position?
Yes.
Did you argue that position even when you had not heard yet from the FBI?
Yes.
And once that information is released, is it released under any conditions, or can the recipient share it with anybody he wants to?
It's not released under any conditions.
So when you release law enforcement information through a Freedom of Information Act or public records request, once that information is out, if anybody wants to find out, what would be the possibility if anybody with larceny in their heart wants to know addresses, names, all kinds of personal information about law enforcement or witnesses, would they potentially have access to it if the possessor wants to give it to them?
Objection, Mr. President. This is leading and calls for speculation on Mr. Vassar's part.
Sustain.
Mr. Vassar, are you aware that in September of 2020, a, quote, special prosecutor was serving subpoenas using the names and addresses of officials that appeared in the file that your agency released?
Objection, Mr. President.
Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry. Objection, Mr. President.
That is why this is relevant.
Don't talk to each other. What is your objection?
Objection. Assumes facts not established in evidence in this trial, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I swear to you under my oath as a lawyer, you're going to have that evidence presented. Now,
I don't have it now.
Pardon me?
We don't have it now.
I know that, but it's coming. My point being is I'm only asking him if he was aware the event happened. When he talks about evidence not be before the court as yet, I'm seeking to find out if he's aware how this information was used. He can say he's not aware, and that ends the inquiry. But if he says he does, it points out the danger of what exactly happened here in this case, which is at the heart of the major impeachment contentions that we have.
Mr. President, may I be heard?
Yes.
I have great esteem for my colleague. However, I promise it's coming is not a proper response to that objection.
Sustained.
I'll have this question. Was the type of information I talked to you about available then to the recipient once you released the FBI brief?
Mr. President, same objection, same horse, different question.
Still a legitimate question. The question was that available to the recipient? That's all. I haven't asked about anybody else you haven't heard information about. I'm talking about the person in this case, Nate Paul.
In this case, Counselor, I'll overrule.
Was it?
The information that would have been in the FBI brief is what would have been disclosed to the requester.
Thank you. Now, can I move on to was that the last contact? To your knowledge, did the representatives of Nate Paul make any more attempt after you released the FBI brief? Was there any more attempt to get the information from the DPS?
Not to my knowledge.
So what is your testimony as to whether or not, after you issued no opinion, but then released the FBI brief, was there any more attempt to try to get to a fuller file of DPS?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. And was any lawsuit, to your knowledge, filed in state court to try to get it?
No, sir.
What did that indicate to you?
They may have gotten the information.
From some other way?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if we can, when's the next thing you had to do with Mr. Nate Paul?
Unknown to me at the time, Ryan Banger contacted me on July 31st, which I think was a Friday, in the evening, and asked me about a foreclosure opinion.
Did you? And how did that come about? That was, but you remember what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday evening.
All right. And Mr. Vassar, what did you understand that your responsibilities and mission were?
So Mr. Banger contacted me and told me that we needed to look into foreclosure sales.
And did you understand, who did you understand this was a request from, that you were asked to do this?
From General Paxton.
Do you recall where you were when you got the information?
I was at home.
And what did you do as a result?
I responded to Mr. Banger over the phone and told him that I would look into it. I would give him a first draft as soon as I could.
Now, what time of day was it? Was it, first of all, what day of the week was it?
Friday.
And what time was it on Friday night that Mr. Banger called you?
Between 5 and 7. I mean, it was.
And at that time, did you understand in response to the initial call there was any urgency one way or the other?
Yes, it was.
And when the urgency, when were you supposed to try to have this opinion?
As soon as possible.
What did that mean to you? No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I told Ryan that I would get him a draft sometime that evening, if not first thing in the morning.
All right, did you do that?
Yes.
And then what did you do the rest of the morning in connection with it?
Ryan and I spoke about the draft. He agreed with the initial conclusion, which decided that foreclosure sales should be allowed to proceed under the governor's executive order at the time.
All right, and were the two of you in agreement with that?
Yes.
About what time of day did y'all get a document that you thought was sufficient to send over to the Attorney General as a draft?
It was probably 11 to 12 on Saturday, that next day.
What's the next thing you did in connection with it?
Ryan called me not long after that, probably 30 to 45 minutes after he had sent it to General Paxton.
Were you aware as a result of that phone call whether he had talked to the Attorney General?
Yes.
And as a result, what did you understand your new mission was?
I understood that General Paxton said that we got the wrong answer.
All right. So the right answer had been what, in your view?
Well, based on the office's position on numerous COVID-related matters, we had erred on the side of opening Texas, not closing Texas or prohibiting people from gathering. We had issued a number of opinions relating to houses of worship, election issues, and schools, all of them encouraging opening, not closing it. So the initial conclusion was based on my understanding of the office's position throughout the summer.
And did you make a legal determination that went in line with what you believed the office policy was?
Yes.
And then what happened when you were told you had the wrong answer? What did you do?
I laughed.
Why did you laugh?
I just because I found out that I had gotten the wrong answer when I believed I had reached the right answer just based on the office's position throughout the summer.
All right, so then what did y'all do?
I told Ryan that I would take a look at reaching a different conclusion. I think he volunteered to do that and made modifications to the draft that I had sent him.
Now, you two guys are deputy chiefs of the whole office, right?
Ryan at the time was deputy first assistant, and I was deputy for legal counsel. Yes, sir.
Well, you were pretty high up in the food chain, were you not?
Yes, sir.
How often do you two write opinions?
Rarely.
Do you have any idea why the two of y'all were doing it rather than very capable lawyers underneath you in the litigation section?
I think it was a priority issue that General Paxton wanted someone to get it done as quickly as possible.
All right, so who did the main drafting this second time?
It was essentially the same shell of the first draft, and Ryan Banger revised the conclusion to conclude that foreclosure sales should not proceed.
Were you aware of at that time any contacts that Mr. Banger and the Attorney General were having in drafting the opinion?
I knew that Ryan Banger was speaking with General Paxton.
And were you getting any kind of progress request or not? Were you aware of how often they were speaking one way or the other?
No.
All right. And then was there any challenge to rewrite it?
Well, I mean, we had to go back and adjust the analysis to the extent we could based on the position that we had taken initially.
All right. Now, once you completed it, about what time in the morning on Sunday did you complete it?
I spoke with Ryan throughout the day on Saturday after we were exchanging drafts and trying to reach an opposite conclusion. It's my understanding that he finished around midnight on Saturday evening.
Was he passing on to you, y'all discussing at that time any involvement in the Attorney General in the editing process?
I was not involved in any conversations directly.
That was going to be my next question. So during that entire evening that night, is it correct to say you were not dealing with the Attorney General, only Ryan was?
That's right.
Okay. Now, once it was produced, at any time during that process, did you have any idea whether or not this was something that would or would not benefit Nate Paul?
No, sir.
Did you later change your opinion or your sense of awareness?
Objection, Mr. President. This calls for speculation.
I'm only asking about his mind state. I'm not asking anybody.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I believe Monday, I think it was Tuesday.
And what changed your mind Tuesday?
Well, foreclosure sales across the state are held on the first Tuesday of each month. So when the opinion was announced on our website on Sunday at roughly 1 in the morning, a foreclosure sale was reported in the media to have been...
Objection, Mr. President. Any reports in the media would be obvious hearsay and inadmissible.
Sustained.
All right. All I'm going to ask you is, did news reports provide you information that changed your sense of awareness?
Same objection.
I'm not asking you what you heard, not asking you what you read, not asking you any hearsay or anything. Just simply, did news reports later change your sense of awareness, whatever that was?
He's just, excuse me, he's just asking about did it, not what was in them. Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Now, at the end of the day, did whatever that opinion was, did that concern you? And if so, why?
Well, not at the time. It was odd, but it wasn't concerning because at the time I had no context for who was involved or what it was for.
And then once you did have a context about who might be involved, did that change? What was your reaction to that?
It was even stranger that we would have gone through that effort to become involved in a potential Nate Paul related issue involving foreclosure sales.
Okay. Now, after that opinion was done, did you have anything else to do with anything that Mr. Nate Paul and his businesses did, whether it was later bankruptcy or any other events? Did you know anything else? Do you have anything else to do on that front, on foreclosure front, with Mr. Nate Paul or his affairs?
No, sir.
All right. Now, let's go to the final area I want to talk to you about. Was it tell us what your responsibilities were if somebody above you or below you wants to do a contract with an outside lawyer. Let's start here. What was the policy generally of getting outside law firms within the agency? How would that happen ordinarily?
So ordinarily, with an agency of 800 lawyers and 4,000 employees, there are sometimes a need to retain outside counsel. That could be because it's a specialized area of law. Maybe it's intellectual property law, where the Office of the Attorney General doesn't employ IP lawyers. It could also be a local counsel issue. If the state of Texas wants to intervene in a Virginia case, the office would need local counsel. So there are unique instances where we would have engaged outside counsel to represent the agency. All of those requests are managed by the General Counsel Division, which I oversaw in my role as Deputy Attorney General for Legal Counsel.
Well, now, how often in your memory have you ever recall outside counsel being retained to do a criminal investigation?
None.
Ever?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
Mostly just because the prosecutors and the attorneys in the office would handle that work.
So when did you first become aware that the Attorney General wanted to hire an outside law firm for a criminal investigation regarding the complaints of Nate Paul?
Well, the first time that General Paxton contacted me, I believe, was in the middle of August of 2020.
And what was the nature of that contact?
He wanted to know what the basic process was to retain outside counsel.
What did you tell him?
I told him exactly what I just explained to this chamber of there has to be a request, there has to be a specific need. The attorneys have to be vetted to ensure that there's no potential conflicts of interest. And there's a formal approval memorandum and a outside counsel contract template that is signed by the attorney and the Office of the Attorney General.
So can we have our exhibit 160, please, Stacy? Is that not in evidence? All right, we moved into evidence. 160. Thank you.
No objection at all, Mr. President.
Show 160 be admitted into evidence.
Now, I'll represent, well, you tell me, what is exhibit, do you have a hard copy?
It's on the screen right now.
Okay. Do you recognize what it is?
I do. It's an email from myself to General Paxton's Proton Mail email address dated September 3rd of 2020.
Now, that's a different type of email address than the official Attorney General email route, isn't it, or is it? What is a Proton address?
I'm not sure. I believe it's a private email service.
Well, it's been suggested by his lawyers that that's very frequently used in your organization. Is that true? And there's a Proton email address in addition to your official one very commonly used with the people in the office.
Objection, Mr. President, lack of foundation, and calls for speculation by Mr. Vassar.
No. They can't do what they did. You heard the cross-examination in this kid talking about how common and ordinary it was and everything. Surely I'm allowed to ask this witness if that's true.
Mr. President, I
That's
believe
all I'm doing.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I believe we've invoked the rule and perhaps should not be talking about what other witnesses testified to with this witness.
I was getting ready to say that.
Pardon me?
I was getting ready to say that.
Yes.
Sustained, and you should not be talking about other testimony given in that specific instant.
Well, let me ask you. If one were to contend it is commonly used within your agency to have a Proton email address, would that be accurate or inaccurate?
Objection, Mr. President, calls for speculation.
Your Honor, this is really...
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Not to my knowledge.
Pardon me?
I've never, not to my knowledge. It would not be ordinary to me. I am not even sure what it was.
Yes, I'm not trying to suggest it's never done, but in your experience, have you frequently or infrequently been dealing with official business in your agency with the Proton email address?
Objection, relevance.
I asked whether he...
Overruled.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
No, sir.
All right.
This could be the first time that I had used that email address for General Paxton before I hadn't seen it before.
How did you know to use it here?
I think I asked him for his email address that he wanted me to send the contract to, the draft.
The general himself?
Yes, sir.
So are you saying that 5 years you've been there, this email address is the first time you ever used it in dealing with him?
Objection, leading.
I'm asking, just try to be clear.
Sustain the objection, but rephrase.
Thank you. Is, in this particular case, do you recall when he gave you this, how did he ask you to do it, first of all? Did he call you, drop in on you, or how did this happen?
The first time was a phone call when he asked about the basic process for retaining outside counsel. The second, he came into my office on September 3rd, and he instructed me to draft a contract for Brandon Kamek.
And then did he tell you at that occasion where to send it?
Possibly. If I didn't follow up with him to ask him, he could have instructed me in my office on that day of where to send it.
Ordinarily, if you sent it to his regular official agency email address, who would have access to it?
I believe the assistant has access to his email box. I don't know if he had access.
Would this Proton address be on access? Would other people be? Is there any way other people would be aware of it or ultimately run into it? If you sent something at this address, does that become available to others, or would it be only to the user of this email?
Objection, Mr. President.
If you know.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation, assumes facts not in evidence.
I'm not asking for any. I don't know what facts are not in evidence I've talked about. I simply trying to find out is if this is used, would that then be restricted in availability to the Attorney General? That's all I'm asking.
And Mr. President, what I will renew is my objection that there is no foundation laid for Mr. Vassar to know anything about what the other agency employees can access or cannot access.
Sustained.
Now, when you sent him this contract, did you draft anything in there that was a little different?
Well, I drafted the scope of work.
And when the Attorney General asked you to do the draft, was anybody else around you when he asked you to send it?
No, sir.
Did he describe to you what he wanted this person to get a contract for?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
It was my understanding that Mr. Kamek was being hired as a second set of eyes, if you will, to review the Travis County District Attorney's referral of the complaint involving Nate Paul.
And had you been ever asked to do that in the criminal law area before?
No, sir.
When was the last time you had done an outside agency contract for somebody to do a criminal investigation?
I can't recall one.
Does that mean you don't remember any?
That's right.
All right. So when you did that, did you pay attention to a particular concern as to how to limit the scope of work?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
Well, the referral from Travis County used specific language about providing assistance to Travis County.
Did you look at it at the time, the referral?
The first time I was given a copy of the referral from Travis County was September 3rd.
Were you aware at that time, one way or the other, of any conversations and disagreements that had been occurring internally as to whether Mr. Kamek should be hired to do this? Were you aware through talking to other people or any other source?
Objection, Mr. President. That response would call for hearsay.
I've not asked for the statements yet. I've asked if he was aware of anything.
I'm going to sustain. Would you re-ask the question?
Thank you. So, at that time, were you aware of any other concern about this matter, namely Mr. Kamek being hired to review a criminal investigation or whatever the assignment was? Were you aware one way or the other as to whether there was any opposition by other people in the organization to hiring Mr. Kamek for this project?
Objection, Mr. President. That would be derivative of hearsay.
I have asked simply whether he's aware of...
Overruled.
Thank you.
He can answer.
Are you?
Yes, sir.
Is that another reason you wanted to be cautious?
Objection, leading.
All right, that's fair enough.
Sustained.
Are you? Thank you, Judge. Were you, because without going into what you said, had you had conversations before September 3rd with the Attorney General about this matter?
Yes, sir.
When did you have your first conversation with him about it?
The first time would have been when he asked about the basic process. That would have been around August 15th.
And at that time, did he talk to you at all about what he had in mind?
No, sir. It wasn't until the week of August 26th, I believe, when I was on vacation, General Paxton called me and asked me to explain the process, the basic process, to two individuals.
Did he mention Mr. Kamek's name?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just asked me to contact both of the individuals, explain the process to them, and that these were the two individuals that...
The other person, why two individuals? Was there somebody else under consideration?
There were two names that General Paxton gave me.
And what was the other name he asked you to prepare a potential contract for?
Joe Brown.
All right. Mr. Joe Brown had been a previous U.S. attorney, had he not?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, so did you prepare a contract like we just introduced for both Mr. Kamek and Joe Brown?
No, sir.
All right. Whom did you prepare the contract for exclusively?
So the only contract that was prepared in this matter was for Brandon Kamek.
And why did you not do one for Mr. Brown?
Based on when the Attorney General came into my office on September 3rd and directed me to prepare a contract for Brandon Kamek, it was my understanding that there was no longer any need for a contract for Mr. Brown.
All right. I want to take the contract now. Stacy, if you could put up, I moved to introduce 160. I'm not sure I got a reaction one way or the other.
Mr. Harden, you admitted it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to move on this contract of September 3rd over to the addendum. Can you go to the next to last page, which says Addendum A? You have that?
Yes, sir.
And is there a portion of this contract and this addendum that you can direct the court and the jury to that will show how you tried to restrict the scope of activity in this contract?
Well, and again, this was all drafted based on my understanding of General Paxton's decision of what Mr. Kamek should be doing, as well as the conversations about the Travis County referral and the extent to which it authorized our office to assist. You can see that the first paragraph specifically refers to certain criminal violations made by state and federal employees. So there's a singular referral that this contract is referring to.
It says, does it not, that this is to be a review of the allegations, correct?
That's correct.
One could review the allegations just by looking at them, right?
That's right.
Object to the sidebar. Move to strike.
It's not a sidebar, it's a question, Your Honor.
You can
Can you-
strike the word right.
Okay. And a review of the allegations, which include complaints of potential criminal violations made by certain state and federal employees. Were you aware at that time of any of the details of what was in Mr. Paul's complaint?
When I drafted this scope, that was the first time that I received a copy of the referral and a copy of the complaint.
And when you looked in the referral, when you looked at the documents that Mr. Paul had provided the Travis County DA's office and that they sent over to the Attorney General's office, what type of allegations did you note as to what type of people and conduct this young man was to look into?
Based on what I recall, Mr. Paul had alleged that certain members of the FBI and the task force, the Department of Public Safety, may have taken his phone from him or not allowed him to contact his attorney. They may have damaged property searching through evidence. I don't recall the specific nature of the allegations other than just...
Were there allegations about improper conduct by a federal magistrate?
Yes, sir.
Did that give you pause?
It did.
Well, all right. So when you see these kind of allegations, then how did you draft it to try to take care of that, in your opinion?
Well, the last paragraph refers to conducting an investigation under the authority of the OAG, which would be derivative of the complaint, which is to assist. Towards the end of the paragraph, it explains that notwithstanding anything else, outside counsel should only conduct an investigation consistent with the complaint and only as directed by the Office of the Attorney General, meaning that any activities that he wanted to pursue should have been authorized and approved by the office.
And in it, as the way you structured this, do you make any reference in there to this man becoming a special prosecutor?
There's a plain exception that says that the legal services under this contract do not include any other post-investigation activities, including but not limited to indictment or prosecution.
So, as you believed when you drafted this contract and circulated it to be approved by others, what did you think this contract was setting out, giving him the authority to do if it was approved?
In short, he was to review the allegations in the complaint, the statements in the complaint, prepare a report that would be returned to our investigators to provide a second opinion to General Paxton.
And those investigators of yours would have been of who? Who would they have been turned over to?
David Maxwell and Mark Penley. David Maxwell was the director of law enforcement at the office, and Mark Penley was the deputy attorney general for criminal justice. Did
you have discussions with the Attorney General that this is what he was authorized to do? Or did you have any, first, did you have any conversations with the Attorney General about this?
Yes.
About this restriction?
About the nature of the services that CAMIC was being hired for, yes, sir.
What did you say to him?
I just explained that we can't, the OAG, the Office of the Attorney General, cannot ordinarily engage in a criminal investigation except for a referral, a case of a referral. General Paxton explained that he had a referral from Travis County, and then I explained that even under a referral, we wouldn't have an outside counsel representing the agency in a prosecutorial role.
What was his reaction?
He didn't have one that I recall.
All right. And so then, after you have done this, what kind of process it was supposed to go? When you sent this to the Attorney General, did you get a response from him?
No, sir.
Did you hear back from him on this?
Not that I recall. when he asked me to send him a draft of the contract, he also asked me to send it to Brandon Kamek.
Well, so if I can, I move to introduce 161, please.
I don't see this on our list. Has this
I'm
been
moving
agreed
to introduce it. I believe it's not in evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Mr. President.
Stella, could I have a hard copy, please?
There are no objections. When you receive it, Mr. Harden, you may.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
admit 161 to evidence.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now, this is, would you identify this for me on September the 3rd? Now, this is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I have just a second? Mr. Vassar, I want you to look at 161. I want you to look at 161 and see if that is basically the same document that you had sent the same day on September 3rd, except that this one is to Mr. Kamek. Is it the same document?
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right, so now you have forwarded a contract to Mr. Kamek and the same contract to the Attorney General. But what all would be necessary to happen before this became a true contract and Mr. Kamek authorized to work for the Attorney General? What would be necessary?
So ordinarily, when the Office of the Attorney General wants to engage an outside counsel, that has to be approved internally through what was referred to at the time as an executive approval memorandum. That memorandum would explain the background of the request, the nature of the legal authority through which the agency could act, and the amount that was likely to be expended.
All right. In this situation, if you're going to go through the matrix for the contract, would you explain on this type of procedure what would it be the process? How many people would have to approve of this?
I'll run through them very quickly, but generally the process would start with the General Counsel Division Chief. It would next go to the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division. Budget would be next. I believe I would be next in line as the Deputy Attorney General for Legal Counsel. Given the nature of the services involved criminal justice, Mark Penley, the Deputy Attorney General for Criminal Justice, would have been next. I believe Lacey Mays was next.
Well, in y'all's process, what happens if anyone along that chain refuses to accept it or approve it? What happens?
Basically, the request is denied, but it could be revived based on further conversations.
All right. In other words, everything stops if somebody declines until at least it's talked about more? Is that what you mean?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what happens if the Attorney General goes out and unilaterally hires somebody without sending it through the process at all? In your opinion, could he do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. He has the authority, right?
Yes, sir.
He's the guy. Okay. Now, if in fact, are you familiar with why y'all follow those processes, though, that you've just described that would be in the ordinary situation? Why do you do it that way?
Mainly for efficiency purposes, but also just to ensure that each decision is vetted by the divisions that may have input or advice on the specific
All right,
issue.
So are the people that are put on there division heads of the divisions that are affected by the contract?
Yes, sir.
So in this contract, what all divisions would be affected that would have to okay it?
The General Counsel Division, the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division, the Budget Division, myself, the controller, the agency controller, the deputy for administration, the deputy for criminal justice, the chief of staff, and the first assistant.
It's like 8 people, isn't it?
There's a lot.
Hey, thanks a lot. All right. Now, let me ask you, in the emails that we looked at, or in this document, 161 is a contract, earlier some emails when we looked at 160, 160 is the contract that goes to Mr. Paxton. 161 is a contract that goes to Mr. Kamek. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you go, if you want, 228, contract 228. Not contract, exhibit 228. Well, hold that, please. Don't put that hold on. I'm sorry, Joe. I apologize. I want to ask you I want you to look at 166. I believe this is already in evidence, Your Honor, because I think it's already been up on the screen once.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. 161. Now, I want you to look at this and describe for everyone whether this sets out the approval level it has to be done. Does it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, this is the contract that is to be the process to get Mr. Kamek's contract approved, correct?
That's right.
So it starts out with Joshua Godby, the Charitable Trust Division. Why would he have to approve it?
So the Financial Litigation and Charitable Trust Division manage the Office of Attorney General's outside counsel contracts.
Do y'all ever approve a contract that hasn't been the agreement to fund it? Who has to agree to fund it?
The Budget Division has to approve funding.
All right. Let's go up. Then Josh Godby, after him is Ryan Vassar. Who drafted this particular document?
I did.
All right. And how did you know what to put down here under the synopsis and background?
Just based on my understanding, again, of the nature of the services that Kamek was being engaged for.
Excuse me.
Mr. President, I believe there may be some distress over whether this document is actually in evidence. We do not object to it. It has not been offered.
Yeah, we're just re-looking at that now. So it was not entered, but you do not object. Is that correct? Pardon?
Not.
Okay.
I believe it was shown by an earlier lawyer of your side. I think you had
It was a pretrial
Yeah.
issue that didn't come
Are
in.
good.
But you're good. Go forward.
Thank you very much.
You did not
Joe.
object.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let's...
Excuse me, for the record, 166 is admitted to evidence.
Thank you very much. Now, so you prepared over on the second page, or it says page 1, but it's second when you turn it, the synopsis of what happened in the background and all of that?
Yes, sir.
I want you to tell us in your own words, when you sign off an initial, this particular contract, did you sign off as if you approved it?
Yes.
All right, why did you do that?
I concluded, based just on my position of whether the agency had lawful authority to hire an outside counsel, Brandon Kamek, in this situation, that it did.
So you understood who wanted to hire him?
Yes.
Who was it?
General Paxton.
Describe it in your own words. Did he make clear he was going to do it?
Yes.
So did you have any doubt whether or not that's what he was instructing you to do?
No, sir.
When you draft it, put a synopsis and initial it. Tell us in your own words, what was your position then as to whether this contract should or should not be approved?
So based in my position as deputy for legal counsel, my role was to recommend based on whether the agency had lawful authority to act, not whether it should act. So in my review, I determined that CAMIC, as outside counsel, could provide legal services to the agency to investigate or to review the complaint referred by Travis County.
And what would be your position as to whether he had the authority if he stepped outside the scope that you had drafted so carefully in the addendum A?
Objection, Mr. President. That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Was he authorized to do more on behalf of the Attorney General's office than you set out in the scope A of the contract?
Not in the draft that I wrote.
Now, when you sent these two contracts, or these proposed contracts, that you've just raised an issue right there. Were these drafts, or were they final contracts?
They were both drafts.
So at the time you sent these out to Mr. Kamek and to the Attorney General, what was necessary to make them a binding contract where the Attorney General's office had actually legally hired Mr. Kamek? What process was required?
Objection, Mr. President. This actually calls for a very important legal conclusion. And this witness is not qualified to reach that conclusion on the ultimate issue.
I'm asking him what process within his organization was necessary for it then to be, at least him to consider it, a complete contract with the agency. Let me put it that way.
That is a different question than the one you asked.
So I'm going to sustain the first objection of sustain.
But he's allowing the second one. Is that
Well, you can start the second one now.
Thank
One
you.
more time.
All right, thank you. So what was necessary in your mind as the person responsible for both drafting and initiating these contracts to make the drafts you sent to Mr. Kamek and to the Attorney General? What was necessary as far as your procedures, in your experience, and in your opinion, to make it a contract where Mr. Kamek was actually officially hired and entitled to be paid under the contract?
Objection, Mr. President. That question is extremely compound. There are several questions in it. Procedures, policies, his opinion may be very different things.
Sustain.
The contract that you sent, had it been signed by anybody?
No, sir.
To be a binding contract as far as you would be concerned and the agency and your responsibilities, whom did it have to be signed by to be a binding contract?
Under the agency's signature delegation policies at the time, it would have been Jeff Mateer.
All right. And if the contract at that time was signed solely by Mr. Kamek, do you have a contract, or does it have to be signed by somebody that combined the agency along with Mr. Kamek?
It would have needed to be signed by the agency as well as funding obligated to pay for the services.
So did we ever get to that process that you were aware of at this time?
It was started, I believe June 4th, we started the internal approval process.
And that's the internal process. It's circulating it to the people on Exhibit 166?
Yes, sir.
Just to correct the record, the witness said June 4th. I believe you mean September 4th. Is that correct?
That's right. September 4th.
I'm sorry?
Let the record reflect September 4th.
Okay. The cover sheet would be 166, would it not? The contract, I believe, were the 164. 161, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we got it straight.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
We've got
Be
166.
best to speak to the court. And
166 is what I introduced that you accepted. And that's a copy of the approval sheet. And that's what I was asking. I'm sorry, that's what I was asking about.
don't talk over each other. Yes, sir.
166 is on the screen and it has been admitted.
Pardon me?
You can continue, Mr. Harden.
I'm sorry, I'm all confused.
166 has been admitted.
Right.
166, correct?
But I thought you were changing the number on me.
I'm sorry. I'm confused by your statement. Maybe this would be a good time for a break.
All right.
In about 15 more minutes. About 15 more minutes, we'll have a break.
All right, thank you. So let's try to move through this real quickly. Did it start going through different procedures, and what was the outcome of this contract? Did it ultimately go all the way, or did it stop somewhere along the way?
It stopped
The
along
approval
way.
process. And where did it stop?
Mark Penley declined to sign the approval memorandum.
And when did you become aware that Mr. Penley would not sign it?
I don't recall the exact date. I recall there were conversations that when I signed it, it would go to Mark Penley next. I advised Jeff Mateer that that was going to be the next line in the sequence. I also advised Mark Penley that he was going to be next after I signed it. I don't recall exactly when Mark Penley declined to sign.
I think there are other documents that we can introduce later that would show that. We'll do it through other people. As to your involvement, Mr. Vassar, how would you view your role once you started sending out the drafts? Did you start having contact personally with Mr. Kamek, where he would have several different requests that you would communicate with him, or what?
I was the point of contact for Mr. Kamek just based on the introduction through General Paxton. After the internal approval process had started, I received a call from Mr. Kamek. I believe it was around the 13th of September.
What did he want?
He asked if there were any official documents or an official email address that we could give him.
And at some stage along the line, were there inquiring about whether he was going to have inquiries by him as to where he was going to have credentials?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
Was he going to have credentials? Did that ever become an issue that would show that he was authorized to work on behalf of the AG's office?
No, sir.
Did you ever provide him any?
No, sir.
Did he ask you for any?
He did on that phone call.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that he didn't have a contract yet. I didn't understand why he needed credentials to identify himself as representing the agency.
All right. Were you aware, what was your level of awareness as to whether Mr. Kamek, or belief, was authorized to be speaking for the AG's office before this process was completed? What was your belief?
He had none. He had no authority to represent the office.
In your opinion, when would he have had authority to represent the office?
When?
Yes.
When he had a binding and executed contract.
And did he ever, to your knowledge, have a binding and executed contract?
Objection, Mr. President. This once again calls for a very important legal conclusion that goes to the heart of the matter.
I'm not asking him for a legal conclusion.
Witness can answer the question if you know of your own personal knowledge, not on hearsay.
On October 2nd, I believe Brandon Kamek sent a contract that appeared to be signed by General Paxton and Mr. Kamek himself.
Do you know when you first saw that?
I believe it was October 2nd.
Is that the first? Describe for us. Were you aware before, any time before that, that General Paxton had decided to sign the contract on behalf of the Attorney General's office?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea at that time when you saw it on October the 2nd, how and when that happened?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Paxton ever tell you that he had signed a contract personally with Mr. Kamek?
Yes, he did.
When did he tell you that?
I believe it was Friday in October, which may have been the 3rd. He emailed me and informed me that he had signed the contract with Kamek and that there had been a mistake in Jeff Mateer's letter terminating the contract as an invalid agreement.
We need to jump ahead a little bit for this particular portion. You're aware, or you're not, that, well, let me ask you, do you recall what date you and a group of people went to the FBI to report your concerns?
September 30th.
All right. And are you aware then when you all informed the Attorney General that you had done so?
October 1st is when we notified General Paxton.
And after you informed the Attorney General, did it sometime on the either September the 30th or October 1, had Mr. Kamek been sent a cease and desist letter?
Yes.
And whom did he send a cease and desist by whom sent him a cease and desist letter?
I believe Mark Penley sent a letter to Mr. Kamek, and Jeff Mateer sent a separate letter to Mr. Kamek.
And then separately, was action taken in the courts concerning the subpoenas, grand jury subpoenas, that Mr. Kamek had obtained and was serving? Was there separate action undertaken by either Mr. Penley or Mr. Mateer?
Mr. President, we object as to leading.
Are you aware of anything?
Abstain.
Excuse me. Are you aware of any action that had taken, personally aware of any action that was taken in the courts concerning the subpoenas that Mr. Kamek had been serving?
Mr. Penley moved to quash the subpoenas.
All right. And so then when you get a letter, did you get a letter from the Attorney General? And if so, what date that was, or text?
It was an email indicating to me that he had signed the contract with Brandon Kamek, and that Jeff's letter telling Kamek to cease and desist was improperly sent.
All right. At that time, during that first week in October, when we got to October 3rd, what was your status with the agency?
I was still employed.
And had Mr. Mateer resigned the day before, October 2nd?
October 2nd, I believe he resigned on Friday.
All right. When he resigned, had he sent a letter to Mr. Kamek before that, if you know?
Yes.
And at that time, were all of these actions being done with the involvement of each of you deputies that had been called colloquially the whistleblowers?
Yes.
Now, before that, when this contract, what was your involvement as far as the contract for Mr. Kamek once Mr. Penley refused to sign off on it? What happened then?
From what I recall, Mr. Mateer and Mr. Penley sent a cease and desist. Mr. Kamek followed up to our agency mailbox, just the general mailbox, with invoices that he had purported to work under some authorization from General Paxton. Because we didn't have a record of a contract or a copy of a signed agreement, we informed Mr. Kamek that we could not pay him, and his response was that he had a signed
What date was that?
I believe it was October 1st.
All right. And during the time that you were going back and forth with Mr. Kamek about the contract, were you the person that was communicating with him?
He had emailed me directly, but the rest of the conversation was through the general mailbox that he is.
Did he send you an invoice seeking to be paid?
Yes.
Do you recall when he did that?
It was right around the same period, so it would have been October 1st.
And when he sent you an invoice to be asking to be paid, what was your response?
We informed him that we did not have a record of a contract under which to pay him.
And did you tell him you needed a contract signed by somebody within the agency?
Well, we just told him we didn't have any contract with his name on it.
That had been signed by anybody?
Correct.
So what did he do?
He responded and said that he had a signed contract.
Do you recall what date he told you that he had a signed contract?
He provided it to us in the morning. I believe it was October 1st. Or no, I apologize. It was September 30th because we went and met with law enforcement on September 30th.
And did you get a contract from him that had been signed by the Attorney General before you went to law enforcement?
Yes.
Now, at the time this was all going on, were you willfully and totally involved in the actions that were decided and that led to you going to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go?
I formed a conclusion just based on my good faith
Here,
belief
keep it to the microphone.
that General Paxton was using the power and authority of his office to benefit a private individual.
And what was your opinion as to whether or not y'all had done everything you could to stop him before that?
Well, All of these sequences of events, ranging from May of 2020 to the foreclosure letter in late July and August of 2020, and the CAMIC issue in August and September of 2020, in isolation were just activities that we tried to handle for General Paxton.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I must object as non-responsive to the question.
Well, let me continue with
Sustained.
you. Yeah, Mike.
Re-ask the question.
Thank you. Now let me ask you this. What was your state of mind in terms of the degree that you, in your opinion, of the degree that you and others had engaged in to try to dissuade him from this conduct that you disagreed with?
We had repeatedly suggested that the positions that we were being asked to take were contrary to established law and policies. When we did that, he directed us to find a different way. So as lawyers do, we found alternatives, and those were the alternatives that he chose.
Well, then what was the tipping point about September the 29th or 30th that led you to decide to go en masse to the FBI?
Well, it became clear at that point that the degree and the extent to which General Paxton appeared to be using the office to benefit a single private individual, to target and harass law enforcement, rose to a level that, just based on our good faith belief, criminal activity had occurred. And under no circumstances did Brandon Kamek have any authority, either under a contract that was unsigned or a contract that was signed, or by some deputation by Travis County District Attorney's Office to serve as a special prosecutor for the Office of the Attorney General. So he was representing himself in a capacity that did not exist, and doing so for the benefit of a single individual.
Under those circumstances, did you feel that the Attorney General had any authority to appoint a, quote, special prosecutor?
No, sir.
Objection, Mr. President.
Did,
The objection is relevance. I don't believe that there is any contention on the part of the House Board of Managers that General Paxton appointed a special prosecutor. That is not the allegation.
Sustained.
Are you aware as to whether or not Mr. Kamek was going around and serving grand juries subpoenas claiming he was a special prosecutor of the Attorney General's office? Are you aware one way or the other as to whether he was doing that?
Objection, that would call for hearsay.
No, it doesn't call for hearsay. This witness can be cross-examined about what the basis of his knowledge is, and then he can say whether it's solely hearsay.
Overruled it.
Thank you.
You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. I'm aware.
And in fact, was Brandon Kamek ever hired by the Attorney General's office, by anyone in the Attorney General's office, and designated a special prosecutor?
No, sir.
And what is your opinion as to whether or not they even had the authority to hire a special prosecutor in this case under the facts that you knew him to be?
Objection, Mr. President. Lack of foundation, speculation, and relevance.
Sustained.
Mr. Vassar, what was your concern if y'all did not go to the law enforcement on September the 30th of 2020?
Well, the concern was that it would only get worse. General Paxton's use of the office would only continue to be more extreme, to benefit Nate Paul, and the potential for us to be labeled as co-conspirators.
How long did you remain with the Attorney General's office after October the 1st, 2020?
I was terminated November 17th, 2020,
And what was the stated reason for terminating you?
for disclosing confidential information outside the agency.
And did they describe to you or give you anything in writing to tell you what confidential information you were supposed to have disclosed?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a meeting to find out what it was?
I asked what it was, and they didn't provide a response.
Who replaced Mr. Mateer as the first assistant after Mr. Mateer resigned?
Brent Webster.
Is he still acting as the first assistant to your knowledge?
Yes.
Did you, without going into other conversations, did you seek to find out what confirmation or what information was being used to terminate you? And did you ever find out what it was?
Yes. I asked Mr. Webster what information I had allegedly disclosed outside the agency, and he didn't give a response.
To this day, do you know what confidential information you were supposed to have revealed?
I have not received a direct answer, but based on the agency's own internal whistleblower report, they've made allegations.
Finally, when you were terminated, how old were your children by then?
6 months to 4 years.
I believe you indicated, but I'm not sure I remember. How long did it take you to find another job?
6 months.
How did you live?
Just on savings that we had saved.
And when you took another job, where is it now?
Yeah, it's for a local nonprofit policy think tank here in Austin.
At the end of the day, in light of all that, and by the way, have you sued? Are you a whistleblower that has sued the Attorney General in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Why did you sue?
Mainly for my family.
What do you mean?
Well, to take care of them financially, but also just to be a good example for them.
And what do you mean about a good example for them?
Just to stand up for the truth.
You read this report that they put out back in 21?
Yes, sir.
You saw what it said about you?
Yes, sir.
You saw what it said about the others?
Yes, sir.
How would you rate the level of accuracy of the report that Mr. Webster says he primarily prepared?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it a 2.
And was that report been out on the internet to the world at large?
Yes, sir.
All about you and the others being rogue employees?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've ever had an opportunity to tell your side since this all happened?
Yes, sir.
You feel better or worse?
It's not fun.
I'll pass the witness.
We'll break now until 5:25, and members, there are some snacks back in the back for you to get a little energized, and we'll come back for about another 60 to 90 minutes, depending on how it goes.
Mr. Murph, I've got it.
Your witness.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vassar, my name is Mitch Little. I'm with the law firm of Sheaf and Stone, and I represent the elected Attorney General of Texas. We've much to discuss. I'm going to try to pick up a few crumbs here. The word that I heard at the end of your testimony was co-conspirators. Do you remember that word coming out of your mouth?
Yes, sir.
One of your concerns on September 30th was that if you didn't go to the FBI immediately, someone would think you were co-conspirators with the elected Attorney General in this state, right?
That was one of the concerns, yes, sir.
And your attorney that you hired before you went to the FBI is a man named Johnny Sutton, correct?
That's right.
And he's here today, correct?
He is.
And he's sitting in this courtroom, yes?
Yes, sir.
Would you indicate him for us?
It's right there.
Yes. And he represented a number of you employees at the Attorney General's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the time that you went to the FBI, Mr. Vassar, just tell these senators, did you know who performed the home repairs and renovations at the Paxton's home?
No, I had no direct knowledge.
You didn't have any indirect knowledge, did you?
It was discussed when all of the events came together and we met as deputies on September 29th. That was mentioned as one of the potential concerns of bribery of the Attorney General.
Who mentioned it?
Based on my recollection, it may have been Mr. Brickman.
And Mr. Brinkman heard it where?
I'm not sure.
He heard it from someone else, correct?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
I don't know where he heard it.
But one of the criminal complaints that you and your group of people who went to the FBI alleged was that the Paxton's home was being renovated at the cost of someone who was under federal investigation, correct?
You said one of the criminal complaints. I'm not, we did a verbal complaint
Yes.
at the office, but I'm not sure.
Let me be clearer. One of the things that you told the FBI in your meeting with them was that you were concerned that someone else was paying for the home renovations to the Paxton's home, correct?
Me individually, I had no knowledge, but yes, in the meeting with the FBI, with all of us present, there was a roundtable discussion about some individuals' good faith belief that the Attorney General was involved in bribery.
A good faith belief based on what?
I'm not sure. It wasn't my direct knowledge.
You were in the meeting.
Yes, I was in the meeting with the FBI, but
What was the basis?
I'm not sure. I think it was redoing the kitchen countertops.
Redoing the kitchen countertops? Is that what you heard?
I'm just giving you the context of what I recall.
Did you see any documents exchanged with the FBI in this meeting?
No, sir.
Not one.
No, we did not provide any documents to the FBI.
And let me be clear, because I think your testimony was a little bit confusing, at least to me. It may have been to the senators as well. But you learned about Brandon Kamak's signed contract with the Attorney General after you reported the Attorney General to the FBI, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
So when you went to the FBI and you told presumably some FBI agents that Brandon Kamak was out serving grand jury subpoenas without authority, you did not know that that man had a signed contract with the Attorney General of this state's signature affixed to it, correct?
That's my recollection.
Well, surely when you found out, you went straight back to the FBI and told them, right?
No, I mean, at the time
No?
we were represented by Mr. Sutton.
Surely at that time, Mr. Sutton asked you to go back to the FBI and correct that misinformation, correct?
What information, what misinformation? That Mr. Kamak had a contract?
Yes, he had a signed contract affixed with the signature of the elected Attorney General of this state, correct?
Yes, based on what he had provided to us was a signed contract, and General Paxton had confirmed to us that he had signed a contract.
And you had it in hand, correct?
Yes.
And surely your lawyer said, guys, we need to go back to the FBI and tell them that there's a signed contract with the affixed signature of the elected Attorney General of this state, right?
There wouldn't have been any reason to provide them with a signed contract because That wasn't part of the complaint that we had filed with the FBI.
Part of the complaint, let's be clear about the complaint, okay? Part of the complaint to the FBI was that Brandon Kamak was out serving grand jury subpoenas to support someone else's agenda besides the people of the state of Texas. True?
Yes.
And at some point after your meeting with the FBI, you discovered from Brandon Kamak that he had a signed contract with the elected Attorney General, correct?
That's absolutely true, for nothing that he was doing.
And I'll object to the non-responsive portion of the question or answer and move to strike, Your Honor.
Strike the last comment.
Now, let's be clear about something else. After this contract that was signed by the Attorney General of the state of Texas, Ken Paxton, he had the authority to enter into it, correct?
Yes, I believe he did.
And that's because over 4 million voters in this state gave him that authority, correct?
Yes.
And that authority exists to bind this state. And if the voters don't like it, they can vote in someone else, correct?
That's, yes, how the political system works.
That's my understanding as well. At what point in time did you come back to the FBI and say, well, maybe there was some authority for Brandon Kamak to do what he was doing? Did you ever do that?
No, sir. And just because
Object non-responsive to anything after no, sir, Mr. President.
Please keep your answers to the questions.
In your meeting with the FBI, did you tell the FBI that Ken Paxton had illegally disclosed some confidential material to someone?
we filed a complaint based on activity that we had formed a reasonable belief that...
Mr. President, I will object at this time as non-responsive.
Sustain.
Madam Court Reporter, would you mind reading my question back? I should have a... I'm sorry, I don't have one. Yes or no?
I disagree with the phrasing of the question.
It's a very simple question. Did you tell the FBI in this meeting, did someone in this meeting tell the FBI that Ken Paxton had illegally disclosed some confidential information to someone? Yes or no?
In the meeting, we alleged, based on a reasonable belief, that that activity could have occurred, but we were not investigators. That was what law enforcement was for.
That's right. And Mr. Vassar, I want to see us on this point. You're a lawyer and you're doing some, I mean, you have very good command of the language. You had a good faith belief in certain information, but you didn't know that Ken Paxton had disclosed anything to anyone when you made this report to the FBI, did you?
No.
You were hoping the FBI would sort it out for you and not think that you were co-conspirators with him, correct?
No. The purpose of the complaint to the FBI was because we had formed a belief in good faith that the Attorney General was involved in criminal activity.
This is something that I keep hearing over and over again. We formed a good, let me make sure I get it right, formed a good faith belief that the Attorney General of this state was engaged in illegal activity. Did I say that right?
That's accurate.
But you didn't know, right?
Well,
You didn't know, right?
that's the point of the good faith belief, is we had no evidence that we could point to, but we had reasonable conclusions that we could draw.
You went to the FBI and reported the Attorney General of this state with no evidence. Do I have that correct?
We reported the facts to the FBI.
That's not my question. You had no evidence that Ken Paxton had done anything illegal. Did you?
Your Honor, it's not necessary to yell at this witness. I suggest it's disrespectful, and I request he quit doing it.
I apologize. Let me do this again at a lower volume. Madam Court Reporter, would you read my question back for me, please, at an appropriate volume? Yes?
Repeat that, so, because they could not hear her on the microphone.
Yes, Mr. President, I will. You watching the live stream over there? Hold on. Let me ask this question again. Let me get this straight. You went to the FBI and reported him for potential crimes without any evidence. Do I have that correct?
We went to the FBI and reported
Please answer my question, yes or
our
no.
belief that criminal activity had occurred.
That was not my question. That was not
Witness
my
needs to
question.
answer the question, yes or no.
Should I ask it again, Mr. Vassar?
Please.
I want to get this straight. You went to the FBI on September 30th with your compatriots and reported the elected Attorney General of this state for a crime without any evidence. Yes?
That's right. We took no evidence.
Did you gain any after that? Did you gain any after that?
Well, we weren't collecting evidence.
Did you gain any after that?
Evidence of what, sir? Of
Evidence of a crime committed by the elected Attorney General in this state, elected by over 4 million voters. That guy.
I don't recall if we had collected any evidence.
Don't you think that's something that you should be able to recall, sir?
Well, when we presented ourselves to the FBI, we did so as witnesses, not as investigators to collect evidence.
Did so as complainants, hoping that you would not be named as co-conspirators, true? You made a complaint, yes?
Yes, it was.
Without any evidence, yes?
No.
I'm sorry?
Again, these are our good faith beliefs that a crime had occurred.
Respectfully, sir, we are not here in this historic event for your good faith beliefs. So if you could just tell these senators who are taking up their time and all of Texas's time with this impeachment.
Excuse me, these sidebar testifying comments are an inappropriate form of cross. If you just asked a question, I have no objection.
I will throttle it down. I withdraw it.
Pull that back.
Yes.
Ask a question.
Mr. Vassar, we got a lot of people whose time is invested in this impeachment proceeding. Did you gain any evidence after you went to the FBI?
I'm not sure what evidence that I can recall.
You had a good faith belief. We've heard those words a lot in this trial, a good faith belief, but without any evidence, correct?
The evidence that we provided.
Why didn't you talk to Ken Paxton? I'm sorry.
Please let him finish his answer.
Overruled, he was finished.
Mr. Vassar, when you worked for Ken Paxton, was he gentle?
As far as I knew, yes,
Was he
sir.
kind?
Yes, sir.
Ever yell at you, scream at you?
No, sir.
Don't you think you owed him the courtesy of at least a phone call before you reported a man to the FBI without a shred of evidence?
Well, that's not how the reporting structure worked.
Oh, please tell these senators how it works.
Well, all of my interactions were directly with Jeff Mateer and Ryan Bangert. General Paxton would call me with questions like the open records issue or the foreclosure letter, or I'm sorry, not the foreclosure letter, that was through Ryan Bangert, outside counsel. So every other instance was my weekly meetings with Jeff Mateer and Ryan Bangert. And I never called the Attorney General. He always called me.
I appreciate your answer, but that was not really what I asked. So let me try again. Don't you think you owed the Attorney General of the state of Texas at least a phone call before you reported him to the FBI without any evidence? Yes or no? That's not the way it worked? Yes or no?
Would you like me to answer?
Yes, I would.
Based on our conversations with Mr. Mateer and Mr. Bangert, they were having conversations directly with General Paxton. I was not part of those conversations. So any concerns that they had raised with him would have been in their conversations. I had no reason to call him directly.
Object non-responsive.
Sustain.
me try this again, Mr. Vassar. Don't you think you personally, Ryan Vassar, don't you think you owed the Attorney General of the state of Texas, elected by over 4 million voters, a phone call before you reported him to the FBI without any evidence, sir?
I was appalled at the time, so
Object non-responsive.
Sustained.
I object to the continued interruption of the answer. If he doesn't like the answers he's getting, he can then object to it being non-responsive. But jumping in the middle of this, man, is totally unfair, and I object.
I will listen more closely, Counselor. I have not heard him interrupt him. I will listen more closely so the witness can finish his answer and you can do a follow-up question.
Thank you. Can we go
That
back to my
objection's
question?
overruled.
Thank you. May I go back to my question, Mr. Vassar? My question was, don't you think you personally owed Attorney General Ken Paxton, elected by over 4 million voters, a phone call before you reported him to the FBI without any evidence? Yes or no? No, I don't? Yes, I do.
well, I would disagree that we didn't have any evidence just based on our beliefs, but I don't think I owed General Paxton anything.
You don't? You worked for him for 5 years.
That's right, and I believed in him.
He gave you a job.
And welcome to week 3 of Taco Cabana Thursday Night Lights, where tonight we've got a TNL top 10 matchup. It's number 10 Brennan taking on the 6th ranked Harlan Hawks. Good evening, everybody. Don Harris with you in the broadcast booth. Chuck McIntyre down on the sideline. And Chuck, these are two good teams we knew they would be coming in. Brennan, number 2 in the preseason, got smacked by Steele in week 1. Good bounce back last week against Brandeis. Harlan, meanwhile, 2-0, even though they've got a very young team.
Can you think of a better way to open up league play than seeing Harlan and Brennan? And Don, I think it's a really cool dynamic that we got going here tonight too, because we have two teams that are super athletic, but they're super inexperienced. A lot of underclassmen, though, that are going to be the kind of players that we talk about for years to come. I'm really looking forward to this ball game because Harlan makes no bones about it. Since they've been playing 6A football in their district, Brennan has been the gold standard. I think we've got an even-Steven ball game here tonight.
Yeah, the gold standard over the past 3 years because of Ashton and Aaron Dubose. But Jason Love was a very productive underclassman with those guys, and now he's the man as a senior.
He indeed is, and again, he's kind of their Swiss Army knife in terms of what he gives them in the backfield. He can run it. He finds holes. He's got vision. A pass protector, a blocker, he's got amazing hands. There's nothing that this guy cannot do on a football field, and there's no doubt that Jason Love is going to be getting this football a lot tonight and doing a really good job of kind of easing the pressure on Brennan's young quarterback.
On the other side, one guy that will get touches all kinds of ways is this young man, Peyton Matthews, already been offered by both UTSA and Texas State.
Kind of the same thing, but this young man is an underclassman with already massive skins on the wall. I mean, from everything that we have been told, Peyton Matthews is the real deal. You just spoke about the offers that he's gotten, but this is another guy. There's a lot that he can do to help the Harlan Hawks. There's a lot he's already done, and he'll be getting the ball a lot tonight. One of the best playmakers in the area.
All right, when we come back, we'll have our Gomez Law Firm keys to the game. It's Brennan and Harlan, district rivals, top 10 teams. It's TNL next.
Figure out what it's all about, and it is a different deal, and now they know.
Welcome back. We're at Dub Ferris Stadium on San Antonio's north side, where we're getting ready to kick off between Brennan and Harlan. Right now it is time for our keys to the game. Chuck, first up, Steve Baser and the Brennan Bears.
Yeah, the biggest thing for Coach Baser's Bears is don't make any mistakes. They had a ton in week 1, and they really cleaned up a lot of stuff in week 2, and it really proved to be very beneficial in terms of outcome on the scoreboard. Then you have you got to control their speed in all 3 phases. I mean, this Brennan team is athletic, but so is Harlan. This is going to be a track meet tonight. And then you have the turnover differential is obviously something that's key for most teams on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Here's Coach Baser, one of the best in the business.
With us having a lot of, new junior starting, new sophomore starting, they just got to, figure out what it's all about. And it is a different deal. And now they know. And again, that's why we like to play a tough preseason schedule, because it helps us be better, in district, which is now for us. But, playing Steele and playing Brandeis are obviously 2 quality teams. And then obviously Harlan's, like you mentioned, all of them are playoff teams, every year pretty much. So it's a really tough start. But, it gets you rolling for the season, and it helps you get better sooner, and see good people early, and that just pays dividends down the road. When you're getting into deep into the district and/or headed for playoffs.
Chuck, Harlan, it's 2-0. Coach Eddie Salas likes his squad even though they're young. What are their keys?
Well, they want to continue to play fast on defense, and again, they want to eliminate turnovers too, but they had a couple last week, Don. They threw a couple interceptions in the end zone, still won by blowout. And then they want to be special on special teams because they missed a couple of field goals last week. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get these things turned around because they are in for a fight tonight with Brennan.
Eddie has done a wonderful job building this program from the ground up. Here he is.
We have a great following. Our band, our cheer, our spirit groups, our parents, they all show up to the games and fill our stands. And now to make it even more special to come out on TV and in TNL and showcase that is amazing. Not just that, but what a great game. We got our first district game, which already makes it special. And then to go against an opponent that's been the district champ for, for us, at least the last 3 years in 6A. And they do a great job at that school. And if we want to make a marker, a statement at Harlan it's got to go through Brennan.
All right, when we come back, I don't know about you, but I'm fired up. Brennan and Harlan, when we come back, our national anthem.
Tonight's broadcast of Thursday Night Lights is sponsored by Taco Cabana, the Gomez Law Firm, Steel Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Centro Med, Enroll SA, Countywide Service Company, Dr. Drake Sleep Solutions, Christus Children's, San Antonio Sports, Valero, San Antonio Metropolitan Health District, Vietnam Army Grunt Museum, Beluga Air, Rhino Roofers, Texas Kidney Foundation, Air and Plumbing Today, Ron Hoover RV and Marine, Harlandale Independent School District, San Antonio Zoo, and Monarch Trophy Studio.
We are getting closer to kicking this thing off. The Harlan Hawks have taken the field. Here come the Brennan Bears. And let's turn it over to our public address announcer, Lou Kaluza, as we get ready for our national anthem.
Standing at midfield, presenting our nation's colors this evening, is the color guard from the Texas 20,173rd Unit from John Marshall Harlan High School. Commanding and carrying the American flag, Cadet Senior Master Sergeant Ronald Bailey. Carrying the Texas flag, Cadet Tech Sergeant Ava Chasen. The American Guard, Cadet Colonel Lee Solis. The Texas Guard, Cadet Staff Sergeant Josue Herrero. At this time, we ask everyone to please rise and remove your hats to honor America and the men and women serving in our armed forces around the world. Our national anthem this evening will be played by the John Marshall Harlan High School Marching Band under the direction of Hugo Escobedo.
Coverage of tonight's national anthem is sponsored by the Vietnam Army Grunt Museum. Game Time Weather is sponsored by Air and Plumbing Today.
It is time for our Aaron Today Game Time weather. Check it out, 100 degrees, sunny with winds out of the south-southeast. But let me tell you something. It was 123 on the turf at 5:30. I don't know what it is right now, but it is hot. Probably the hottest of the 3 games that we've called so far as we get ready for tonight's first half kickoff. Our first half kickoff sponsored by Rhino Roofers, and Harlan will kick off. Brennan will have it first. Chris Deck, the junior, will kick it off, and Jason Love among those back. It's a short kick fielded at the 30 and across the 35 to the 37, and that's where Noah Ferris is, or excuse me, that's where Caden Glass and company will set up shop. Caden Glass, first quarterback to play here at Brennan in quite a few years, as it's been the Ashton and Aaron DeBose show. He's just a sophomore, not a big guy, 5'8", 155. Coach Baser likes his athletic ability, and he's gaining experience with every snap. Jason Love lines up as the tailback behind him, and we will see a lot of touches by that young man tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Don, because I think on the onset, this looks like a track meet because both teams want to play fast, but something tells me these defenses are going to, one of them's going to rise up, if not both of them.
We're underway with a San Antonio Zoo first down. Glass hands to Love. They're going to try to establish the run. Good first down call there as he picks up about 4. And that gives us a chance to look at the entire offense. Ryan Watson's a senior team captain. He's been up there on that front line over the years. And keep an eye out for Melvin Kahn, number 4, the junior wide receiver who already has had a productive season. Call it a gain of 3. It's second down and 7. We'll back to Love. Similar call, similar result. Pick up about 3 more as we take a look at the guys that are trying to corral him. Alex Sicarillo, the junior, up front. Number 97, big hoss for the Harlan Hawks, and they've got some athletes. Elijah Walton and Cody Brown, also excellent athletes on that defense. 3rd and 4. And a big play early on as Brennan sends trips to the right side with Wells and Kahn among them. He looks that way. Glass under pressure, and he's going to be dropped at the 40-yard line. Nathaniel Teeler, one of the first men there, and Harlan gets off the field with an emphatic stop.
Well, Nathaniel Teeler, one of their best players a year ago, was an honorable mention all-district performer. Look at that GPA. Doing it there, too. Well done, Nate.
Lucas Lyman back to punt. Kalen Gerbich-Schultz to return. It's off the side of his foot, angling towards the sideline, and that's going to be marched way back by the official. We'll see where they finally mark it, but Harlan's going to be in business at about the 43-yard line, and we get our first look at the Hawks offense, which has been very productive this year. Put up 45 against East Central in the opener and 37 last week against Laredo Alexander. And they're captained by Noah Ferris, the senior quarterback who already has 500 yards and 5 touchdowns on the season.
3-year starter, so they don't have many guys back, but nice to have a veteran back there calling plays.
Peyton Matthews, number 4, is their man. They give it to him on the reverse, and he's already trying to bounce it. Takes a hit at the 45, gain of about 3 as he pounces forward, but you know, on that reverse right there, they're going to just many ways that they're going to give him the ball. Our statistician, Mark Kusenberger, says he'll even take snaps at quarterback as you look at the rest of that lineup. Up front, they're led by Miguel Carrizales, a captain, a 4-year starter, and a first-team All-District player from a year ago. 2nd and 7 for the Hawks as they bring Matthews in motion. And they fake it to him, run the little quarterback boot, some room out there. And good enough for a first down is Noah Ferris, the San Antonio Zoo. First down as they move the chains.
A little RPO action to start the game. First play of the game goes left. This one's going right. Acted like they were going to go left, and a lot of room for 10 to scamper and pick up the fresh set of downs.
Nice block by Adrian McDade, the running back, coming back to make the block. He's the starter tonight, but we'll also see 2 other young sophomores in the backfield. They give it to him. McDade picks up about 4, back to the middle of the field. Here's a look at the Brennan Bears defensive unit. They're led by Dylan Avalos, number 0. He's a team captain up front. Great secondary on the back end. Ryan Love is the brother of the running back, Jason Love, and he is a team captain. He was first team All-District last year as well. 2nd down and 6. Dade comes back in front. Ferris back to pass, fires into the flat, caught for a first down. Jordan Grady, the sophomore, with the catch, and it's another San Antonio Zoo first down.
How about Noah Ferris? Sliding and gliding and then delivering on time with a strike.
They go up tempo quickly, give it to McDade up front. Little counter play, and it's gashed for about 7 yards. A nice tempo call by the offensive coordinator, go quickly, and they caught Brennan's defense a little bit off guard.
That's the beautiful thing about the opening of league play, right? You're going to see some stuff tonight that nobody has scouted, and you know, obviously these games now, all of them are going to count. So Harlan doing a little bit of everything here on this first drive.
New formation here with Menifee and Grady split left. Now they bring Matthews into the backfield. They hand it to him. Matthews trying to get outside. Cuts it up across the 20 into the Central Med red zone. And good enough for another San Antonio Zoo first down before Ryan Love finally came up and made the stop.
Yeah, did a really good job coming up from his safety position to bring down the ball carrier because, yeah, look at the blocking up front.
See the length and athleticism Matthews is as good as advertised. We'll take a break. Kalen Gerbic-Schultz replaces him, and they line up Aiden Menifee to the left-hand side. And Dade still the running back, the junior, with Noah Ferris back there. Snap is loose. Brennan there first. The Bears get the recovery. The snap just bounced right off the mask of Noah Ferris. He was not expecting it, and Jakari Jones there for the recovery.
So the first big break of the ball game goes to the Brennan Bears. Let's see what happens on the snap. Yep, right off the old noggin. And a great carom for the Brennan Bears. Wow, you can't have that at any time, much less when you're knocking on the door and going right down the field. So Harlan with a huge mistake here early. Brennan's defense a little bit on their heels.
There's a fastball on the snap. So here comes Caden Glass and company, the sophomore. Has Love in motion, hands it inside instead, and off to the races. Look out. It's Jason Love to the 30. Jason Love to the house. Touchdown, Brennan. The Bears strike quickly.
Man, you got thunder and lightning, and you talk about complimentary football. First play when you get the ball on offense after your defense did you solid. Don, I want you to look at the first couple of cuts that this guy made. I mean, it was absolutely elite at the line of scrimmage. When we get a chance to look at this again, mercy. Once he got to the hole, it was see you later, alligator.
Emilio Valenzuela on to do the extra point. It's up and good, and the Brennan Bears have a 7-0 lead. Off the turnover, they score in a hurry. Jason loves it, and it's 7-0.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Lights here at Dove Ferris Stadium, and I am with Michael Hines right here. He is with Taco Cabana, one of our major sponsors here on TNL. Mike, how you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I am fantastic. Always nice to see you. Always nice to be here on TNL. So you guys, 45 years for Taco Cabana. Why do you still choose to give so much back to the community?
Well, 45 years, I mean, we're going strong, so we might as well keep going. Let's keep giving back to the community, and let's show the city that we are here to support forever.
There's a Taco Cabana right by the station. We call it the cafeteria because it's literally just like right there. It's my favorite location. Yeah. What do you guys got going on over there?
Well, right now we got the new Hatch Chili Pulled Pork Street Tacos right now, and then we also, with our 45th anniversary, we got the new Boom Chocolate Cookie, and then we have our new Yard Cup right now that we're selling out at $5 for limited time offer.
So we chugged water out of those last week. We're gonna change it up today. I'm gonna put this in my trusty little location here.
We got some tacos.
And we got some tacos here today. So we got the Hatch Green Chili Tacos. Look at those puppies. And let's see how many I can eat. Let's see if I can get this in one bite. Here we go. Cheers.
That contest every time. All right, I think that's back to you. I translated that for Matt. Matt's going to win that contest every single time. Matt's a big boy. You know, played tight end in college. You got an injury on the field.
There is no foul on the play. First down, Harlan.
Kyle Fuhrer, the referee tonight, as a Harlan Hawk gingerly walks off the field. That's Ethan Garcia Peoples, the junior. He's being helped off, and the Harlan offense coming back on after what could only be described as a violent snap on their last play on the offensive side of the ball. So they'll try to regroup. They were moving it nicely, Chuck, and just had one of those mistakes that you just can't have happen.
Next thing you know, you're down 7-0.
So they'll give it to Matthews again. He's a playmaker. Brennan knows that. They've been keying on him and limiting him to about 3 or 4 yards a pop. He has the potential to break it at any point. Picks up 3 there, and that sets up 2nd down and 7.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to watch this guy play tonight. Usually a slot guy, but he's just one of those guys. You can put him anywhere, and he's going to make plays for you.
4 wides, including Matthews near the bottom of your screen. Now it goes in motion. They go over the middle, and that ball incomplete, as it appeared that Javari Graham was not looking for that ball. Kind of surprised, jumped up on him. He's an interesting story. He's a sophomore playing running back and receiver. He's hearing impaired. And because he's a sophomore, they're just now getting him kind of into the groove and into the game. Obviously, he has some limitations with his hearing, but it's a fantastic story because he's a really nice athlete. That one's picked off. He floated it out there, and it's Adrian McDade. No, excuse me. It's touchdown Brennan. On the defensive side, that's Tristan Escobar, the junior. We've called his name before, Chuck. He was a starter with that famous DuBose Brennan teams, and he just made a huge play.
Yeah, no matter where you put this guy on the field, he's going to make some plays. Look at that. Steps right into the passing lane, and then that's just as good of a return. And a pick 6, so the Brennan defense looked like they were on their heels, but here they are, have made 2 plays that have helped Brennan out to a 13-0 lead to this point.
And we'll make it 14 as the extra point is good. The Bears jumping on top of Harlan early off of 2 big turnovers. First actually continues when we come back. It's Dr. Drake's Sleep Solutions Smile Can, and the Harlan cheerleaders still smiling despite what the scoreboard says right now. Still a lot of football left to be played, and Harlan's a very good squad, but right now they're playing from behind thanks to that Brennan defense and Tristan Escobar.
Yeah, you look at this young man, you know, Don, he has played quarterback. He's played wide receiver at Brennan. They just love the ability of this guy as an athlete, but the best quality they say he has is his physicality. I don't know. I've seen a little bit from him already tonight that maybe he's got the full Monty going.
So Brennan will kick it off. Harlan will let it sail into the end zone, and the Hawks will try to regroup as we take a closer look at Tristan Escobar and our Dr. Drake Sleep Solutions, or excuse me, our Texas Kidney Foundation player profile. As we said, we're used to him calling his name. He was prevalent playing with the DuBose Bears as they made their long playoff run. He's also a star in track and field and does community service with the food bank and Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, he returns punts, kickoff return guy, and talk about his physicality. He didn't see that guy going for the sideline either, man. He found a way to cut it upfield and get the 6. Very impressive play.
So the Hawks a little shell-shocked. They are young. Eddie Hallis the first to admit that. We'll see if they can regain their composure here. They hand it off inside to McDade. Did I say House?
It's all right, Eddie Hallis.
Salas.
It's got a good ring to it, actually. He's a coach, right? Papa Bear.
There you go. No relation. 2nd down and 4. Little slant, another dangerous throw. They complete it. That was good to Caleb Morales. And it's good for a San Antonio Zoo first down.
Yeah, that was a really nice throw right there. Throwing it into traffic, but right on time and right on dime.
Move the chains. They moved it pretty easy on their first drive before the first turnover. Got Peyton Matthews in the slot. They run McDade in motion back into the backfield, and they hand it to him there. He's got a nice block up front. It's a good gain of the play. Picks up about 4 to be 2nd and 6.
Yeah, if you're Brennan, you just got to keep doing what you're doing, obviously, on defense. And then if you're Harlan, just got to kind of settle down a little bit. Go back to basics. Let's just line up and play smash mouth. They got at least the eye test. They're the bigger team. So let's see if you can get a little rhythm here going on the ground, and maybe that'll open some things up down the field.
Trips to the bottom of your screen. Again, McDade goes back in motion. Now it's a quarterback boot, throwing one-on-one coverage on the sideline, and a great play defensively by Jalen Dalton, the corner there to break it up as we go down to the sidelines, and Matt Roy.
All right, back here on the sidelines, Dub Fair Stadium, have our presenting sponsor. She's Anaí de la Garza with Gamez Law Firm. How are you today?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure being here representing the Gamez Law Firm.
Awesome. Well, Gamez has been around for 50 years now. Mr. Gamez grew up here. Why does he enjoy getting newbies out here like yourself and kind of spreading the wealth and kind of being a staple in the San Antonio community?
Well, as he said, Mr. Gamez grew up here in San Antonio. He loves being a part of the community, giving back, and it's a pleasure working for a firm that truly gives back to their community and encourages their employees to go out and volunteer and make a difference here in San Antonio.
Absolutely. Well, we always appreciate representatives from the Gamez Law Firm coming out here and supporting TNL. So we got a great game, we have a great guest, and we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Matt. Be 4th down for Harlan after that one almost was broken open by Adrian McDade, but Brennan's flying around to the football.
Yeah, Jesus Contreras doing a really nice job getting out there, and then Dion Tovar also helping out on the play, and Brennan's defense really doing a nice job here, especially after they got that first turnover. I mean, they've looked really, really, really fast.
They're going for it on 4th and long. Brennan didn't like what they saw defensively. Baser will take a timeout. We'll take it with him. Harlan back on the field. This time they line up in punt formation. Elijah Walton will do the honors and punt it away. A rocket off his foot. Going to bounce at the 15, go all the way into the end zone. Wow.
Almost blocked, too.
It's touch back, and it'll be Brennan football, and the Bears with a 14-0 lead. Harlan with 15 plays and 4 first down. Brennan's only run 4 plays, 1 first down, and they have 2 scores on the board already.
They've really done a nice job, right, with the defense so far. Captain Obvious.
Defense making it easy on you.
Right. I mean, especially when it looked like they were on their heels on that first drive, but they got a break, and that seemed to fire them up. 2 series in a row.
So here come the Bears. Pitch on a jet sweep. Nice job bouncing it by Malik White, the junior. Nice first down gain. They go quickly. Here come the Bears on tempo. Glass hands it off again, and again it's to Malik White. Malik White picks up a San Antonio Zoo first down. That'll move the sticks.
Quintero looked like he may have gotten caught in the middle of that scrum. 56 in white. There's 56 in Carolina blue.
Don't forget, live streaming of tonight's game is on Facebook. It's sponsored by Enroll SA. San Antonio Zoo first down for Caden Glass. He boots it himself, keeps it, got some blockers out there, gets to the corner, and dives out of bounds across for another San Antonio Zoo first down. Cody Brown there to take him out of bounds. And Cody Brown is a guy that Eddie Salas really likes. He's young, but he's a long basketball player and really athletic.
Yeah, Brandon Wells, number 5, doing a really good job coming up and getting a chip right there to help spring his quarterback to the outside for that. It was really special.
Melvin Kahn and Donovan Lard split to the right-hand side. Kahn in motion. They give it to him on a jet sweep to the left. He gets outside, and he's near another San Antonio Zoo first down. We'll see where they spot it. Looks like they had him going on out of bounds right on the 50. So he'll be 2 yards short.
Ryan Watson, 55, and Quintero, 56, doing a really nice job right there, holding up the defense. So again, the Brennan Bears could get outside in the run game.
Call that a forward pass for Glass on the last one, even though it was just a little pitch forward. Here's Love, bounces it, gets outside, tried to make a second move, and his foot just kind of stuck in the turf as Cody Brown comes up to make the tackle, so it'll be 3rd down and short.
And Cody Brown doing a really nice job there on that one, too. He's got 6 tackles coming into this ball game, 1 for a loss. That'll give him 2. He's also got a pick. And, of course, he's Agent 0. Looks good on him.
Just a junior. Bazer's offensive staff getting the play in. Malik White lined up to the right-hand side of the formation. Bring him in motion. And it is blown up. Elijah Walton coming from the edge. Loss on the play, and it's going to set up 4th down.
You know, talk about going with what your eyes tell you. Elijah Walton, the Army commit. Downhill, hard hitting. He's going to come with bad intentions every time, and there's a reason why this young man is going to end up at West Point.
That ball's blocked. Harlan's got it. Tyler R.G. Rivas with the block. And he was there really early, and could have almost taken the ball right off the punter's foot.
Man, he just about did exactly that, Don. I mean, it's one thing to block the punt, but it's my block and then my football. Look at him find the ears, too. Both of these punters have taken a long time to get rid of the ball so far in this game, and Harlan just comes up with their first big play.
So we'll see if on the sudden change that the Hawks can cash in with a little momentum. Wondered to see if Eddie Salas will dial up something deep. Maybe something for Matthews. They hand it instead. Good job by the Brennan defense to snuff that out. And it's Ryan Love on the tackle. As you see the turnover chain being worn proudly.
Yeah, little 2-1-2 and the 2-1-0. Boil it up.
There's Matthews going the other way. He's got a San Antonio Zoo first down and just shy of the Central Med red zone. So a lot of momentum, a lot of juice in this Harlan Hawk offense right now. Matthews comes to the left-hand side. They stack the formation to that side. They fire to him on the slant. That ball's tipped and almost intercepted. It looked like Ryan Love had a deflected pick there, but just couldn't find it.
Now at the top of the screen, they had single coverage, but they really feel like they got a matchup that they like over the middle, but so far there's been a lot of difficulty making anything over the middle with these thrown balls happen if you're the Harlan Hawks.
That one just a little high and a little too tough to handle for Matthews. Second down and 10, trips to the left. Ferris rolls this way, pursued, now gets rid of it, throwing it up and out of bounds, and that ball is going to have a major penalty here as Ferris was hit late. So this may work out for Harlan after all.
Well, at the top of your screen, Jordan Grady is waving his hand like, look, I got single coverage up here.
Roughing the passer, number 44, defense. Half the distance from the previous spot, automatic, first down.
Big play there, especially this part of the field.
Yeah, Noah Ferris isn't going to panic. I know his team's down 14-0, but you talk about trial by fire. This guy came in as a sophomore. Harlan got their quarterback, their starter, injured. They had to throw Noah Ferris into the fire, and just a little sophomore took his lumps in that game, but did a pretty good job. But this guy's seen a lot of high school football starts, so there's still a lot of football left here to play.
He keeps it here himself across the 5, down inside the 3 to about the 2-yard line. And now Harlan is feeling it. Penalty was huge, put the ball on the 10. More importantly, gave him a new set of downs, and good call by Salas and that offensive staff there. They bring in the heavy set. Elijah Walton, who made that sack, comes in on the jumbo package, and we'll get a look at that formation when we come back to start the second quarter. It's been all Brennan Bears on the scoring front in the first quarter, but Harlan making a big play on special teams, and the Hawks are driving it when we come back. Welcome back. Time for our Harlandale Independent School District first half highlights. Big break early for Brennan. The snap off the mask gave the ball to the Bears, and Jason Love did the rest. First snap, Love 79 yards to the house. That made it 7-0 Brennan. And then another big play defensively, Tristan Escobar. That's an Oski. And he's taking it back. Touchdown Bears, they lead 14-0. Harlan got a blocked punt. They drive down, and now they've got 2nd and goal from the 2, jumbo package in. They bull straight ahead and into the end zone for a touchdown to make it 14-7. It's Noah Ferris behind all that big beef up front.
Yeah, you know, they were going to go with that jumbo package sans the quarterback before the end of quarter, but, you know, once Brennan had a chance to set their defense with the time stoppage, they decided to put Noah Ferris back in the game and just let him do a little junkyard running right up the gut. Potentially cut this lead in half.
Tim Ford with a nice block up there. They bunched it up and shoved it in. And the extra point is good. And it is no good.
Yeah, it looked like it went wide
I
right.
thought I saw the official. Okay, my bad. 14-6. Hey, let's take a look at that T&L top 10. We told you both these teams were in it. Reagan's been dominant. Johnson, woo, what a rivalry, right? Reagan and Johnson, they don't like each other, and they are 1-2 right now. Warren, number 3. Steele lost Lake Travis, so they dropped from 1 to 4. New Braunfels has been impressive. Then you got the Harlan Hawks here tonight, Smithson Valley. My Churchill Chargers are 2-0. Alamo Heights, very impressive. And Brennan here at number 10.
Yeah, Reagan Johnson, how big is that game going to be in about a month? Put me down for that one.
Both could still be undefeated if you look at the schedules. Of course, my Churchill Chargers and Ron Harris, no relation, taking on Chuck's Madison Mavericks this week.
I know, we do have a bet, I believe, too. Somebody's going to have to sing the bar of the other guy's fight song.
Fight song, yeah. That's the
Should
bet.
we lose? So no pressure, Blaine.
I like singing. I hope I got no problem. Let's take a look at Dr. Drake's Sleep Solutions Smile Cam. Harlan with more to smile about now, as they'll kick it off, and the fans on both sides will have a lot to smile about as the sun has set. Here's Escobar, and there's a candidate for our collision of the game. Oh my goodness. Harlan's Devon Hernandez with a slobber knock.
Yeah, I like these little pseudo onside kicks, but got to figure out a way to not give these Brennan Bears these Sunday hops with the ball. It's giving them a chance to get up ahead of speed because they're catching the ball at the chest.
So it's a countywide service company. First down for the Brennan Bears. They'll swing it out, complete the pass on the little bubble screen, picks up about 3. Jordan Grady on the reception.
Yeah, we talked about the speed of the Brennan defense, but you see these Hawks too. I mean, they're big and fast. Again, not a lot of returners on either side of the ball for either one of these teams, but man, they've got some athletes.
Harlan wants to take a timeout here to start the second quarter with the formation. We'll take it with them. Hawks back in it. It's 14-6, Ferris Stadium.
Closed captioning for tonight's game is sponsored by the Vietnam Army Grunt Museum.
Snap is loose. The 30.
Welcome back to Dub Ferris Stadium. Wanted to show off the turnover chain real quick that you saw from the Harlan Hawks when they got that when they got that blocked punt. The turnovers have pretty much been dictating this game. 2 for Harlan so far, one for Brennan, and once again, big plays happening when I'm on the screen. So we'll send it back up to you guys. I do have a quick update on Ethan Garcia Peoples, though. He is out for the game. He's got ice on his knee, pads off, so he is out for this one.
Thank you, Matt. Yard Galacio. Oh my goodness, it's Galacio. Holy cow.
Man, you got guys finishing each other off at the top of the screen. I mean, you think these games don't mean anything in this league? Man, I'm here for it. You gotta love Thursday night under the lights, opening night, district ball game. Let's see some more.
Meet Mr. Galacio. 3rd down and 11. In trouble. Glass rolling, looking. And he's pushed out of bounds. Let's see if a flag flies there. Baser wants one. I don't see one. I think maybe the first contact. Okay, it did come out. And that's going to be another one of those plays where you're off the field. Instead,
after play, personal foul, late hit out of bounds, number 31, defense, 15 yards from the end of the run, automatic first down.
Instead of getting off the field, there's 15 yards and an automatic first down. But you can't blame Galacio, right? I mean, he's feeling it. He's fired up, and that was bang, bang. It was right there on the sideline, pretty close to being legal.
Yeah, and Caden Glass, I mean, what a great job setting up the first defender just to get outside and have a chance to extend that play. And then really extended the play when the flag came a-flying.
It's a countywide service company first down for the Bears. They have it now in Harlan territory at the 45. Love's got it. He's picking his way to the outside, but again, good group tackling there. Braden Aguirre there to make the tackle. But a host of Hawks.
Yeah, just a great job staying at home and finding the guy with the ball and then rallying to it.
Do Hawks swarm if there's more than a few? Is it a swarm?
A gaggle?
Is it a gaggle?
I don't know. Don't
Second
ask
down
me
and
that.
long.
I don't know.
As he fires to the outside, it's caught across the 30, across the 25, and near the red zone at the 21-yard line is Melvin Kahn.
Well, Melvin Kahn, wide open, makes the play, obviously, and then watch him finish off this run. Will not go down.
Another throw to the outside, another gain of about 4 or 5. Donovan Lard on the catch.
And these teams like to move it quickly, don't they?
The 2nd down and 4. And it's a group. Kuz is telling me it's a group of Hawks. Oh wait, he's still Googling. Oh, he's still writing.
of course he has it at the top of his head.
Well, you know,
He's
Kuz,
got
he
it.
knows everything. 2nd down and 5. Inside Love, across the 10, down near the 5. It's a kettle of Hawks, or a boil of Hawks, or a cast.
Well, it's some smash mouth up front with Joseph Romo, the center, and Steven Rojas over there on the right guard. I mean, man, they're doing a good job of creasing on that play.
First down and goal. Brennan trying to answer Harlan's score by driving it the length of the field, and they've done so meticulously with the benefit of a big penalty on a personal foul.
Well, I beg your pardon. They moved Ryan Watson inside the center.
Here's Caden Glass. Baser runs onto the field to take the timeout.
Sharks timeout of the half.
Their 2nd of the half, and we'll take it with them. They lead 14-6, trying to add to that here with 9:07 left in the half. we're back. It's 1st and goal, full house backfield for Caden Glass and the Brennan Bears. They go to Love, off tackle. Check that. That was Micah Thompson, the sophomore. His first carry of the night. A lot of personnel changes for these Brennan Bears as they're looking at the play clock. Plenty of time, 23 seconds left. As they tick down inside of 15 now before they get the play in.
Well, they've juggled their offensive line for whatever reason, but it seems to be working out just fine.
Glass going to keep, fire, caught, touchdown. Brandon Wells on a nice little offensive play there by Steve Baser. Quick developing, good throw, good catch. And it's 20-6 with a chance to go to 27.
Looked like a senior right here. He's wide open, ball a little behind him, but he adjusted nicely and knew exactly where he needed to go to score the touchdown. And really nice job by Caden Glass, making a throw under heavy duress to get his team up here. Another touchdown in the second quarter.
Valenzuela to add the extra point. Snap, hold are good. Kick is up and kick is good. Brennan 21, Harlan 6, and not sure we saw that one coming, Chuck. Coming up at halftime, we'll spotlight a couple of area teams that are making a difference in our communities with the Beyond the Game program. Let's hear more about this initiative from San Antonio Sports' Jenny Carnes and Valero.
Beyond the Game is an initiative that works with all of our school districts to encourage high school and middle school teams to make a difference within their student population and serve our community. We know that students who participate in team sports are setting the foundation for their future in the workplace by learning teamwork, unselfishness, and respect. This program recognizes high school and middle school teams for working together to make a difference in our community.
The values of integrity, respect, teamwork, excellence, and community service are the backbone of Valero's long-standing culture, and we are honored to partner with Beyond the Game to recognize these exceptional students in their endeavors.
Having Valero as a teammate for Beyond the Game will help this program continue to positively impact more teams, coaches, and families. 4 teams will be recognized during the San Antonio All-Star football game in the Alamo Dome. If you want to nominate a team, you can visit sanantoniosports.org and learn more about the program and nominate your team today.
Our thanks to Jenny Carnes and Valero and everything they do with Beyond the Game program. We feature it every week on our sports shows, both on Max Sports and on News 4 San Antonio Sports Sunday. And it is always refreshing to see the great work being done in the community by both middle school and high school teams that are doing all kinds of things around town. Cleaning up places, paint places, taking food to the elderly, and reading to kids in elementary school. And when Stan Lang and Russ Bookbinder started this a few years ago, I don't think they even saw what a difference it would make in the community. And it's really, really fun to watch. Kick is angling out of bounds, stays in bounds, and we're back in 15 seconds.
Do you know a San Antonio teen in 7th to 12th grade looking for ways to get involved in the community? They can apply to be a Project Worth Teen Ambassador today. For more information, visit our website or call 210-207-8850.
8:23 to play here in the first half. Brennan and Harlan in a District 29 6A battle. Brennan has owned the district in recent years. Made some deep playoff runs behind the spectacular Ashton Bowes, his twin brother. And now they've got a young squad, but they've answered the bell here against a very talented Harlan Hawk team. Going deep on first down, got a man out there and just overshot him. Jordan Grady, the sophomore, had his man beat, but Noah Ferris just a little amped up.
Well, you know, I like what Harlan's trying to do there, right? We talked about it on the last series. He was singled up, and you could see, like, give me the ball. I think I got my battle I think I can win it. Well, they gave him an opportunity right there. They just could not make the connect, but man, he had 3 steps on the defenders. I would not be a bit surprised if they go back to that at some point tonight.
Jordan Grady, a sophomore, another one of those really good young athletes that they've got. Keep by the quarterback and close to the first down marker. They're going to spot him a yard short as Ferris took off running, and it'll be 3rd and 1. Another one of our Texas Kidney Foundation player profiles, 4-year starter Miguel Carrizales, first team all-district performer last year, and he's number 11 in his class out of 524 smart young men.
And I'll say, that's getting it done.
So here's Ferris with Matthews now joining him on 3rd and 1. They fake it to Matthews. Ferris keeps again. He's got the corner, and he's got midfield and the 45 before he steps out of bounds. It's another Countywide Service Company first down.
Boy, if he gets a block, this is going a lot longer. What a great job of broken field running here. Oh, what a nice individual effort right there to get outside, make something happen by the Harlan quarterback, Noah Ferris.
Noah Ferris doing a really good job with his feet on this drive. And he'll play action here on first down, was looking to go deep and making a play for those Brennan Bears. Big number 94 has been flying around. That's Johnny Romo.
Yeah, Johnny Romo not on our 2 deep, but he made a big play on the first play from scrimmage, and he's been all over the ballpark tonight doing his thing.
He's showing up on video, that's for sure. Man's quick. He's made a couple of violent collisions too. So a loss on the play will set up 2nd down and 15 as Ferris brings McDade in motion, then boots to his left, looking deep, firing, and out of bounds. It'll be incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 15.
Oh, he wanted to go deep, but the heat was coming, and it was just really hard to get his feet and shoulders square to get that chunk down the field. But nice play design by Harlan. They really could have used it there on 2nd and long.
So it's 3rd and 15 midfield. Might be 2-down territory here, depending on how much you pick up on 3rd. Ferris going deep this time. One-on-one coverage, gets it down there, and that ball is almost caught. Brennan playing catch-up on the back end, and that was Ryan Love who got there in time to break it up. There's a flag down. We'll check that.
Offside. Number 44 was lined up in the neutral zone. Defense, 5-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
All right, so they'll get another crack at it. It'll be 3rd down and 10. Free play there.
Yeah, Jordan Grady, man, we talked about this guy, just a sophomore. I mean, this dude lit it up in their first ball game and had his moments a week ago, but he's literally had 2 or 3 steps on the defense all night long.
One time really overthrown, that time underthrown. It's 3rd down and 10 for Ferris. Looking to throw again. Goes over to the outside. That ball's caught. Nice touch down the sideline to the 10 and pushed out of bounds inside the 5 is Adrian McDade.
Well, you see what happens. You start looking at 6, and that's where your eyes are going because Brennan knows he's getting downfield. Then all of a sudden, that's going to create an opportunity for somebody else. Whoa, what a pass.
Just a nice touch to float it over the defender.
I'm sorry, my eyes were going with 6 too. I was looking to see what he was going to do there, and everybody was dragging. He was tilting the field all by himself.
Sets up 1st and goal from the 3. And it's McDade back there with Ferris. Ferris hands it to him, and he's stopped. Another loss on the play, and guess who? Johnny Romo.
Man, that was a man-sized tackle right there in the pit.
Plus, his name is just fun to say. Johnny Romo. Here's live action now, and again, knocked out of bounds. Brennan's defense has gotten fired up here on this goal line stand. Harlan's going backwards. Solza McCullough coming up from his linebacker spot to lay some wood there.
Yeah, 6'1", 190, just a junior, and man, showing some really nice speed and making sure nobody's getting the edge. Playing with an edge.
9th play of the drive, 3rd down and goal. Harlan had all the juice getting down to the 3-yard line, but Romo and McCullough have changed that. Let's see if Ferris looks to throw here. Matthews comes and joins him. And we've got whistles, pre-snap penalty or a timeout, and it's a Harlan timeout.
Harlan is taking their 3rd and final charge timeout of the half.
We'll keep it here, and Chris Kotfus is dialing up one of those TNL flashbacks. Let's go back to 2018.
Sending everybody to the right-hand side of the formation. Fire is out there, double pass. Logan, touchdown, Hawks. So reverse, double reverse, got a man wide open. It's Logan. Logan's got it, and Logan is trying to outrace the defender to the end zone, to the 5. Touchdown, Harlan. Trickeration again. Ja'Cory Logan. Throw one, catch one.
All right. Eddie Salas showing what he can do. He might have something in his back pocket right here. Splitting Matthews out to the left-hand side.
I think they called the timeout because it looked like Brennan was going to blitz, and they ended up not, just from that look they were giving him. But it's best to make sure you're going with your best play right here, right now, here on 3rd down.
They had Matthews one-on-one out there in the corner. They throwing it to him, and it's incomplete. A couple of stars going one-on-one. Javen Dalton, the cornerback, coming up the winner on that exchange.
Yeah, Dalton like a blanket on the defender, closing hard, and then gets his hand up late, but that was going to be a tough one to complete just because he was in the vicinity.
So Salas will try to take the points here. They run out the kicking team. And doing the honors right here is Carlos Cartanega. His kick is up, and it is good. So it is 21-9. Not a score we see all the time. And we're back in 15 seconds.
Hey San Antonio teens! Are you looking for ways to share your voice, creativity, and ideas on ways to positively impact the community? Become a Project Worth Teen Ambassador. For more information, visit our website or call 210-207-8850.
5:35 to go here in the second quarter as Steve Baser works up a sweat, running up and down the sidelines, ready to get his guys fired up. Close the half on a positive note, get the football back. Joked with Baser pregame about he's got to work now. I mean, he's had it on cruise control the last 3 years with Ashton DeBrose running the show. Now he's got young guys he's teaching and loves it. Stayed in the game. A lot of people thought he might retire after Ashton left, but here's a little one of those squib kicks you love, Chuck. Tough hop. Taken by Brennan. Look out. Good tackle in the open field by Harlan. We've got a flag down on the play.
We do. Yeah, that was much better, right? Just make the guy have to work to pick up the football. I mean, footballs are oblong. Make that thing bounce and dance a little bit.
Holding, number 30, receiving team. 10 yards from the end of the run. First down, Harlan.
First down, Brennan. As Brennan gets ready to try to put more points on the board. I think with these young teams, we thought we'd have a close game. We weren't sure which was the better team at this point in the season, but it's just living up to the billing. Could go either way still. Both these teams learning on the fly. Here's a throw to the outside. Incomplete as Glass was looking for Donovan Lard, sophomore.
Yeah, Lard, great route runner. He's made a ton of one-handed catches, they tell us, in scrimmages and practices, and starting to figure it out. I'm just really fascinated, right? You just see what happens in a high school football game, or any football game for that matter. I mean, Brennan's made 2 huge plays, right? Had the pick 6, and then the broken field run that went to the house, the long run. That's 12 points they've gotten on 2 plays. I mean, Harlan's really played well here. You just can't have the mistakes.
Uh-oh. To the outside, showing speed, cutting back across the 40, and out of bounds there. A little jet sweep play to Melvin Kahn. He's a junior, and he almost took it to the house. Gonna go quick. Glass imploring his teammates to line up. Love giving directions to Wells. They boot out to the right. Gonna keep, good pursuit, loss on the play. Good job by the Harlan defense. Linebacker core running to the football. Demarion Cornish, the senior, there for the tackle. Sets up 2nd down and 12. Loss on the play.
Yeah, I don't know. Did I see Peyton Matthews out there too? 4, or are my eyes deceiving me? I mean, somebody did a really good job of making sure that nobody was getting to the edge, which allowed the other guys to rally to the football.
Malik White in the backfield. Caden Glass, just a sophomore. Runs Love in motion. Hands inside, and breaking it to the outside is White. He's showing some speed across the 30, across the 20, down inside the 15. Malik White, the junior, just 35 yards coming in on the season, has 41 right there, and the Bears are inside the Central Med red zone and ready to go again.
Another explosive run.
Here's White picking his way, breaking another tackle. Malik White putting on a show inside the 10 to the 7-yard line. Nice job of picking his way, and then an explosive burst. Steve Baser may have just found another star in the making.
Now, when has he not, right? It's an underclassman, somebody doing something. We got a whole stable full of them, and they've had them for years over at Brennan.
It's a countywide service company 1st down, 1st and goal. They run a little counter inside, gets down to the 5-yard line. That time it was Micah Thompson, the sophomore, on the carry. They shuttle in, backs Jason Love coming back in here on 2nd down. Baser still trying to find out all the talent that he's got. He knows what he has in Jason Love, the senior. These young backs are showing they can play as well. He'll snap it. Glass will boot out, looking to throw. Does now. Nobody out there. And it'll be 3rd and goal. Elijah Walton in hot pursuit.
We talked about Elijah Walton. Did you see what he did to his guy on his way to the quarterback? Check out 24 on this one.
He's done that a couple times tonight. Physical football player on his way to the U.S. What do they call it? Military Academy? West Point Army?
Sir, yes, sir.
You don't joke your way into that place. Boot to the left. Glass fires, and just high for the intended receiver. Glass took a shot, flag flies. They may get a new set of downs. Half the distance to the goal line.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer, number 56. Defense. Half the distance from the previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
Personal fouls giveth and personal fouls taketh away. Basically identical plays from the two defenses. You just got to let up there. Brennan did it, and then Harlan answered.
Yeah, that's a tough play right there, right? Didn't look like a whole lot to it, but
the way they're protecting quarterbacks these days, if you're a step late, you just got to pretend to let up. Play flag.
Yeah, we got to know the situation too, right?
Yeah, game changer. Third down. Might force a field goal there. Now new set of downs, half the distance, and they're knocking on the door. And they run into each other. Glass keeps, makes something out of nothing. Touchdown, Brennan. Nice play by Caden Glass to get it fixed.
Just like you draw it up. Chicken salad. Oh, had a hard time finding the ears and almost had one of his guys pulling, knocked the ball out of his hands. Guys ping-ponging him around, but finally got the directional, the GPS working, and next thing you know, Brennan's got 6 more points on the board.
There's so much confusion. I think Harlan didn't know who to tackle.
We have to run that play again next week, see if it works again.
Extra point try, up and good. And the Brennan Bears have pretty much taken control here in the first half. We'll keep it here and tell you about our Christus Children's $5,000 band grant. Hey, one of the schools on TNL this year is going to get $5,000, all based on votes. Scan the QR code on your screen. Chuck, you learned how to do that yet? Or visit the cw35.com/station/contest. You must be 18 and live in our viewing area. $5,000 band grant sponsored by Christus Children's.
I'm still working on it, Don.
Have you?
I got a whole season to figure it out.
You've done
I'll
a menu.
get there.
You've done a menu.
I have.
Okay, so you know how it works.
But there was food at stake there, right? You got to cure the hunger pangs. That's a need to know. So I'll get there. I'll get there before the end of the season. I'll make you that promise.
Well, we gotta catch up, you know. My son Landry, who's our spotter tonight, always giving me problems about technology. Not really giving me problems, but just laughing at me. And I don't like being laughed at by my kids.
I have no problem. The sauce for the goose there.
And there's a whole generation of people go, wait, what is that? You're making a big deal out of scanning a QR code.
Hey man, it's tough being me.
What's that funny thing on the screen, hon?
Just dots and tittles.
28-9, 2:46. We'll see if Harlan can answer here before the half, as Brennan has played inspired football here in the first half. 3 wide receivers to the right for Noah Ferris. He looks right, has a man underneath, now fires and completes. There's Matthews with his first big play of the night. Good job to get his feet tapped down.
Yeah, and that time they had Gribbett Schultz running a streak and then threw it underneath. Love the play design, especially with Brennan trying to play a little bit of a prevent mode here.
Ferris on target there. Runs McDade in motion. Countywide first down. Pitches it to Matthews. Throws back. That ball's a fumble, but it's picked up by Ferris. He's going all the way down the sideline across midfield inside the 45. And you know what? The way the ball bounces, you'll take it, right? That could have gone a whole different way.
100%. There were a lot of guys back in the day that were playing on AstroTurf on baseball fields that used to skip it across the diamond because you get a true hop. Sure. I don't think they were trying to do that necessarily by design, but it worked out well.
I think that play was intentional.
Yeah,
guys.
It did look intentional on second look. It did. So they hand to McDade. Coming up and making 2 tackles on one play is.
There was no way that play was intentional, boys. No way.
We used to run that in college.
All right, I'm going to go ask the Harlan coaches during halftime.
You try and fool the defense to thinking you fumbled it, so they'll stop playing. You get it back to your quarterback, and maybe he can make a move, which is kind of what happened.
Ball thrown over the middle, quick slant, almost good for another countywide first down. It is. They'll move the chains. That completed to Caleb Morales, his second catch of the game.
That was already going to be a lateral. I don't know. This point in the game, when you're trying to run a 2-minute offense, we'll see. I'm going to go ask the coaches. We're going to find this one out.
Another slant, another dangerous play in the middle, and we have some really good collisions tonight. candidates. Tim Cummins, the sophomore. I'll tell you what, Morales is counting his teeth.
Yeah, they got Tim Cummings, a sophomore, listed at 5'9", 155. I mean, he played a lot bigger than that.
Woo! But you know what? There's some dangerous throws being made into that kind of traffic all night on the Harlan side. Guess they think they can.
You guys might be right. I'm going to go check, though. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just got to check. Oh, you got a guy in the middle.
Open. Held on to it. Now he completes it to Matthews, who gets out of bounds.
Ooh, that's one of those two. I'm going to go look at the tape, and boy, I'm going to break off my route because he was sliding and gliding, but man, if he'd have turned it upfield, that's going to the house.
Caleb Barton down for the Brennan Bears in a lot of pain. He and Ferris tangled up after Ferris released the football. Number 48 getting in here, making the tackle, and it might just be a cramp.
That is a hope, yes, sir.
Coming up next week, we're headed to the Hill Country. Love to bring you teams from all over the area. It's New Braunfels Canyon, the Bernie champion. Chargers staple on TNL. Stan Leach and company always do a great job of hosting this. We've had Canyon on a few times too in recent years. When we scheduled this game, Deuce Adams was the marquee player at New Braunfels Canyon, going to go play at Louisville. One of the top quarterbacks in the state of Texas, recruited by just about everybody. Picked the Louisville Cardinals. And then, after the Canyon coaching staff left and got that college job down at UT Permian Basin, or was it
Rio
UT
Grande
RGV?
Valley?
Yeah,
RGV.
Rio Grande Valley. Whole staff left. He left Canyon and went to Austin Vandergrift. So we won't see him, but we will see a very strong Canyon program now with the new coaching staff.
Yeah, and you got Landry up here tonight, and one of my son's friends, Jacob Staffier, is a coach on that Canyon staff. So it's just funny. I mean, these young guys growing up, they're now coaches.
That's right. There's Matthews bouncing to the outside. Getting inside the 15 to the 12-yard line.
Landry, I thought that was just yesterday we were watching you guys play in high school, running around doing your thing, and here you are, grown men, homeowners.
Married. Not a parent yet. Still waiting on those grandchildren. Second down and 1. Ferris gonna run for it. Gets to the 10, gets to the 5, gets to the corner. Touchdown! Noah Ferris.
Dude, you talk about Fred Astaire feet on a run. Did you see that first initial move that helped spring him to the outside? Looky what we got here. First of all, nice job. There it was.
Really nice feet from Noah Ferris, who's had more success tonight with his feet than his arm. And he's got Harlan right back in this ball game before the end of the half. Kick is up, kick is good, and who is Fred Astaire?
Dude, I was going to say Michael Jackson, but even that would have dated me. So there was a no-win situation. I should have said Twitch, right?
Rest in peace.
Amen to all of them. Yes, sir.
28-16, 59 seconds to go. Just when it looked like Brennan was going to pull away from Harlan here in this one, the Hawks answer.
Yeah, this dude 10, man, he's a cool customer. He's got a lot of starts under his belt, and he's not going to panic. There's a lot of football left in this game, and that was an absolute huge drive for Harlan, right? I mean, you just give up 7 before the half, and now you got a little mo going into the half. Now it's going to be interesting to see if that's where this score stays, because 59 seconds can be a lot for a Steve Baser-led football team, too.
Eddie Salas, all business. Done a great job building this program. From scratch and the ground up. They've been contenders in the playoffs since year 1. We got a lot of football this week on our stations, including Dion's Buffalo's must-see TV as they play Nebraska, Iowa State. Oregon Tech, Stanford, USC. And then, of course, we've got the Niners and Steelers on Fox, Green Bay and Chicago on Fox at 3:25. And then Sunday Night Football, Dallas and the Giants. Complete coverage of that one on Sports Sunday afterwards. Zach Hedrick, Jack Green will be up at the Meadowlands, and we'll have all the coverage starting at 7 o'clock.
Another year of NFL football. I think that the fascinating thing about all that is, obviously everybody's going to want to see what the Cowboys look like in week 1, but we got a lot of locals playing in these games too.
Thrown underneath, look out. Love down the sideline. Love cutting back at the 30 to the 25. Coos said they left too much time on the clock, and he's pretty much right on. 48 seconds and 1 timeout left for Brennan. Plenty of time, and Steve Bazer's a master at this.
Yeah, and Elijah Walton, 24, again, making a play, or that one's going all the way in there. It wouldn't have needed 59 seconds, that's for sure. We needed about 13 or 14 seconds.
31 yards on the play for Jason Love. And if we've seen over the years a guy who knows how to manage the clock, it's Bazer. Fires double pass here, throwing and incomplete as Jordan Grady had to rush it because of really good defensive pressure.
Yeah, Dwayne Wingfield, the junior, coming up and blasting away, doing all kinds of physicality there to break that one up and maybe rush that pass before he wanted to.
Donovan Lard on the pass attempt.
I like watching 24 play. He's a player.
Absolutely. Might see him a lot if Army joins the American, as is being rumored. Getting out of trouble is Glass. Now he throws across the middle to the 5. And we've got 2 flags down in the backfield. Lucas Lyman on the catch. And got a lot going on here.
Offense, 10 yards from the previous spot. Repeat second down.
So penalty on Brennan will bring it back. We've also got an injured Hawk. And so they'll take a official timeout to tend to him.
Oh, that's a good sign. Don, it's just interesting to watch these guys grow up before your very eyes. And we talked about Caden Glass, had the rough opener, the Brennan quarterback. And wow, what a play that was, even though it's coming back. But as we take a look at Big Nate Tietler, that's another guy we certainly don't mind talking a lot about, because doing a little bit of everything, great football player, and glad to see that he's able to shake it off.
3-year starter, honor roll member. And now things get a little interesting here. 31 seconds to go, 2nd and 20, 1 timeout. Looking for an explosive here, and we've got arena ball as all the receivers took off 2 seconds before the snap.
False start, number 10, offense. 5-yard penalty, still second down.
So Brennan going backwards here with 31 ticks left, now 29.
Yeah, and they played a pretty clean first half. Obviously, we talked about some of the explosive plays that they've had tonight that have really helped on the scoreboard, and this is really the first drive where they look kind of discombobulated.
32 is going to be put back up on the clock, and what are the odds we see something kind of creative here by Bazer's offensive coordinator? Not trick necessarily, but something very deceptive is in his playbook. He's got so many of them.
Well, you can see by the way that Harlan is playing, they respect the speed outside at the top of the screen.
Glass under pressure, throws a little screen underneath, incomplete. It looked like they were trying to isolate Love on a screen to bust him loose, and Harlan did a really good job of sniffing it out. Cody Brown, a really good athlete, making a play over there as well.
Indeed, and Rosendo Quintero, 56, I think he'd still be blocking if somebody didn't blow a whistle.
Okay, not to throw that ball into that much traffic.
Then he's pointing at the official like he's holding me.
Now we may just see Baszler take the chance on Jason Love just being Jason Love. They hand it to him right up the middle. It's going nowhere. Good play by big number 99, Ronell Cunningham, the senior. And it'll be 4th and 23 with 13 seconds to go. And they're going to count it down. What do you do here? Just let the clock go?
Looks like
Let your
that's the
guy
way
kick
it's
it?
going.
Just eat it. They'll take that 28-16 lead. So that's the end of a very entertaining first half. Turnovers galore, big plays. As advertised here on TNL, Brennan with the 28-16 lead. And we'll go down to the sidelines with Matt Roy as soon as he hooks up with Coach Salas. And the first thing we want to know, Matt, was that lateral bounce play intentional?
Coach, they want me to ask, was the lateral bounce on that pass, was it supposed to be bounced or not?
No, it was not. It was supposed to be a throw, just throw to him, but he was all balanced, just kind of got what he can, and thank God it worked out for us a little bit.
Peyton said it was supposed to be bounced, so that tells you what he's doing. So
yeah.
you guys have kept bouncing back after being punched in the mouth by Brennan. Yeah. You guys just did again. How are you going to respond in the second half?
We just got to play clean. We got ball, a snap that hit us in the face, and they got it going in. They got a pick six. I mean, those are 14-point turnover right there. Penalties that extended their drives, and our kids got to play clean. They're playing aggressive and they're playing tough, but we got to just clean things up and be a little smarter.
All right, Coach. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That's the whole ball game right there, and that's what you said, Chuck. I got to hand it to you, Chuck, right on both counts. For once, it was not intentional, and those two plays, the difference in the ball game. The halftime show is coming up. Matt Roy will bring us the Scholar Athlete of the Week, both bands. It's 28-16. Stick around. Halftime show brought to you by Central Med. Coming up next.
Tonight's broadcast of Thursday Night Lights is sponsored by Taco Cabana, the Gomez Law Firm, Steel Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Centro Med, Enroll SA, Countywide Service Company, Dr. Drake Sleep Solutions, Christus Children's, San Antonio Sports, Valero, San Antonio Metropolitan Health District, Vietnam Army Grunt Museum, Beluga Air, Rhino Roofers, Texas Kidney Foundation, Air and Plumbing Today, Ron Hoover RV and Marine, Harlandale Independent School District, San Antonio Zoo, and Monarch Trophy Studio. Welcome to the Centro Med Halftime Report.
Welcome back to Dub Ferris Stadium for Thursday Night Lights. We have Brennan up 28-16 over Harlan right now. And right now we also have the Brennan Band on the field. It's comprised of about 200 students. The band director is Thomas Kober, and he's assisted by Shayla Lee, Dylan Shaw, and Laura Navarrete. This year's show is titled Viva. The band is preparing for upcoming competitions at U.S. Bands and then the UIL season. Let's listen in.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the field from Brennan High School, the Brennan Marching Band. Tonight, the PMD will present a portion of their competition program entitled Viva. Drumming for the 2023 PMD are Julia De La Rosa and Amaya Bennett. The section of the week is the front ensemble. The PMD new member of the week is Avery Leatherman. The PMD member of the week is Charisma Reynosa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming once again the Brennan Bear Marching Band.
It's time to vote for the Christian Children's $5,000 band grant. To vote for the Brennan Band, scan the QR code on your screen or visit cw35.com/station/contest. You must be 18 years old and live in our viewing area.
San Antonio middle and high school athletes are doing great things for our community. San Antonio Sports and Valero are shining a light on teams and individuals who model key values through their actions. This week, we salute two schools whose community projects demonstrate beyond the game values. Members of Natalia High School Athletics displayed servant leadership at Natalia Elementary, opening car doors and greeting students as they began the school year. Brandeis High School student athletes spent a day volunteering with Kinetic Kids, coordinating drills and helping children with special needs master bike riding. These athletes demonstrated the beyond the game values of integrity, respect, teamwork, excellence, and community service. San Antonio Sports and Valero salute high school and middle school coaches who inspire their athletes to serve others. Parents, teachers, and coaches can nominate teams and individuals that go beyond the game. Visit sanantoniosports.org.
You're watching the Centro Med Halftime Report.
Welcome back to Dub Ferris Stadium. The Harlan Marching Band getting onto the field now. We had a chance to catch up with the band director a little bit earlier this week.
Well, I'm the director of bands here at Harlan High School. This is now my second year here at Harlan, but 15th year total of teaching. It's been great. We started the last week of July, and we went a total of 5 weeks of summer band. And because of all that extra time, we are much further along than we have been in the past, which is fantastic. So a new school just opened up, and it took a good group of our students. So we are a young band this year, but we are sitting at about 160 members. That includes our woodwinds, our brass, our percussion, and our color guard. And we're marching about 135 students out on the field. Students have been really picking things up very, very quickly. We've got a lot of choreography that goes along with our show, and it's just been a ton of fun getting to teach these students. We have a 3-movement show this year called Stranger in Town, and it's pertaining a little bit to the graffiti artist Banksy and his art. And so the show has just a ton of visuals. We've got some large, giant props that we're working on currently with some parents, and that'll be utilized throughout the show. And they'll be moving and stuff. And so unfortunately we won't have those out for this game, but it's going to be coming up here very, very soon. We've got our very first competition at the end of September 30th, which is the Ludwig Musser Classic, Texas Classic. And that has a prelims and a finals where we will perform, and then we have to qualify into the finals performance. And we're hoping to have a great, great show that early morning and have a second show in the evening. So we're really, really excited about that first opening show. My associates are Mr. Bobby DeLeon and Mr. Stephen Partita. Mr. Bobby DeLeon has been working with the marching band. He's kind of the voice that the students normally hear, along with mine. He does a lot of the visuals. Mr. Partita does a lot of the percussion, the front ensemble, with his marching techs, Josh Rios. Of course, we have our marching techs, Will Adams, Sam Bowman, Quinn Tidwell, Brenda Reynoso. Our color guard instructional assistant is Claudia Quiros. We've got a giant staff that is just really committed to making the band program super, super awesome. And of course, we couldn't do everything that we do with our band program without thanking our boosters. Mr. Richard Garcia is our band president, and he's just fantastic when he tries to get things going with all of our boosters. And so he's just one of many, many parents that really are involved.
To vote for the Harlan Marching Band, scan the QR code on your screen or visit cw35/station/contest. You must be 18 years old and live in our viewing area. Thanks again, Christian Children's, for sponsoring this year's $5,000 band grant.
You're watching the Centro Med Halftime Report.
Each week, we recognize outstanding student athletes from the school. Scholarship to one of the students featured this season on our chancellor introduces us to this week's scholar athletes from Brennan and
Brennan tennis star Faith Hines is, well, accomplished to say the least.
Your letter jacket, do they still do letter jackets? Your letter jacket was amazing with all of those patches on them.
Yeah, I went and actually got it done over the summer and got my junior year ones added on, and I had to go on the back, and it was really cool getting to add them on there. Most of the time, the people who have the ones on the back are the football players, so it was really cool being able to be one of the smaller sports that gets to represent that.
4 years on varsity, 2 years as captain, and one of the few in school history to win 100 matches. Faith's talent goes beyond the court. She's got a 100-plus GPA. In fact, she's never received a B.
I've actually never gotten a B.
What?
I'm hoping this year doesn't change, but
That's never a B.
no. I've gotten close. I've gotten a 90, but
Memo to all you teachers who have Faith this year, don't you dare be the one that gives her a B.
Smart, athletic, and genuine. She's a hit on and off the court, but her gift is helping others, which is why she loves working with the Special Olympics.
There's a great perspective there, right? I mean, for
Yeah,
somebody
for sure.
as accomplished as you are, where everything comes so naturally, the idea that you watch somebody that's really working hard,
Yeah.
there is something. Are you inspired by them?
Oh, absolutely, for sure. The amount of time and hard work that they put in to get to that level, it's amazing.
That's a future president. My first thought after meeting Harlan linebacker Elijah Walton. 3-year varsity starter means he's a stud, but he's more than just captain of the football team.
You're number 6 in your entire graduating class, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I am number 6. I was 4 last year, ended up going down to 6 this year, but hoping to stay top 10, stay competitive and going to college and stuff like that.
Who are these 5 guys and gals in front of you, and do we like them?
It's always fair competition at the end of the day.
Class officer, honor society, community leader. Elijah even helps teachers move into their classrooms before the new year.
Teachers do so much for us at the end of the day. They're here at 7 a.m. sometimes, stay later till about 6, even later sometimes, and always willing to help us out, at least at Harlan. I mean, I don't know if it's the same at other schools. I love the staff here. I love the teachers. Always willing to put a hand forward, and they're always willing to take care of us. So anything I could do to give back to my teachers, I'll do it.
He's described as persistent, charismatic, he's even patriotic.
I'm actually committed right now to go play football at West Point. That is the Army Academy in New York. So my goal is to graduate from there and to be an officer in the Army, do what I can to defend our country.
You are incredibly gifted and talented, obviously. You're also humble. So I asked
I appreciate that.
Answer. You're number 6 in your class. Those 5 people in front of you, have they ever been on Thursday Night Lights? They ever been playing football on TV?
I don't believe so. I don't believe they're making big tackles in pretty big games. So, but I mean, hey, to each his own. At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure a couple of them are athletes. Some other ones are in band and stuff like that. So they all have their own special abilities and traits and stuff like that. So kudos to them.
Hey, it's time for our Harlandale Independent School District first half highlights. Man, it was all Harlan early. After a turnover, Jason Love went 79 yards to make it 7-0. Then they had a pick six. Tristan Escobar made it 14-0. Harlan was cruising. Brennan was cruising. Here comes Harlan. Turnover led to a couple of scores. Noah Ferris has had a couple of those for the Hawks as they keep fighting to stay in this ball game, and it's 28-16 as we get ready for the second half kickoff coming up next.
For the second half, Brennan will be kicking off, defending the south goal. Harlan will receive, defending the north goal. Kicking off for the Bears, number 83, Amelia Valenzuela.
Steve Baser and the Brennan Bears with the lead here as we get ready for our Rhino Roofers second half kickoff. Baser's squad, Emilio Valenzuela will do the kicking. Harlan will get it first here to start the third quarter, and they kick it away, kick it deep. Ball's going to go all the way down to the 3-yard line where it's taken by the Hawks. Getting it out across the 20, and across the 30, and across the 35 to almost the 40-yard line. A nice job there on the return by Harlan's Dwayne Wingfield, and we go down to the sidelines and Matt Roy.
Yeah, Don, Chuck, we caught up with Steve Baser coming out of halftime, and he said they have to stop the big plays. They're doing a good job creating their own big plays, but plays just like what you saw in that kickoff is what Steve Baser needs to stop to prevent Harlan from coming back. Said they keep punching back. No matter how many times they punch Harlan, Harlan's punching right back. They got to stop that in the second half to win this game.
Yeah, Noah Ferris is kind of feeling it too, the way the first half ended as he takes over with a new set of downs and hands on the little jet sweep to the outside. Good pursuit by the Brennan defense as strung out by Jordan Grady. And on the defensive side, Tim Cummings, the sophomore linebacker, out there to help make the tackle.
Yeah, you can tell that what Harlan saw in the first half was that we need to get Jordan Grady the football. This guy has been open all night, and even before a play develops, Jordan Grady thinks he can get open, and so far he has been, and they want to give him a touch here, obviously, early. He's already touched it twice here to start the first half, or the second half.
No gain. 2nd and 10. Ferris booting out, throws it away as he was being pressured up there by Dylan Chapman, the junior defensive tackle, with good penetration there from the defensive front.
Well, I'm trying to stretch the field on that one, send a lot of guys deep, and see if he might be able to hit something underneath, but pressure coming from the Bears.
So it's 3rd down and 10. Ball spotted at 37. So a big play for the Harlan offense if they want to keep this drive alive. Play action fake. Ferris wants to go deep. Now he's going to run. He's going to get to the outside, and I think he may just have gotten to the sticks. Going to be marked a little bit short, but it's going to be in the zone where you can go for it here on 4th to try to pick up that San Antonio Zoo first down, and they will.
And you're right, Don. I think he was trying to go deep. Just decided to tuck it and go, and let's see if they can get it on 4th. Rugby scrum.
Ferris bounces it, plenty to pick it up. And it's a San Antonio Zoo first down. So nice job, really, with their backs against the wall on 3rd and long. Ferris, again, has really shown. Early in this ball game, he missed a lot of guys. One guy was wide open for a long touchdown. He overthrew him. Then he underthrew a ball. Struggled a little bit to get going with his arm, but man, his legs, he has really made some plays tonight.
Indeed, and you know, of the 3 games that they've played so far, obviously this is going to be their toughest opponent, but you would expect him to get better as the night goes along.
Keeps again, throws over the middle. Nice little sidearm action to get that in there to Matthews. Going across his body, running to his left and throwing right. This is not a easy throw. A little Patrick Mahomes action there. Indeed. 2nd down and 5. This time he hands on the sweep. And McDade picks up a few. Setting up a 3rd down and manageable, about 2.5, 3 yards.
And again, you're not going to see Noah panic. I mean, this is a guy that's played a lot of snaps, and he spends a lot of time watching film and working his craft. And Coach Salas says he's done a really good job coaching up the younger players, especially the younger receivers, and they obviously feel very comfortable having a 3-year starter in a quarterback.
How about that? 3rd and 3, and you run a sneak, and they just bull their way forward in a rugby scrum to pick it up. Playing a little smash math now with the big guys up front. Great job by that offensive front led by Tim Ford, the center, and the big all-district captain Miguel Carrizales at tackle. McDade not going anywhere this time, and again it's Dylan Chapman, the linebacker, who's had a fast start here to the 3rd quarter with 2 nice tackles.
Yeah, it was a little formation where it looked like Harlan was going to continue their jaunt down the field in terms of pressing the Brennan defense on the back end, which, by the way, Brennan very comfortable with the dudes that they've got back there. But the front 7 just getting a nice surge and a nice push and really blowing up that run right up at the point of attack.
So a loss of a half a yard, set up 2nd down and 11. When Matthews in motion, they hand it to him, but Brennan's defense not fooled, and out there again on the edge doing a great job, Tim Cummings, the outside linebacker.
Yeah. Ryan Love, the senior team captain, 1st team all-district, doing a nice job as well, coming up there and helping to fill.
So for the 2nd time on this drive, Harlan will have a 3rd down conversion opportunity going really up against the sticks. Last time it was 3rd and 10, now it's 3rd and 14. And we'll see what they pull out here. 3 wides, 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Ferris straight drop, looking deep, little pump and go, got his man down there, caught! It's Matthews inside the 5, huge gain for the Harlan Hawks.
Well, you can let him run it, you can let him throw it. The big key is getting him outside and let him roam, clear and free to navigate. Great ball, great route. And the dime, right on time.
40 yards, sets up a San Antonio Zoo first down, and we've got pre-snap movement. We're inside the Central Med red zone, but
The officials had not made the ball ready for play because of the substitution process. There is no foul on the play.
so no penalty, just not ready to go yet. Harlan's ready to go, and they finally were able to get the ball to their playmaker, Peyton Matthews, on a nice route where he put a move on and got to the outside. And there's a direct snap down to the 1 yard line. That was Dwayne Wingfield.
Do it again.
They're going to line him up again. Run him right behind that group of blockers, and he's in for the touchdown. Dwayne Wingfield, the junior, brings Harlan closer. It's 28-22 with the PAT to come. A 12-play drive for the Hawks. Very impressive here to start the half.
Indeed it was. I mean, that's exactly what you want, right? You had a couple of bad breaks not go your way in the first half, but boy, what a great job of really managing the ball game, right? You get a 6 right before the half, then you get the ball to start the second half. You go right down the field, and look at what we got here, Don Harris. We got ourselves a ball game here at Ferris.
28-23, here come the Hawks. Brendan's got the ball when we come back.
Closed captioning for tonight's game is sponsored by the Vietnam Army Grunt Museum.
We are back, a whole new ball game now as Harlan scored to end the half and now scores first early in the third. And that ball's going to be interesting. Taken down at the 15 after it was a little hard to wrangle. Brennan will have the football when we come back. Welcome back to Ferris Stadium. Eddie Salas doing a great job here tonight against Steve Baser, getting right back in this football game. Brennan out to a big lead. It's 28-9 at one point. Here come the Bears. Jason Love across the 20 to the 23 on first down. Love's just gone over 100 yards on the night. 6:10 left here in the third. Second down and manageable. And it's Love again, close to the sticks. They'll move it. It'll be a San Antonio Zoo first down for Jason Love.
A fascinating ball game, right? You got tempo even when you're running it, and Baser kind of thought that we might see a little bit of a track meet here tonight, and certainly on occasion we have, but both defenses chipping in, even some special teams action here to show out tonight as well.
Go inside the Love for the third straight carry. This time on first down, picks up only about a yard, maybe two. And second down and 8 for Brennan. And we have an injured Harlan Hawk down on the field, but he's okay, walking it off.
Galasio making a really nice play on that one to blow it up, and he was the guy that got a little nicked up. So guys selling out here on Thursday night.
He doesn't want to come out. They're forcing him to. We're back in 15 seconds.
Do you know a San Antonio teen in 7th to 12th grade looking for ways to get involved in the community? They can apply to be a Project Worth Teen Ambassador today. For more information, visit our website or call 210-207-8850.
And we're back, 5:13 to go, 1st and 10. Excuse me, it is second down and 8. Run a man in motion, 5 to snap it, they do. Straight drop, Glass over the middle, tipped. Incomplete, just a little high for the intended receiver, Brandon Wells. And that'll set up third down.
Yeah, that time Brennan goes empty. Ball was a little high, but going to make that connection because they had really done a nice job of spreading out that Harlan defense on that particular play.
Big district ball game here tonight. 5-point spread. Glass under pressure, gets rid of it right as he was hit, and it's picked off. Tyler Argy-Rivas saying, "Get off me," with the pick. But he had help on that one. Let's see who was there to make that ball flutter, and it was right at the point of release.
I think it was Rivas. Rivas had the pick, right?
Yeah, but right here, big number 9.
And 24.
Big number 9 for the Harlan defense, Nathaniel Teeler, there to lay the wood to Caden Glass. And another big play by Harlan.
Yeah, you're right, it was Teeler. I thought it was 24 getting in there, but he was in there to help finish it off.
Harlan now playing with some force. Ferris picks up about 5 or 6. Here come the Hawks with all the momentum.
So on that particular play, obviously Harlan looking to pick its spots where they're going to send some blitzes and really give young Caden Glass a lot to look at. Boy, did he get rocked.
Second down and about 5. McDade back in the backfield along with Morales. Here's Ferris running it himself. He's slung down, but I believe it's going to be another San Antonio Zoo first down as we go down to Matt Roy.
Well, guys, the Harlan Hawks are coming back on the field, partly because of the players and partly because of a great student section.
They're cheering on the Hawks, boys. It's going to be a great night.
Here comes Matthews. He cuts inside. Matthews pushed out of bounds inside the Central Med red zone. Nice job to not give up on the play. He's cramping up a bit, but could have easily gone out of bounds, planted his foot, jumped back inside, and picked up another 10 yards.
Well, what a special player this guy is. A human pinball on that one.
Another San Antonio Zoo first down inside the Central Med red zone. They get a late substitution on. Here comes Kalen Gerbic-Schultz, and they may have to burn a timeout here. And we'll take it with them here. Harlan trailing Brennan 28-9. It's now 28-23, and the Hawks on the move to maybe take the lead. Dr. Drake's Sleep Solutions Smile Cam. Lot to smile about now for them Harlan Hawks. They're fired up about the comeback. And it's 1st and 10. McDade's got it right up the middle. He bounces off a tackler and picks up a couple. I think it's a gain of about 2. Tristan Escobar, big physical safety there.
Yeah, you know, we talked about this guy, just a junior, and he's the guy that's getting a lot of college looks right now. Obviously still in the look at me stage. But, man, he is fun to watch.
Ferris checks the play with Harlan staff. Still got 5 to snap it. Looking to throw. Goes deep, corner, caught, touchdown! What a throw by Noah Ferris. Caught by Kalen Gerbic-Schultz, and Harlan's in the lead.
Wow, just like that, we got a drive for a touchdown, another drive for a touchdown by Harlan, and then what a dime. Kind of thought he was throwing it away there for a second, but nope, saw his guy flash. And the Harlan Hawks have battled back to take the lead here late third quarter.
He looked at Matthews on the post, went through his progressions. I thought he was bailing out on it too because he was sideways. He wasn't squared up completely when he let it go. Just kind of slung it out there. Beautiful throw. And they'll go for 2. Plenty of time, buying time, going to try to run it in there, and he gets drilled. And there's still forward progress.
Wow, did he get in?
And they're going to call him short.
No good.
Huh. I'd like to take a look at that. His shoulder blades were both across. I don't know where the ball was, but we'll take a break. Maybe we'll check it out when we get back. Harlan's up 29-28. Welcome back. Here's another look at it. There was a holding call, so the point is moot, but it was a fantastic effort from Ferris, and then his lineman to kind of push him across and marked him short as we're back to live action on the kick return, and Harlan in pursuit. Another big hit, another big tackle as the Hawks feeling their oats here, and that was number 0 again, the really nice, long, tall, athletic Cody Brown, who will stay on to play corner. They really like him.
Yeah, that was a fun play to watch again, just because, dudes were selling out. Nobody was giving up on the play. Even Sulza McCullough for Brennan lost his hat on the play.
And for the first time tonight, Caden Glass and company find themselves behind. How do they answer here with 2:17 to go here in the third? Glass, hands to Love. That's going nowhere. The Harlan front four bow up. Teeler in on the tackle again. He's a load in there, boy.
Yeah, and Galacio too. These are really big athletic dudes that are moving around and obviously got a little juice from what their offense has given them here to start this second half, and really, quite frankly, the way they ended the first half.
Second down and 10. We're inside 2 minutes here in the third quarter. Little bubble screen. Snuffed out. Going nowhere. That's your cadet right there. Elijah Walton, our Scholar Athlete of the Week. You heard David Chancellor's story on him. 18 going on 30, that young man right there. You're making a play.
Well, like talking about Escobar and what a great player he is and fun to watch. 24 is not bad either. And you talked about Nate Teeler too. They were talking about his first 4 steps are as fast as any guy on the team. And look at the size of number 9 down there.
Big play here, third down and 10. Bazer's squad deep in their own territory. Harlan breathing fire. Glass, straight drop, those deep. Picked off almost again. It was Tyler Argy-Rivas. He had 1, and that time he was thinking pick 6. And he just couldn't quite hang on.
Boy, there is a buzz in the air now with these Harlan Hawks, the way they've seized control of this football game. You can hear their coaches screaming from their box right next to us, pick it off. It is a feeding frenzy right now. There is blood in the water with these Sharks from Harlan.
So Brennan on to punt it away. Lucas Lyman to do the honors. Nice kick. Going to back Harlan up. They'll stay away from it right at midfield. And Brennan will down it there, and we're back in 15 seconds.
Hey, San Antonio teens. Are you looking for ways to share your voice, creativity, and ideas on ways to positively impact the community? Become a Project Worth Teen Ambassador. For more information, visit our website or call 210-207-8850.
Guys, this Brennan sideline, you could hear a pin drop over here. Basically a stunned silence as the coaches try and motivate their guys to pick it up in this second half. Coach Bazer said he wants to limit the big plays, and they've done anything but, so they got to pick it up here in the fourth quarter. They know that.
Meanwhile, there's a whole new electricity on the other side of the field on this home grandstand with the Harlan faithful. They are fired up, making lots of noise. The band's getting everybody into it, and they're going to try to capitalize here on first down. Run the little sweep, and Turf Monster jumped up and grabbed Melvin Kahn, or excuse me, that was Peyton Matthews, rather.
Wouldn't it be nice to be this athletic, Don, where you just
tackle yourself?
Yeah. We knew that kid was going to be a fun guy to watch tonight. He's been everything is advertised.
That was kind of me getting off the sofa, going to the refrigerator.
I feel you, bro.
Similar result. Hey, when we come back, we've got ourselves a Donnybrook in the fourth quarter. Brennan and Harlan, a 1-point game with the Hawks leading 29-28. We're coming back for the fourth quarter. We're back. It's time for our Harlan Independent School District third quarter highlights. Dwayne Wingfield getting it done, scoring a touchdown. Then the interception by Tyler Argy-Rivas. And that led to another touchdown. This time, Ferris hooking up with Kalen Schultz. Easy for me to say. That's Kalen Schultz. Tried 5 times. Schultz with the touchdown.
Yeah, and that was a really good angle, too. You know, I said I thought he was throwing it away for a second, but as you could see from that low angle, he was just simply throwing him open. So a really good job by Noah Ferris. You know, it would have been easy for a guy to get down with the kind of start that Harlan had in this football game, but, man, they've just been pecking away, and here they are in the fourth.
On the keep, Ferris, huge gain. Countywide service, first down.
Feeling his oats now. You know, again, it bears repeating too. I mean, Harlan has never beaten Brennan, so you know that this is part of what they were thinking about tonight going into this football game.
Pressured. Nice job getting out of it.
Oh,
fantastic play to McDade, who takes a wallop right at the 23-yard line. 2 great plays. Dion Tovar on a night where there's been all kinds of nominees for the collision with another. As we take a look at our Monarch trophies, here's McDade going quickly. And we'll tell you more about those Monarch trophies. Monarch Trophy for all your trophy and plaque needs at 344-3777. You can visit them online as well. They've been with us from the very beginning, and at the end of the game, we'll hand out the trophy to the champion coach and our player of the game.
But how about Noah Ferris on that play?
Johnny Manziel-like.
Yeah, I was going to say Aaron Rodgers, but yeah, I think you're probably right. It was a little more Johnny football than Aaron Rodgers. Just an unbelievable job creating time, buying time, and making a play downfield.
Direct snap to Matthews. He's being pressured from behind. He goes down. That didn't fool anyone as they put Ferris out wide. One of the big offensive linemen struggling to get to his feet, and does.
Well, what's the old line over at Brennan? BFND. Brennan fight never dies. They're still throwing haymakers in there. They're trying to get off the field here on defense, give their ball back to their offense. But Harlan has been red hot on offense since the end of that second quarter. And touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Noah Ferris has done a fantastic job rallying this squad. 2nd down and 6. Straight drop, pressure, gets out of it again, now runs, puts on a move, still on his feet to the 15, and right at the yard marker. It'll be third down as they move inside the Central Med red zone. They'll go jumbo again, push him forward, first down. San Antonio Zoo, first down for the Harlan offense, who Eddie Salas's guys really in a rhythm right now offensively.
Yeah, and big credit to the dudes up front. Of course, we've talked about Carrizales and the job that he's done. They got Matthew Cordero over on the left side too. Tim Ford, good player. Right there, number 58.
Give Matt McKinney his due, the offensive coordinator for Harlan, in his bag tonight on the play calls.
Yeah, and then you got Arguello and Ryan over there on the right side. Big fella's doing a good job here, especially in the second half.
Got a flag from the umpire.
False start, number 53, offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Officiating crew doing a nice job tonight.
Indeed they are.
The first down and 15. The offensive coordinator, Matt McKinney, talked about him just a bit earlier. It's really tough to get your guy in a groove. And Ferris was really struggling kind of in the first half. As he throws down the sideline, incomplete. But they found mixing the run and the pass kind of got him fired up and in a rhythm and comfortable instead of just continuing to throw incompletions. And once they got his feet going, he got into a groove, got more confident, and is really just in a rhythm right now. Also, the entire second half.
Really flipped this game around, and we can't say enough about what they've done on defense too, because a lot of short series for their defense to get the ball back to their offense has helped build that rhythm.
He rolls out and boots, fires to the end zone. Incomplete for Matthews. And it'll be third down and 15 as he checks up with the coaching staff. 8:48 to go. Probably 2-down territory here. Although you could take a 4-point lead with a field goal, depending on your confidence in Cartagena, who's just a freshman, by the way, the kicker for the Hawks. Ferris going to the end zone again, looking for Matthews, and really good coverage there. Just had him blanketed. Was Javon Dalton.
And you can't do it any better than Dalton did. Stride for stride and add inside leverage on the receiver. Almost came up with an interception there too if that ball had been thrown just a little bit further up the row.
So 35-yarder here for the freshman to give a 4-point lead to Harlan. Plenty of leg. And it didn't hang on, drifted left, and it's no good. So the score remains the same at 29-28. Field goal wins it for Brennan.
And now they've got to figure out a way to get something going on offense, because it has been slow rolling through that third quarter. But a great job by their defense to, you gave up some yards, but you didn't give up any points. Steve Bazer's still got a chance here with this squad. He's got to figure out, what can we do here to move some sticks, maybe get a big play, get one of our great athletes out in space. We'll see how they decide to pair it here with 8:26 left.
First down for the Bears. That's a attempted forward pass, even though it was a little toss sweep. Going backwards. No gain on the play as White was dropped behind the line of scrimmage. Another good job by Demarion Cornish, the linebacker, making the tackle. Second down.
Called his name a lot during the course of this game, and he is a definite presence in the middle of this Harlan defense, which, by the way, is also feeling its oats here in the second half.
Glass just a sophomore. Big opportunity for him here. Love going nowhere. Guess who? Your captain, my captain, Sergeant Elijah Walton.
Say this guy is not only physical, Dom, but he can cover receivers. He just does it all. His brother plays safety, by the way, at Angelo State, so he's got college player in his blood.
3rd down and a mile for the Brennan Bears, and Steve Baser wants to talk about it, and we'll take it with them. Harlan trying to seize the day, 29-28. We're coming back after this. Back to live action, 3rd down, 16 for Brennan. Ball spotted on their own 14-yard line. Trips to the right for the sophomore Caden Glass. Looks that way. Now goes left. He's got room if he can get there, but he can't because Walton runs him down.
Wow, what a player this guy is. Don, we were just talking about this young man during the break. I mean, we've obviously been talking about him the whole game, but Eddie Salas tells a great story about this guy when he was a young player in middle school as an 8th grader. Of course, we talked about his brother being a college player, but he came up to Coach Salas when he was an 8th grader, and he was like, "Coach, I'm going to be playing for you next year." I mean, this guy, you know, we talked about his maturity level, but he's number 4 in his class, too. I mean, is there anything he doesn't do?
And you can just see him run right there. I mean, he got on his horse and got there in a hurry and made a very physical tackle.
Yeah, and Coach Salas says this is the guy that would not hang out with his friends during lunchtime. He would grab his lunch, come eat with Coach Salas, and they would talk football during lunchtime. I mean, so this guy's a student of the game too, but again, I mean, just not common that you see this kind of maturity and really a player that truly loves the game of football like 2-4 does, and boy, is he having a whale of a ball game.
Makes you feel good about the kids that are going to our military academies. Different breed of cat, man, with the maturity and the discipline and the intellect. So they'll try to put it out of reach here. A little reverse coming this way. Gashed it to the 40, to the 30, 20, 10, and out of bounds at the 5-yard line, the Harlan Hawks. That's Jordan Grady. You've been talking about trying to get him the ball all night. They just did.
Well, I was thinking, and I'm glad I didn't say it, get a block and get a touchdown. And boy, did he get a block from Miguel Carrizales. 6 is fun to watch too, man. I can't believe this guy's just a sophomore. I've had a hard time keeping my eyes off him all night.
They do the direct snap that's worked earlier for a touchdown to Winfield. He gets inside the 5, we'll call it the 4. Don't forget to go to sanantoniosports.org and nominate your team that goes beyond the game. Share their story. Nominate middle and high school teams going beyond the game to do great in the community. sanantoniosports.org.
It's just amazing how Harlan has flipped the script in this game. Did not let a couple of bad plays beat him so far.
They run a little jumbo here. Ferris still pushing forward, still getting yards. Now he's pushed back. We'll see where his forward progress is. They gave him all the way to the 2. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do that again as he's trying to walk off his, I think he thinks it's a cramp.
I hope that's what it is, because I don't like to see a guy with a leg brace. And hopefully that was the reason why he did just kind of stand up there at the end. That's a good break. Looks like I don't know. It's hard to know what happened on that based on his reaction, but glad to see that he's up and walking around.
I think he might be saying that his brace is messed up. Given him trouble a couple different times tonight where he had to be on the field and adjust it sitting down.
Well, we've seen Harlan be pretty adept running the full house wildcat on some of these plays.
They've snapped it directly to Wingfield and to Matthews when Ferris wasn't taking snaps, so they have options. And now they're going to take a full timeout. And we'll take it with them as they take a look at Ferris's leg.
Game clock operator. Please set the game clock to 4 minutes and 32 seconds. 4:32. Thank you.
They're going to snap it to Matt. So there's Ferris on the sideline. He ran out there. I think he wants to be out there. I think he's healthy. But they're going to go ahead and snap it here to Peyton Matthews in the Wildcat. He keeps. He gets to the 1, and he's smashed back.
Lights and drinking water right now. He should be fine.
And there's a couple of guys down after that collision. There's some hitting going on inside the trenches. And we've got another official timeout here to tend to that injury. As Ferris is fine. He's back in this huddle here on the near sideline. He's just basically flexing a calf that seems to be cramping. All right, it is time for the best of the best tonight. Our Beluga Air whale of a collision, and we've got a lot of whale of collisions. So we're not going to give it to just one. There's been some downright slobber knockers out here tonight. Some guys are going to be feeling this tomorrow. But
yeah, we got whale and a lot of wailing after that. Jeepers.
Ryan Watson laying the wood a few times, and Elijah Walton has done his job too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the interesting thing about seeing what Harlan's doing on this drive, too, is they've been very conservative, right? Working on the clock while working on the end zone.
Oh, they're just going to jumbo it here with their guy Ferris. Watch. He lost the snap. Ball's out. Not going to matter. Brennan's going to have the ball no matter what. They got the fumble recovery.
Huge turn of events here at Ferris Stadium. Wow, what a play by Brennan and what a surge by their D-line.
It's 1st and 10 Brennan. They got to go 99 though, or at least get into field goal range.
Defense lined up in the neutral zone. Half the distance to the goal. Remains 4th down.
Okay, so it remains 4th down, but the Hawks are going to get another shot at it here on the offsides call.
Well, Avalos, Barton, and Chapman, man, that was a heck of a push by them big, beefy dudes. No, I did not.
Watch, they'll do the same thing again. That was not a clean snap. If they get a clean snap, I think Harlan feels good about it. They get it again, but the pressure's going backwards. He spins and gets in. And it's Walton who threw him into the end zone, and now we have fisticuffs and helmets coming off. He was stopped on the initial point of contact, and your smart guy, Elijah Walton, ran up behind him, got him, and slung him into the end zone. I don't know if that's legal. Coos says it's legal.
Personal foul on Harlan, personal foul on Brennan.
That's
so
after the score, though, right?
After the play, personal foul, number 48, defense. That penalty be enforced on the kickoff. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Wow, you saw the ref do both sides.
Yeah, I think he was confused.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so the touchdown stands. Here's a look. He's stopped. And look at Walton. Just pick him up and throw him in.
You can go ahead and make another tackle and make this one count for 6.
He's going to make sure his teammate got into the end zone, right? Elijah Walton.
Boy, what a surge again by that Brennan defensive line.
Extra point. Good hold. That ball was low, and Ferris did a great job of handling it. Kick is up and good for the freshman who had missed the field goal, so that's good for his morale. It's 36-28 as Harlan has scored, I don't know, what is it, 27 unanswered? Here's Elijah Walton all night long. Number 24 getting it done.
TFL.
Destroyed White on that block.
TFL.
Look at the speed.
Sideline to sideline. Quarterback helper.
Assist. Magic Johnson. Just a winner, right? Just the guy that helps you win. He's not gonna end up on anybody's stat sheets other than tackles, but he's the reason they're winning tonight.
Well, he's certainly a major reason, but I mean, again, just look at this guy's size and speed and all the things we've talked about. And at the end of the day, Don, 4th in this class at a 520 something. Oh, what an impressive young man. What a treat to be able to watch this one tonight. We've seen a lot of guys that are good players, good athletes, good in the community, you name it. This has been one heck of a fun ball game start to finish, and at the end of this, the Harlan Hawks could have buried their heads in the first half. Instead, they went on a run and a surge on both sides of the ball.
Well, a touchdown and a 2-point conversion can tie it, so not over yet. Plenty of time left for Steve Bazer's squad as they get to the 30-yard line on first down, sets up 2nd down and 5.
Yeah, Ryan Watson all the things that Ryan Watson has done. Another great story, too. This is a young man that had a bunch of surgeries on his feet as a middle schooler, was told he would never play football, Don, and yet here he is, a 2-year starter on a mighty Brennan Bears football team. So, I mean, again, the stories of these guys, and you talk about young guys teaching old guys how to do it. These dudes are grown men, even as high schoolers. Well done, 5'5". Show us how it's done.
Another big play there. Just listen to the Harlan fans on 3rd down. And we've got another injured Brennan Bear with 3:13 to go. A lot of cramping going on. It's that heat. Lucas Lyman trying to get up. He was the man hit on that big collision on that play and then got up okay. And then, a lot of guys cramping up. And, injuries are injuries, but sometimes cramps hurt more than injuries.
Dude, we've all been there, right?
Oh, my goodness.
Laying on the couch, and it's like if somebody doesn't push my toes forward, or for me, it's my ribs. You get old man rib cramps at all, or is that just me?
Yeah, when
you yawn, or you move your arms a certain way,
or you're in your car and you reach to your back seat to get your backpack, and you reach into the back seat,
yes,
and it gets you right in that 3rd rib,
dude. And just even talking about it now, I'm starting to get one. So it's like it's psychosomatic.
Mine is when those toes curl under the covers on the arch of your foot, and it goes up into your calf, and it's over.
Well, thankfully, that's all this has been for a lot of these guys tonight, because this has been one heck of a hard-fought football game.
It's not over yet. Brennan taking another timeout here. Hey, Chuck, get out your phone. We're going to teach you how to use the old QR code. You got a monitor here. Get your camera out. Okay. Just go and you vote for the Christus Children's $5,000 band grant. 2 great bands here again tonight. Vote for your favorite TNL band, not just from tonight, but you can vote for any of the bands that are on TNL all season long. The winner gets $5K, courtesy of Christus Children's. You just vote at cw35.com/station/contest if you can't use the QR code.
That's all Chuck. You do? I just did it. How cool is this?
There you go.
I just learned something.
We just taught Chuck how to use a QR code. And use it for this, Chuck. I heard there's a pretty good guy with white hair that's on this that talks about sports.
I believe he's got good company with Maddie and DH on there, too.
It's the Sneakers and Cleats
I'm so proud
podcast.
of you, Chuck.
Hey, Matt, where do you get your podcast?
Anywhere you get your podcast.
Anywhere you get your podcast.
And Apple and Spotify.
Apple and Spotify. Keep her up the middle for the sophomore. He's got a countywide service company, First Down. By the way, Matt Roy putting together the Sneakers and Cleats podcast, doing very well. And it's been a lot of fun. We did another one today, rounding up UTSA football, the Cowboys, and other stuff. Give it a shot. Tell us what you think.
Caden Glass, this guy playing quarterback is going to be fun to watch over these next couple of years, too. This guy's playing his heart out tonight.
Caden Glass trying to keep this play alive. Completes it to the outside. And tackle out of bounds, but what a throw. Not an easy throw under duress by the young sophomore.
Yeah, not an easy throw, especially when you just took a torpedo shot picking up the sticks on the play previous.
Game not over yet. Touchdown, that 2-point conversion ties it up. Glass changing the play. Got Love back there with him. Lots of weapons. Throws a little bubble, and it's slung down by that defense. And that time it's Cody Brown making the play. They love the junior's athleticism, 6'5".
Yeah, basketball player too, as you might expect. Eddie Salas said, I've always wanted a tall corner. I finally got me one. He sure does.
We'll throw over the slant. That one dropped. Tough low play to make.
Yeah, but a great throw that time by Caden Glass. Ball you got to have with 2:09 left in the game, and you're a touchdown and a 2-pointer away.
Oh, right there. Should have been caught. Here's your ball game. 4th down and 7 for Brennan. Baser calls in the play. They got trips to the right. Love comes in motion. And here we go. Nice ball. Drilled for a 1st down. Another countywide service 1st down. And what a throw in a tough situation. Lucas Lyman there on the catch. New set of downs for the Bears. Glass kind of feeling it. Slings it downfield, has a man wide open. Caught to the 20, to the 15-yard line. Here come the Bears. Melvin Kahn on the reception. We'll call it the 12-yard line. Perfect in-stride play. And Kahn was wrangled around the ankles and still down on the field.
I hope he's going to be okay. But I'm telling you,
How
Don,
about the
what a game.
sophomore?
Yeah, that was a heck of a play. I mean, obviously feeling like he's getting a rhythm too on this drive, but Cameron Walker and Demarion Cornish literally playing whistle to whistle on that one. I mean, I'm finding my eyes going away from the ball because some of these individual matchups, these dudes are really getting after each other.
Yeah, this has just been a battle. Both teams showing a lot of mettle. Here's what's coming up in the district schedule. Brennan's got Taft, O'Connor, Warren, and Stevens next on the docket. Warren showing that they're ready to play, beating Holmes 73-20 tonight. Harlan's got them next week, so what a showdown that'll be. And then Stevens, a much improved Sotomayor team, and then Holmes.
You know, you're not going to be able to joke your way through 29-6A. That is an accurate statement, but, you know, this is what these two teams are built for. So you got to believe that both of these teams are going to have a say in who's going to be the 4 final teams to make the playoffs.
Here's Glass, throwing over the middle. Picked off! A game-saving interception for the Harlan Hawks. The same young man who came in and scored a touchdown on the offensive side, Dwayne Wingfield. Harlan is going to beat Brennan for the first time in school history if they can hang on another minute 28.
Now, what a ball game this was, and Caden thought he saw his guy flash. He did. He just did not see the other defender with his other receiver in the neighborhood. Just a guy trying to make a play. Instead, it's Wingfield that's stepping up and sealing this one, it would appear, for the Harlan Hawks. Man, who gets the MVP in this one? It's stood here for months trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there's so many players. I think it's kind of hard to go away from Walton because of the way the defense put up a goose egg in the second half. I mean, this was 28-9 at one point, and they absolutely threw up a goose egg in the second half. And I know that there's been others, especially on the offensive side of the ball, that are worthy, but I think that young man willed this team to win.
He did. I mean, it's a tough call, right? Because, I mean, Noah Ferris, I mean, how big was the sequence, Don, at the end of the first half where they go down and score, then they get the ball back first to start the third quarter, and they go down and score again? I mean, that was a significant chunk of this game when you can eat up 14 points in essentially 2 drives, and, you know, it's been Harlan pretty much ever since.
It was the defense that just kept getting him the ball back, too. Ferris was great. Ran for 113, threw for 180. There's no way that you can say he's not worthy, too. That's why Chris Kotfitz gets paid the big bucks.
That's what I'm talking about.
He can make the decision down in the truck.
Let him and B. Watts sort this one out tonight. I think I'm going to sit this one out.
There, you can't go wrong.
No, you can't. I mean, it's just been an amazing performance on both sides of the ball by Harlan here, late second quarter on. You know, and they gave up one drive, but they had the pick six, and then they had the long 79-yard run that they gave up. But for the most part, it's been Harlan Hawks.
So I tried doing the math. 27 unanswered at 28-9.
Yeah. I ain't gonna fight you.
We went to Northeast schools.
I think they're still scratching the head that we somehow managed to walk
right.
across the stage. Even a broken watch is right twice a day.
I told you that story right when I've been doing TV in San Antonio a few years, and Churchill asked me to come speak at a pep rally. I went to the pep rally, and he said, "Thanks for coming and everything." And the principal handed me an envelope, and I was thinking, "Oh, that's nice. They're going to give me a little gratuity or something, you know, a little something for the effort,
a little stipend."
So I didn't look. I did the thing, spoke to the whole crowd, had a great time. Got my car, got home. Oh, I forgot this in my coat pocket. Pulled out the envelope. It was my transcript from Churchill. And the note said, "I won't tell anybody if you won't." Oh. Elijah Walton, I was not. All right, it is time for our Ron Hoover RV and Marine Center's play of the night. Let's take a look. It's the interception by Wingfield to seal the deal. Young man making a case too. And Steve Baser still has a timeout. I don't know if he wants to make it interesting.
I think I would.
Fourth down
close
now.
to the. If he has a timeout, I'd use it. But
Oh, he's out of
out.
timeouts.
Yeah.
Okay, the screen's on. So that'll do it. The Harlan Hawks, for the first time in school history, have knocked off the bully of 29-6A, the Brennan Bears. Huge win for Harlan, and you can feel the electricity on their side of the stadium. These fans are going crazy for the effort.
Yeah, and kudos to Coach Salas, right? Pretty much said it this week. You want to be the best, you got to beat the best, and they did so here tonight.
Punched in the mouth, they get up off the canvas to win it 36-28. When we come back, we'll hand out the hardware. The postgame show rolls on next.
Tonight's broadcast of Thursday Night Lights is sponsored by Taco Cabana, the Gomez Law Firm, Steel Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Centro Med, Enroll SA, Countywide Service Company, Dr. Drake Sleep Solutions, Christus Children's, San Antonio Sports, Valero, San Antonio Metropolitan Health District, Vietnam Army Grunt Museum, Beluga Air, Rhino Roofers, Texas Kidney Foundation, Air and Plumbing Today, Ron Hoover RV and Marine, Harlandale Independent School District, San Antonio Zoo, and Monarch Trophy Studio. Welcome to the Taco Cabana Thursday Night Lights post-game show, presented by the Gomez Law Firm.
Welcome back, 36-28, the final. The Harlan Hawks, the victors. Big night for them. Let's go down to Matt Roy.
Yeah, Don Chuck, I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold him down for long. You're Harlan Hawks. Hold on. Back up. Hey, can you tell this is their first time beating the Brennan Bears? I think I could tell. We got to give out some hardware, though. Where's Noah? There he is. Yeah. So we got Noah Ferris, 293 all-purpose yards, 4 touchdowns. Count them with me. 1, 2, 3, 4 touchdowns. And, hey, it's not just hardware. We also have 4 tickets to the San Antonio Zoo for you, my man. It's your first big check. There we go. All right. So Noah, this is your guys' first time beating the Brennan Bears. You guys are now 1-4, not 0-4. How does that make you feel being the first one to do it?
I don't know. I'm speechless. All these boys, they put in the hard work for it. We've been waiting the whole year for this. We wanted to get back so bad. No one believed in us, but God did.
All right. Back up. All right, guys, congratulations. So let's get Coach in here. Coach, come here. All right, Coach, get in here, Coach. All right, hold on. You guys, hold on, guys. Coach, before the game, you told me that this was almost like a title game for you guys in district. How does it make you feel knowing you won your de facto title game 3 games in right now?
Oh, it's great. We control our own destiny now, and that's what we wanted. Came in after halftime, said, we're still in this game. We're down by 12. Play well. In the first half, we had a lot of mistakes. Second half, we played really outstanding, and I'm so proud of our guys, the way they responded.
Coach, I asked you earlier this week. Coach.
What's the story there?
Hold on, Coach, I got to know that story. Give me the story real quick.
I can't say the entire story, but bottom line, I told the kids a long time ago, I said, there was a point where my bike got stolen when I was about 11 years old. And
watch out.
Hey, let's send it back up to you guys. I think that's all.
That's
I wanted
great,
to hear
man.
about the stolen bike.
He went and took it back. I know how that story ends. Oh, that's great stuff, man. Don't know if you've ever seen a team more excited to be the victors on TNL. We're coming back to wrap it up right after this.
Noah Ferris of the Harlan Hawks is our player of the game. Noah, what you doing to celebrate, my man?
We're going to San Antonio Zoo, baby!
Why is that the best part of the night?
Man, those kids, hey, good for them, right? I mean,
yeah.
Fairly new program, never beaten Brennan before. Brennan shows you how much respect they deserve and earn, being the big bullies on the block. But they took the lead early after a turnover. Jason Love went the distance. It was 14-0 in a hurry because Tristan Escobar had this Oski. And it looked like Brennan was in control. They were up 28-9. Harlan made some comeback plays to get back in it, cut the lead to 12 by halftime. Brennan continued to keep the lead. And then late in the game, Ferris took advantage of his defense, giving him the ball in good field position. Wingfield scored, made a big play. They had a big pick there, another pick to save the game, and this was a great throw by Ferris for the touchdown as they went ahead 29-28 and then put it away with Walton helping his teammate in. And of course, Wingfield sealing the deal with the late interception, and so Harlan, number 6 in your TNL top 10, maybe moving up. Next week, go to Bernie Champion. New Braunfels Canyon will be the guest as they will take on the champion Chargers. Fantastic night, big weekend of football coming up. Don't forget Friday Night Fever. Watch all the high school coverage tomorrow. Big games on Saturday. Alabama, Texas on Saturday night. Full slate of games on Fox on Sunday. Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. And we'll see you back right here next week on TNL. Chuck Miketinec, Mark Kusenberger in the booth, Matt Roy on the sideline, Brian Watts directing this thing from the truck, and the producer extraordinaire, Chris Kotfus, who puts it all together. We'll see you next week on Taco Cabana Thursday Night Lights.